I wasn't gonna get my mics
If you
fixed.
manage a team, you have to
There it
trust
is.
monday.com.
There it is. That is. That is. Hmm. All right. Now I just have to wait for everybody to join me.
Monday.com is a platform to
Hopefully they
track
will still
everything you
come
do.
in. It is
We use
my
it for
fault.
all of
I
our
am the
projects,
one that
marketing, product
over
development,
fucking
PR,
slept.
creative
It's
productions.
my fault.
I love monday.com because it's totally customizable, and that's something that you
Don't
can find
be
in few other
mad at
websites.
them.
I can
It's
choose what
my
information I want to share with clients,
fault.
project owners,
I'm
investors,
the one who
deadlines, which means
fell
more time for marketing.
asleep.
I tried managing everything we were doing with spreadsheets.
They were gonna
Now we
be
have a tool that's
here on
easy to use.
time,
It's given us the confidence to take on
but
more
then
complex projects.
I
There's
fell
so much you can do:
asleep.
filter through data,
It's
integrate
my
documentation,
bad.
and even
I was
highlight key
smoking
projects. It
on
gives a
some
sense of
really
keeps
strong
everything falling into
weed,
place. Seriously,
and I might have messed up tonight's show. I might have messed the fuck up. Man, oh man. It's my bad. It ain't nobody's fault. It ain't nobody like did nobody mess up or nothing. Like they didn't stand me up or nothing. I fell the fuck asleep, ate dinner, got loaded. You know how that itis, man. That goddamn itis. That whole ass itis kicked in. And that was all that she wrote, man. She didn't write nothing after that. I looked to go see, did she write something else after that? She didn't write nothing after that, bro. I'm talking about, and I sat down on the bed. I sat down on the bed like I'm just gonna chill, smoke a square, watch a little Queen's Gambit before it's time to log in. Shit, lied is what I did. Lied is what I did. I'm talking about I told a whole ass lie, y'all. It was, man. It was that goddamn chili, bro. Those who follow my Instagram already know that the chili is magnanimous. Anybody that follow me know that the things that I did with that pot of chili last night, man. Oh man, I wish y'all could have tasted it. That's all. I just wish y'all could have tasted it. Anyway, uh, to the people in the chat room, I have a good name for y'all now. I'm Black Ron. I'm Mr. Unapologetically Black. I'm the Malcolm X of comedy, and my family, my fan base, will from here on and forever be known as Fist. Fist up. You know what I'm talking about? Fist up. It's up and it's stuck. Fist up, man. Like the clothing company. Fist up. Yeah, I can hear those keystrokes. Okay, so the chat room is up now, and we got a couple people in there. Tiffany Boy Soul, Feel Bookworm, Travel Diva 365, one of my longtime supporters. That's my girl. Alan in LA. Who else is in the building showing love? Daquan Ridley. Daquan Ridley said, shout out Black Ron from San Diego. What's up, Dago? Shout out to the whole Dago. You know what I'm talking about? Eastside San Diego, stand up. Black Squad should be my fan base name, but that gives people the connotation of wilding out. You know, when you say Red Squad or Black Squad, anything like that, that makes people automatically think that you're talking about wilding out. Let me see something. Let me see. Okay, bring that thing out of frame a little bit. Okay, boom, there it is. That's where the mic is gonna be. That's where the mic is gonna be. I can hear myself quite well. Can y'all hear me? If you can hear me, let me get a thumbs up, and or so if you can't hear me that well, let me get an ear. Oh, well, I try, Tiffany. You know what I'm saying? Tiffany Boy So says, wow, you pronounced my last name right. Hey. And then she did like that. Yeah, they're just like, I would attach a mnemonic device to that. It's like, that boy's so stupid, or that boy's so crazy. So Tiffany, boy so stupid, boy so crazy. Yeah, it's easy to remember the boy so. Bois is actually how you would pronounce that. Bois so. Like Dubois or Bois Dark Tree. Bois Dark. The Black Ranger. The Black Rangers. Would y'all like being called the Black Rangers? I don't know. Shout out to my man that actually played the Black Ranger, my nigga Walt. I met the real life Black Ranger in real life. Gaining Ground is in the building. We just doing a little bit of pre-show, man. Just giving my guest this week time to pull up. As y'all know, we be talking normally airs at 10 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Pacific. But yeah, that food I made was good in the mug. Gave me that itis. I ended up accidentally falling asleep just a little bit on accident, a little bit. And then like you know how you fall asleep and you snap the fuck back woke, like when you fall asleep at work. Yeah, it was one of them kind of situations. It was like I was like out of there, gone, stupid, sleep, and my body snapped awake like, nigga, get up. So I woke up 30 minutes after showtime. I woke up at 10:30 Texas time. Much to my chagrin, well after the original broadcast time. So only 2 or 3 of my guests reached out to me like, yo, where you at? So that means, okay, I got one in the waiting room right now. Denzel.
Yes, sir. Hold
There it
on.
is. There it is. God damn it.
Hold on just a sec. Let me I want to switch over my audio for a sec to my actual headphones instead of my car audio.
Oh,
Big dog, that's my boy right there. Okay, this shit right here.
this nigga will be texting and driving and video chatting, apparently.
I'm high. I'm definitely not texting.
That boy
What's
said,
up, man?
fuck safety.
There we go.
Nobody cares about driver safety in New York. You're not
I
going.
ain't in New York right now.
You?
I'm in St. Louis right now.
Okay. Okay.
I just came back from New York like a few weeks ago.
Mm. Man, I wouldn't be giving a fuck about going back to New York right now, personally speaking.
Actually, bro, New York actually been thriving, bro, because you know they've been doing them outdoor shows and shit, and you know people been doing like some little tents and all types of stuff, rooftops. So people been doing like some shows out there. It's just you hop on that subway, you gotta be a little careful. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I ain't talking about that, nigga. I'm talking about the whole mandatory vaccine part.
Oh, they making it mandatory in New York.
Nigga, where you been?
In St. Louis.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Before they even came out with the actual vaccine, New York State government came out like, yeah, nigga, we making it mandatory for all New York residents that when they get ready, whenever they get it ready, you got to go take it.
See, this is the crazy part. I knew they was gonna try to push the vaccine on us, but for one, they already stated that the developing a vaccine within a year is already too soon to be coming up with a vaccine. You know, and then you got to factor in all the side effects that you might get later on down the line, 3 years, 5. People get instant side effects. You see something about somebody having cerebral palsy or something like that?
Hell's
Did you
part.
see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then somebody got HIV. I'm like, whoa, like what is going on?
Whoa. Who the fuck get HIV from the vaccine? I think that motherfucker already had HIV.
I just about to say, either they already had it, tried to cover it up, like, oh man, no, I was good. You know, they using that as an excuse, like, no, man, I was clean. I was clean before I went in. They gave me something. I bet you they gave you the clock too, you nasty.
That was a nigga that did that. That was a nigga that did that right there. Oh, basically. I went and got that vaccine. That's how I got the HIV.
Right, nigga, they gave me crabs. Like, hold up, nigga, crabs, nigga, what?
Hell no.
Nigga, you could see shit moving in the syringe if that was the case. But peep this though, Black Ryan. You know what I'm saying? They already gonna try to. New York not gonna be the only place to try to force the vaccine on you. Cause think about it. This how they gonna put it. This how they gonna do it though. They gonna be like, if you want to work this job, you have to be vaccinated. If your kids want to go to this school, they have to be vaccinated. Where they papers at? And that's how they gonna force it down you. And then you gonna start seeing them commercials. Yeah, before you leave the country, that too. I forgot about that one. That's one of the first ones they already, you know what I'm saying, put down. But they gonna try to do that. And Pete, bro, you gonna start seeing them commercials. It's gonna be 10 years later. If you have a family member that died, or if
you or anyone you know,
and they definitely gonna exactly, and it's definitely gonna say if anyone you know, because they gonna be in the die because they done fucking took the vaccine, the prototype, the earlier version. And then they're going to have one of them commercials and they be like, you could be compensated this much. Not knowing that they pay you a percentage what they already. You know what I'm saying?
They are going to have a class
but I already know how to.
Like, bro, I remember when Fin first came out, it was like the diet secret to America. Everybody jumped on that shit. I remember when Lay's potato chips changed their grease. And they was cooking with that old shit. Everybody jumped on that shit.
They was killing us?
Nigga, the potato chip grease was giving people oily discharge out their ass and shit like that. Like, Lay's was like, we just trying to have a fat-free chip, but it make you fart gas. Like, grease. You got grease. The chips ain't greasy,
He was
but
weighing them
your
motherfucking
drawers
turds out.
are. Man, oh, motherfucker, when Sweet and Low was first made out of saccharin, then motherfuckers like saccharin is making the rats that they tested on grow ears on their back and shit like that. So then they was like,
I seen something like that.
bro,
Yeah, I seen something like that on South Park where they was drawing like parts of your body, saying what part they can recreate, and doing the same thing with pigs, like pig hearts, and they try to make us seem like so closely related to the animals, like, you know what I'm saying? We could just grow something on another species, then attach it to your body and have it working like a normal body part.
yeah, that,
Well,
like,
remember they cloned that sheep. They cloned a sheep
Dolly.
because they were like, let's see if we can clone a human, and they cloned a sheep.
Yeah.
But that was
Dolly
Whatever
actually
happened?
died though.
that was the test.
Dolly is dead.
But bro, what's the life expectancy of a normal sheep? Like sheep ain't out here living long ass lives. Ain't like
you can't lie. But look, y'all can't forget the other animal that they cloned, Gucci Mane. They they cloned him too. So you know what I'm saying? You gotta come. He's still alive though. but back to the sheep though. That's kind of impressive though, to clone any living thing for that matter. To be honest,
bro.
Whatever happened to that sheep?
Dolly was the test to see could life be created from cloned cells. Once they figured out they could actually create life, bro, they've been doing that shit with meat. I think that Beyond Meat really got a little clone meat off in it. That's why it tastes like meat.
So they probably be like, well, technically, this is a clone. It's not real.
That's why it's Beyond Meat. It wasn't born. This meat was
right.
born in a lab.
Meat has to be born.
Well, they
I've heard about
growing pieces of meat in a laboratory, bro. The meat starts.
I've heard that like KFC does that. I've heard that KFC they grow these things that they're not really chickens. Like they don't have beaks. They're just this test tube yard bird that is not even like a real
parts.
Oh, like genetically modified, basically.
Right. It's like
you gotta be
process.
It went from when I was a kid. It went from milk does a body good to it was like a little known secret that Black people were lactose intolerant. By the time I got to be 18 years old, soy milk was a real thing, bro. And I'm like, ain't no titties on no soybean. Where the fuck is this milk coming from? And they was like, well, almond milk, G. Then they came out and said that 90% of all the soy grown in this country is genetically modified.
Plot twist for your ass, man.
So that means your soybeans, your soy milk, your soy food in your burgers, your soy sauce on your Chinese food, all that shit is genetically modified, G. And almond milk is basically almond flavored soy milk.
Ugh.
I could believe it, man. They've been telling us milk make our bones strong for years. I'm talking about commercials, everything. It makes your bones strong as hell. I wonder how much truth it was to that.
Absolutely none. Absolutely no truth whatsoever. All those ads were paid for by the dairy industry way back in the day, bro. That was advertising. That was a good sales pitch. It has calcium in it. It makes your bones strong.
That was a lie.
That was a whole ass lie, bro. Only thing milk is good for is baby cows, G. If you're not growing up to be a cow, milk ain't no good for you.
If you ain't sucking that motherfucker directly from the udder, it's not good for you.
If sucking it from the udder would kill you, you know that's how you're not supposed to be drinking that shit. Anybody wants to drink milk fresh out the cow titty would die, bro.
From my udder, it'll die instantly. First off, your teeth gonna fall out. It's gonna be a slow death too.
First of all, your breath gonna smell horrible because you are sucking Lord knows what off that titty. It's all kind of barn dirt.
I don't
It's
know
all
how they let
calf
you get that
spit
close.
on that motherfucker.
I would never.
All right.
You gotta
I don't know.
get way down low to get on a cow udder.
Hey, Cletus, are you going cow tipping? No, I'm going cow sipping.
Oh no.
I'll skip it.
And then, bro, like, if you was to fill up like a rubber glove with water and then, you know, tie the hand in a knot, that's what those motherfucking cow nipples feel like, bro. Like, that's a long ass nipple to have to put off in your mouth, G. Like,
You might as well suck a dick.
it's a much more sanitary process, I would say. At the very least. At the very least. At least you won't catch E. coli, goddamn.
If you gonna deep throat a udder, you might as well be gay, is all I'm saying.
You ain't gotta pasteurize that dick though, goddamn.
You won't get E. coli, but you might get diabetes.
Well, I thought all teenage boys have diabetes. I still suffer from it. It's not as bad as it was in high school, but I still suffer from diabetes. Somebody said that's why everybody has all of these foodborne allergies now. And I can kind of believe that, bro. Because like when I was coming up, like the weirdest thing you could be allergic to was like strawberries. There was no such thing as peanut butter would kill you as a kid, bro. When
you gotta sit at your own. You gotta sit at your own table.
Like so much so to where peanut butter is now considered contraband at most elementary schools, bro. If your child show up with a peanut butter sandwich at school, they would treat your baby like a school shooter, nigga. They would be
your
like,
baby going to juvenile.
that is attempted murder. Your baby came up here with a class 3 schedule 1 foreign substance.
Had it in the lunchbox.
Your baby had it on his fingers, touching other children in their face. Your baby a terrorist. He had natural peanut butter with the oil on it.
Oh, it's people that say allergic to
lunch money.
Black wine. It's people that say allergic.
You say what?
It's people that say allergic to outside. I can't be outside in the spring, the pollen, all this. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, them the same motherfuckers that had a note wrote every day in PE. What'd you say, Pat?
I said some kids coming home going, Mom, he robbed me at Jiff Point.
He had me at Jiff Point. Hell no. Mama, he said, chunky or creamy, bitch, which way I want it. And my whole life flashed before my eyes.
So is we streaming live on YouTube?
He had a pack of peanuts.
Yes. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and make the formal introductions. Let's get that part out of the way.
Black man, why was I thinking the same thing? I'm like, we showed you jump right into talking.
Yeah, we jump right in the show. Fuck the people that's listening. Hey, y'all. Welcome to a late edition of We Be Talking. It is the Open Talk safe space forum for people like-minded like myself, comedians, entertainers, extraordinaire, all-around winners, bosses, entrepreneurs, people that don't suck in life, typically enjoy this program. And on tonight's program, I have joining us a little bit of East and a little bit of West Coast. See, these are people that fuck with me. People that fuck with me regardless of time zone. All the way from California, originally from Texas, my dog. We have been doing this comedy thing together for years. One of the first people I ever went on the road with, my boy, make some noise for my dog, Pat Puckett in the motherfucking
What's
video.
what? I'm in Florida right now.
Matter of fact,
I'm in Key West, Florida right now.
Where you at?
I'm in Key West, Florida right now.
What the fuck are you doing in ground zero of Corona land?
So my mom died in October, and she left the house. She left the house. I'm writing a book about it. The whole situation is fucking weird. So I'm selling the house, and I have to split it. She had other kids from other people, and so I got to sell the house to split the money. But while I'm probating the house, I'm like, why am I going to spend all this money in rent in LA when I got a perfectly good house I can live in Florida? and comedy clubs are open here. So I'm dealing with the house and all this. I needed a day to kind of be by myself and collect my thoughts. So I'm like, I've never been to Key West. I heard it was amazing. So I drove down just to spend the day, and a comedy club just opened here. And I just happened to walk by it. And I was like, oh, I'm a comic. And they're like, oh, cool. We'll come do 5 minutes. And so I did 5 minutes, and they're like, okay, here's the keys to the comedy condo. Come back tomorrow night.
The keys?
Yep, they gave me the keys to the comedy condo, and they're like, just stay tonight and just do a show tomorrow night too.
Man, sometimes
And I didn't even know there was.
tragedy
I didn't even know there was
happens to bring forth a triumph, bro. I would never
Yep.
wish anybody losing their mama under any circumstances, but before
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird story.
For it to have
I'll be in Florida.
a good resolution like that, bro, is quite a good thing, bro. You know, we know about them comedy condos all the way down in the Rio Grande Valley. We know about them goddamn comedy condos.
We know about drug cartel mansions and hotel rooms that if you pay for it tonight, I'll pay you back tomorrow.
Man, I'm talking about don't even lie.
And
don't tell
and air mattresses and
women selling coochie that you ain't even offer. Man, I'll never forget. We was in the comedy condo one time. We down in the Rio Grande Valley, and they had a next door neighbor dude that stayed like 2 doors down at the comedy condo. And we just in there chilling, bro. And this motherfucker just let himself in to the fucking comedy condo. Just walk in that bitch with a bitch, just chilling. Like, oh shit, y'all in here this week? Where y'all from? Oh no, I'm Anthony. I stayed 2 doors down. Everybody know me off in here. We went over Anthony's house for an after party after the show. Anthony had like, his house was out like, it looked like something out of a bad porno movie, bro. Like he had like
a bad porno movie,
bro. Like you know when you walk in, like one of the porno movies where you walk in and the music goes.
Oh, it was one of those with a soundtrack in the background. It was vintage porn.
Bro, he had one of them chairs with no arms that spin and shit. You just want to get your ass off in the chair and do a little cocaine, like one of them goddamn. I'm sorry for your loss, Patrick. Alan.
Thank you.
Condolences. Hell yeah, bro. How far is Key West from Miami?
I am about an hour or 2 away from Miami. I'm at the most southern part of the United States that you can be. I'm literally 90 miles from Cuba.
Right. Yeah, my mama was stationed in Key West when she was in the Coast Guard. So she was like, yeah, that's like, it's not even really Florida. It's a whole bunch of water in between y'all and shit.
You can swim to Cuba from where you at, can't you?
Yeah, it'll take about 3 hours.
I mean, I can't swim from Cuba, but a person could probably swim.
It's a 90-minute boat ride. Goddamn it. Tip of Cuba to the tip of America. That's the part where they catch everybody on the rafts and shit, just floating.
But you know they had like some type of law where if somebody swam from Cuba over to Miami, they get free citizenship or some shit like that. Because of war back in the day or something like that.
Yeah, because we had an embargo in place with Cuba, we had no extradition and no border agreement with them. So if you were to make it through all that open, choppy, shark-infested ass water and make your ass onto American shores, well then, goddamn it, you can stay.
Dude, I got out of LA just in time. That city is locked all the way down.
Yeah, LA looking like the opening to fucking I Am Legend. Remember when Will Smith was getting his wife and his daughter out of there and everything? He was like, I'll be on the next train. And he never caught the next train type shit.
Yeah.
Hey man, if you woke up in an I Am Legend 28 days later, Walking Dead, zombie land type situation, where it's you and the natural world, like the wilderness has started to take over big cities. Think about how Times Square looked in that movie. They had like a fucking deer walking through the streets of New York, grass, trees growing up out of the skyscrapers, a whole fucking mountain lion ate the deer in the middle of the street, like his ass wasn't no fucking lion. Like they wasn't in New York City. Imagine if you woke up in that type of scenario, bro. Would you survive? Would you die? Would you thrive? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
And
that basically happened. There were a lot of cities that happened in where because there was no people, wildlife just started walking towns. It happened in Australia. It happened in Europe. It happened in LA. All of the coyotes that live up in the hills all started. Things been happening since COVID shut down. All can take back over, and there have been animals just everywhere.
shit,
yeah, it
the
happened in
coyote-
New York
the
too.
coyote-
All the rats.
Mm-hmm.
You said the rats took over New York, Reggie?
Yeah, like when the city shut down, the rats been tripled because there wasn't nobody like occupying the subway, so all the rats was just coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, the people gone. We can come out now, y'all. And they just started
I had
swarming
a
the street.
fucking orgy, bro. And New York rats are like, everybody see I got a regular human sized head. Them rats be like that much longer than my fucking face.
Look,
Like,
you know the rat too big when you can see under the rat's stomach.
bro, like you know the rat too big when you can hear their feet.
Because they be galloping.
Like normal rats scurry. These motherfuckers gallop. I didn't know rats had kneecaps until I went to New York. These rats got kneecaps, bro.
I'm dead. He say I ain't know they had kneecaps. I done
seen
heard
a
it
rat
all.
with pockets. This nigga had pockets, bro. This nigga, it was a rat. This nigga took off running, and before he got to the edge, because this the cold part. Like normally you would think jumping off the edge of the platform down and onto the rails is automatic death. Every movie
Knowing a potential train could come at any moment and run your ass over.
Bro, you see the lights coming down the tunnel. The thing says there's a so-and-so train approaching in 2 minutes. Like you see that motherfucker coming, bro. And every movie that has ever showed the subway in New York tells you don't touch the third rail. That hoe is electrified. It will kill you instantly. Everybody knows this.
Oh, yep. The rat sleep on the rail.
Bro, I saw a rat dive off the platform, land onto the third rail, and run down that motherfucker towards the headlights of the train that was coming up against it. And I didn't hear no screech or no squeal or no sound of death as a 18-ton train rolled over his ass. Motherfucker had hit wherever he was going and shit before the train got there, bro. I got the 51st Street station. I used to have that shit on my phone.
For one, if the train would have had a dent in it, but them know how to maneuver through that city, bro, without any harm being ever done to them.
Bro, when the train pull up to the platform, there's literally like maybe that much space in between the train and the platform. Like there's very little, because like there's not enough room for like a heel of a shoe to get caught in or for you to trip over. Like the train pull up next to the fucking platform, bro. And I saw a rat run, and I thought that motherfucker was gonna run onto the train. No, that motherfucker ran up to the train and hit that little space in between the platform and the train and slid down. Cause you know a rat can smush itself down to like a sheet of paper.
You know what? You know where it's got a lot of rats, and I didn't know that there was as many rats. The Comedy Store. You know when you pull into the parking lot, there's that wall that's just all ivy. There are hundreds of rats living in that ivy.
You bullshit.
I'm dead serious. Next time you're in LA, when you go to that back parking lot, shake.
You talking about where you gotta pay for parking it?
Well,
back there where they don't let nobody but regulars park.
Yeah.
Oh.
That ivy that's all along that wall, you just see them. Just one will pop out and go back in, another one pop out. And I was talking to one of the door guys, and he goes, yeah, there's rats full of them. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, watch. And he took the dumpster and he just slammed the ivy, and you just see just dozens and dozens of rats just running out of it and then back into it. LA is
that shit'll make my
rats.
fucking flesh crawl, bro. Hell no.
LA is infested with rats, but because there's so much ivy and brush, you don't see them. That's why, like coyotes come down because that's why you get like coyotes and snakes and shit in like the middle of West Hollywood.
All down
because they're looking,
and shit.
yeah, they're looking for, you know, rabbits and rats and people's dog and stray cats and shit like that. That's why they come down out of the hills at night to
I
feed.
low-key always wanted a pet rat.
Come on, man, get your being ass on somewhere.
Bro, rats are actually smarter than dogs.
Says who, bro? Like,
Man, look, Wikipedia.
did they? Okay, so did they give a rat and a dog the same standardized test, and the rat just outperformed the dog like leaps and bounds?
Yeah, bro, rat's
No.
smart, dude. You see that
No
mother
rat
jump in
left
front of a
behind.
train and survive? What that tell you?
That tells me that motherfucker probably live in between the tracks. But they say pigs are smarter than dogs, and people ain't quit eating pork.
They don't
Right.
even get a pig time long enough to live to see their true potential. That's why.
Yeah, pig like I could have been a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Yeah, get your delicious ass in this
Get your
goddamn
ass, look,
thing.
get your ass on this pizza.
Gonna snatch your lips off,
When they-
snatch your skin off. Goddamn me.
When they start having seeing eye rats, then maybe.
This is my emotional support rat. Motherfucker at the airport with a purse with a rat in it. Goddamn.
Right, and then you gotta sit right next to it because it's in the middle seat. It's in the B seat. You in C, the other person in A, rat in B.
Excuse me, miss. Your rat. Yeah, he keep
Hey,
off into my snack meats.
Ryan, could you imagine somebody saying, "Look, he don't bite. Don't worry."
He got a mask on. Chill. Don't you see his little mask on?
Be like, my blind uncle got a seeing eye rat. He only walks through alleys now, but this seeing eye rat.
My boy got a seeing eye rat. He keeps sliding them up under doors and shit, but he getting places.
He only walks through the alleyways. He's not on main streets. He's only in the alleyways.
Pulled that motherfucker into a hole in the wall the other day, but you know. Hey, y'all remember when Jerry was tired of Tom shit? So he wrote a letter to his cousin. His cousin.
You talking about Jerry the mouse?
Yeah, on Tom and Jerry.
Oh, the big ass mouse.
He came through with the muscles. I think my nickname was Muscles. He come through there. He had the hat with the mustache, and he had the shirt. He had just a long shirt on, no pants.
Right.
Ass. Now look here, cat. Let me tell you how it's gonna be. All right.
Right. He roll his fur up and get the whooping ass.
Hey, that was the funniest shit on cartoons, bro. When they would take their fur and roll it up, and it'd be a naked ass arm with like a couple of hairs coming out
like
of it.
Damn, nigga. Like damn, he got a sweater on.
Motherfucker roll this shit up. He have a glove on and shit. Like Bugs Bunny used to do that shit a lot. He would roll his fur up.
Oh yeah.
You know, I wrote a cartoon from Wile E. Coyote's perspective one time.
Who's the coyote. They chase the meat the road runner.
Right. So the premise basically is that's a different road runner every episode, my nigga. Road runners are just incredibly intelligent. But he be eating the shit out these road runners out here, bro. Nobody would continue to chase road runners if you was that unsuccessful. You would find something else to eat in the fucking desert. You would not keep on, because first of all, where's he getting all this money from to order shit from Acme? He could just order Postmates.
hey, that motherfucker Coyote had a TNT bomb every episode, like my nigga.
Hey, bro, Acme, clearly there was no Yelp back then because Acme was sending him shit that was like fucking up, breaking down. I remember Amazon used that as one of their cartoons one time. Like, cuz ordered some shit from Acme and it was fucking up. So then he went and ordered some shit from Amazon and it had him just right. But
they would sneak this, man.
Y'all remember when he ordered the rocket skates? Y'all remember when he ordered the rocket skates like a motherfucker and here come the road runner? Me. Cuz lit his skates. He was just stepping his shit, didn't do nothing.
And then even when he get close, that motherfucking road runner go through that black tunnel. As soon as he get there, he smack dead.
Train coming through that bitch. Truck coming through that bitch. He running to that hole, and it's just a black dot painted on the rock. Oh, he'll fall. Oh, the best part was he'd take off running, and all of a sudden, for some reason, he on a cliff, and they'll run way past the cliff. Like he done ran steps off the cliff. And he look around, and it ain't no ground or nothing, and cuz just hold a sign up like,
right, I'm going down.
I remember one time rock fell on his ass, bah! And the rock came up off of him.
What's that little metal thing?
The accordion middle.
Oh yeah. He gets a bouncing up. What was that other little metal thing that used to fall on them though? What's that thing called? The little metal thing? It's called a what?
An anvil.
Oh, anvil.
An anvil. What are those used for? I just always wondered.
Used for blacksmith.
Yeah.
Used for what?
Blacksmithing.
Like when they making swords and shit or anything made out of metal, when they pull it out of the crucible, it's just that hot piece of metal. What they sit it on is an anvil, and then they take a hammer and beat it to whatever shape they take the metal out to. So an anvil is like basically an impenetrable piece of iron.
Oh, okay. I always wondered what that thing was used for.
If an anvil following you in real life, it's sudden death. Like it'll crush your head down into your chest. Like if an anvil following you from any height, like motherfucker could drop an anvil on you from a foot above you and it's gonna kill you. That shit is like 200 pounds of solid iron.
Your neck gonna be like this.
Man, you know what I always wondered about cartoons, a couple of them, the backstory on the cartoon didn't make sense.
Like the origin of the characters?
The origin of like the reason for the cartoon even being in existence. Like take for example, Scooby-Doo. These are just some teenagers, not quite college age teenagers, but they college age. You can look at these kids and tell that they supposed to be adults because they are driving around with no adult supervision. Ain't nobody had to call in and check in on their mama, check in with their mama. Like, and this show came out in the 60s and 70s, bro. You got two young unmarried women in a van with two dudes and a dog just pulling up on random mansions, letting themselves in because it's dark and that whole empty. These white kids was pulling home invasion. Then you got this one white boy, he high as shit. He's so high.
Shaggy.
And his dog.
Shaggy was definitely high. The Scooby snacks was definitely edibles. I'm convinced.
Bro,
edibles.
They would get high as shit in the back of that van. That's why every time they got out the van, him and Scooby was on a snack mission. And they would always make like a really stupid tall ass sandwich with like links hanging off that
with everything.
First, who told you can go off and eat people's refrigerator like that?
I feel bad for who was the nerdy girl, Velma?
Velma. First of all, if you go back and look at Velma, Velma was way finer than Daphne. Titties,
Velma was definitely thick under that little orange shirt, like woo.
But I feel bad for her. Like it's two guys, it's two girls, but of course the hot couple they linked up. But the only other dude for her to get any play from has got some weird relationship with his dog, and she's just like kind of by herself. Like really, I can't get any play from anybody. Nobody's bothering me. Nobody. All right, I guess I'll read it. I guess I'll read a book. College,
it's always a bunch of smart, sexy, nerdy girls kicking it with the weed head, like space cadet ass boys that go to school. I remember motherfuckers like that. Like all you do is sit in your dorm and get high all day. excuse me, then there's a whole bunch of thick ass little sexy nerds.
The
That's
nerds be
always
the
been my
freaks,
speed,
man.
bro. The
I
freak
love the nerd. Yes, the freak,
nerd, bro.
the most open-minded. Oh my God.
Bro, this one time at band camp type chicks.
Right. She let you put your thumb anywhere.
I'm talking about she got glasses on and she wear her hair either up or just regular plain ass down.
You can smell the shea butter. Woo, boy. The melanin. Oh, the woke starter pack. Come here. She got the incense burning.
Jeans, so you ain't really know what she was working with. Or she
Oh,
got
man.
hooping shorts and some shit, nigga. She come up out them clothes, you be like, man, god damn.
Dude,
Straight
pastor's
vibe.
daughters. Pastor's daughters.
Oh boy,
Wow.
who you talking to?
I mean, come on.
Who you
Pastor's
talking
daughters. Wow.
Preachers' kids and teachers' kids are the worst, freakiest, and they always say everybody else that's hanging around them is the bad influence. No, motherfucker.
Nah.
Your child is the bad
Nah,
influence.
they been, man, when you hold, they been holding them back so long, man. When they finally get a taste for it, they go crazy.
Oh, they freak out, bro.
You ain't letting them live their life.
I'm talking about no sooner than they go 8 hours out of their mama's house. They freak the fuck out. Like, everybody knows that first week of college, it's always that one girl that gets pregnant during welcome week, bro. Like, bitch, classes ain't even started yet, and you already nutted in. God damn. Your mama and them just, you ain't even unpacked your room yet. You still got a care package. Can you? Okay, to all the young women out there fucking in college, don't stop doing what you're doing, all right? But can you at least wait until all of the food that you came to school with is gone before you start letting dudes fuck you raw?
They getting cracking. They getting it cracking too early. You saying?
Bro, I'm talking about, bitch. You still, come on. You remember when you first moved to school, bro? Like, your whole shit is organized. Your room clean. You still got snacks of all type of varieties and shit. Juices.
See, I actually don't know. I went to community college.
Oh no, ain't no dorms at community college. If they got dorms at your community college, that's Job Corps. So the theme of tonight, y'all, actually, I don't know if you could tell based off of the music playing in the background. The theme of tonight's program is, and this Christmas will be blank. What the fuck is this Christmas gonna look like? For
No,
those,
that's right. That's right. This Christmas will be blank. That's
right.
accurate as fuck. This Christmas will be blank.
Under that Christmas tree gonna be blank too. It's gonna be a.
I'm drawing a blank this Christmas, goddamn. Like, there are a lot of people that are really into the holidays, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are people that look forward to this time of year all year round. There are people that when 2020 first started and Corona first started, they were like I remember when Corona first came out, they told us 2 weeks and we was gonna be back to normal. We're gonna shut this shit down for about 2 weeks and we'll be good, y'all. And here we are, damn near 10 months later, and the shit is still, like, everybody that's a Pisces to a Capricorn all said to ourselves, this shit gonna be gone by my birthday. And we spent our birthday corona'd up this year. So there were some people that were like, at least I got Thanksgiving, at least I got Christmas. Thanksgiving just passed, and it was a quarantine Thanksgiving. This year is going to be a quarantine Christmas, which means it's going to be a quarantine New Year's. You know what I'm saying? So that means that there's not going to be any Times Square New Year's ball drop.
But they're setting up for it. My friends in New York are showing me pictures. They're setting up for it.
Oh, for the ball dropping?
How you going to have a social distance ball drop, bro?
I don't know.
Dude, they're gonna drop the virus.
Ball gonna drop and spray Lysol on everybody. 3, 2, One, happy. Psst. And you're gonna spray vaccine on everybody. You got
Yeah.
it.
Right.
The ball drops and just explodes and just vaccine everywhere.
It's just pink gas.
They just it's just a bunch of syringes in there, and it's just gonna shoot out.
Motherfucker, just hit everybody with a needle.
It's gonna be like, yep, it's gonna be like the Joker parade from the first Batman. Just all those big ass balloons
it's just
spraying.
blowing up. Yeah.
Jack Nicholson dancing down the street.
Everybody knows that during the holiday season, it's suicide season.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great segue from Batman into the Suicide Squad. And the holidays is really known as suicide season. There are more people that take their own lives during this holiday season than during the rest of the year combined.
People really trying not to buy them presents.
Yeah, especially if you bought somebody something real good, then they kill themselves. Like, God damn, bro, I got you the PS5. Usually, we used to say, black people used to have the claim to fame that at least suicide was some white folks shit. That was not some shit that black folks did. We did not kill ourselves. But
right.
Good old equality.
But I think there's some truth to that, but I think it's how we kill ourselves. Black people is not hanging themselves. I don't give a fuck how much you want to kill yourself. We is not finna put no rope. That's too much work.
Your
Nigga,
ancestors will come slap the shit out you.
Right. Like, you gonna have to switch up the game plan or something, man. Like, nah, you gotta, if I'm gonna kill myself, I'm jumping off a building or something like that. Or
no,
I'm not
I've actually thought about it because I'm a narcissist. So I was like, if I was to kill myself, in which way would I do it? And it have to be something that kills me really, really good, really, really fast. Like a ray gun to the head type shit.
A ray gun.
Yeah, bro. Like I can't jump off of nothing. Damn sure can't dive off of nothing. I'm not finna drink nothing that I know gonna kill me. I can't cut my goddamn self. So like, and then when you shoot yourself, that's not 100%. You know what I'm saying? I know of a few people that have shot themselves and lived through that.
Right.
So I'm the dumbass that ate my gun and the bullet went out my neck instead of out the base of my skull. So
right, and now you can't talk and you alive.
There was a lady I know in LA that was telling me about her uncle. Her uncle shot himself. But like you said, the caliber, he used a small caliber bullet, and the way he shot himself, it went right through the separation, where the brain
his nasal
that
cavity.
little valley between the side of the brain.
Yeah.
Right. It went right through and he didn't die. So they had him on life support, and the doctors were asking her mom, like, do we want to take your brother off life support? And she said, well, I was trying not to laugh in her face while she was explaining it. She's like, my mom was trying to figure out, like, what he would have wanted. I'm like, he shot himself.
He shot himself.
If that doesn't tell you, what he wanted.
Like,
you no longer have a motherfucker.
Would he want to be taken off life support? He tried to take himself off life.
Fuck the support. He didn't need his own support. Goddamn me.
What did he want? I do not believe.
That's like a motherfucker holding their breath to death.
Yeah, it's tricky. Some of those methods, like taking pills or whatever, it's not guaranteed that it's going to happen.
I can be honest, man. I can see why some people commit suicide. I can see why. Well,
okay, so here's a confession. So I think there's two types of people that have suicide. I think that it's either one, it's a situational thing where your life goes to shit and you don't know how to cope and you don't know how to face it, and so you end it, right? Then there's that other thing where I think it chases you. Like you have Anthony Bourdain, who's sitting on top of the world. He has the best job on the planet, and out of nowhere, he hung himself. I think, like, there's a lot of mental health issues in my family. I have tons of mental health issues, and there are moments where life is great, and it just this voice in my head, like, you know, if you're going to kill yourself, now would be a good time where you have a good legacy. Like, it's always something that's in the back of my brain that it's just.
I mean,
it's
you're gonna
like,
go out on top.
Yeah, or it'll show up at any moment. It's been like that since I was 12. That if the things are really bad, it's like, all right, it's not going to get good. You're a fuck up. It's always going to be like this. End it. Or if it's really good, I can't enjoy it because there's that moment of, okay, this is where to go out. Like you know, put up a good post on Facebook and then do, like, you know what I mean? It's
write a deep
there.
ass outgoing message.
Right.
And get it over with.
Yeah, like make sure you update your stories. And
put a good picture of yourself up, because that's gonna be the last one that everybody uses.
Right. You know, like cue in, like do a video with Sarah McLachlan and then cut it. But it's just something that has always been there. Like it's like gnats around my head, where in the middle of something, it'll be like, okay, like there have been days where I've spent 2 or 3 days in bed, and it's like I can't get out of bed because if I get out of bed, there's way too many ways in this apartment where I can kill myself. So I just have to lay here in bed. And by the time I finally get out of bed, I haven't eaten in 3 days. I haven't, like, I'm too weak to get out of bed. And I have to have somebody come in, like the last time was when I was married, and she had to literally pull me out of bed. She had to lift me up. She had to she poured water in my face. She had to pull me out of bed because by the time it had been like 2 or 3 days, I hadn't moved at all. I hadn't gone to go to the bathroom, haven't eaten, haven't drank, and I was like, I'm afraid to get out of bed. And so it has to, like, it's something. I think that's the other side of it. I think sometimes it's not a situational, I can't face this thing. I think sometimes it's a glitch in your brain and it chases you. And I think more and more with a lot of people, it's a lot of people just don't know how to cope. There are a lot of people that have grown up in the everybody get the trophy society, that they don't know how to take the L's. That's that's one thing. That's one thing about the Black community that I've always admired is there's so much they know how to take the L's and figure out a way. They know how to figure it out. That's one of the things that's one of the things I love about.
One of the things that I hate about us is our resilience, because of our resilience, it allows us to take more off of a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like we put up with more shit because there's always our parents and our ancestors around to be like, man, that ain't shit. Let me tell you what the fuck I was going through and what the fuck I was putting up with. You'd be like, yeah, but that was fucked up too. But this is also fucked up. Like, it's less fucked up than what you went through, but it's still very much so fucked up.
Right.
But that's
there's a difference between
like, we were so resilient that we never gave credence to mental instability in the Black community. It was like, shut up, motherfucker. We going through enough shit. And you sitting there talking about you are your own worst enemy. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You gonna kill your goddamn self? Police doing that.
We are products of our environment and stuff like that. So we cut like really from a different cloth. So a lot of stuff that we endured, like when you come from like, you know what I'm saying, certain parts of the world that's, you know what I'm saying, like poverty and stuff, things like that. And then you actually reach to like, that's just something to show you that money don't really equate to happiness, because you have all this success in your life, is money, but you're unhappy. And then when something goes wrong, you don't really know how to handle it. So, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes people turn to, you know, taking their own life. And like us, we had nothing before, but we know how to come from nothing to get something. We know how to elevate. We know what to do when we take like certain L's. We know how to adapt in like certain situations. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, it's hard for the rich to adapt to the poor. And when the poor adapt to, you know what I'm saying, being rich, it's nothing for them to like, if they was to revert back, for them to, you know what I'm saying, go back to being rich, or you know what I'm saying, just change it with whatever environment they in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being able to take a loss and keep moving is a big asset in life. That it was so funny. I was living in LA in 2008 when the first recession, credit crunch crisis was going on, and watching these people that were driving around in BMWs and you know, thumbing their nose at people, all of a sudden they're on the bus, and just how out of pocket and how uncomfortable they looked, because they didn't know, like they were like, it was just such a panic. And I was like, I'm still making X amount of dollars an hour. I'm still taking the bus to work. I'm still, you know, all night, like I'm still got 12 roommates. Like my life didn't change at all. So
well, that's because your totality wasn't surmised by your house and your car.
Yeah, well,
like,
I didn't have shit.
A lot of motherfuckers, like all they are is their job title, their car, their house. So when they come up to girls, that's the first thing that they announce is what they do for a living, what they drive, where they live. So if all of that ceases to be true, then who they are ceases to exist. So then it gives perfect leeway for their actual existence to cease to exist. Because if you are no longer the person that you thought you were, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
So like, I get depression. I totally understand that as a concept. It's the move to the end stage that Black people, quite frankly, weren't afforded until here late. And I think that gentrification and that great American dream is why there are now Black people killing themselves. These are the same Black people that are moving out to the suburbs. These are the same Black people that grew up playing on teams where everybody get a trophy and we don't keep score no more. These are the same motherfuckers that
we are winners.
Yeah, that went to school where verbal bullying got you kicked out of school and sent to alternative school, where fighting got you kicked out of school, whether you started to fight or whether you were protecting yourself. You know what I'm saying? So you grow up with all of these, for lack of a better phrase, punk ass raising. And now a motherfucker get to be an adult and you see how they're ill-equipped to handle the smallest challenges in life.
Right.
Like if motherfuckers would have grew up.
But could I ask you something, Black Ryan? Is that really their fault?
No, how a person is raised is not their fault at all. You got to blame the motherfucker that raised them. So,
how's that? Is that raising them? Is that technically raising them wrong? Like a silver spoon? Is that raising them wrong?
Absolutely. Any wealthy person would tell you they made a mistake when they raised their child in a lap of luxury, giving their kid everything that they want without them ever having to work for it, or without them ever hearing the words no or not right now.
I think that the way you're raised, I think that that whole it's not your fault how you're raised, I give you until your mid-30s. You have grace period with me. Until your mid-30s, okay. But if you're getting close, if you're getting close to 40 and you haven't made a decision to pivot from that, then that's on you.
I'm gonna give a motherfucker to 25.
I'm about to say you too far gone at 30 for real.
Well, but I didn't really a lot of my dealing with the way I was raised, I didn't really was aware of it or notice it from 30 to 35, and I wasn't mature enough. From 30 to 35 is when I noticed it and I was mature enough to try and deal with it. In my 20s, I was drinking it away.
Okay.
In my 20s, I was fucking and drinking, and I'm independent and I'm free and I'm out of that house and I'm my own man. And it wasn't until 30 to 35 I was like, okay, wait a minute. I need to figure out why I'm in these circles, why I'm in these cycles. And now that I'm 40, I know myself. I don't really know myself 100%, but I know who I am, and I'm comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with, okay, this is who I am. Oh, some of it's weird, but I earned every gray hair I have. This is who I am, and I'm okay with it. And if you're not, I don't give a fuck.
It's the ability to say, if you don't like me like this, fuck you, because that means that you spent the previous 39 years saying, if you don't like me like this, what can I do to change to make you like me better? And when you get to that resolve where you say, well, you know what, bro, if you don't like me like this, fuck you, because this is what it is. That it's the same concept when women say, if you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
At my best.
It's the same motherfucking concept, bro. Quite frankly, I know this is gonna sound sexist, but fuck it. Men were not afforded the luxury of mental instability.
Oh no, not at all.
Motherfucker had to be sheep shit crazy for his mental instability to be recognized, because as a man,
it's hard for us to
crazy, but go your crazy ass to work, bro. Whereas there were women got hospitalized for shit like hysteria, exhaustion, night terrors, shit like that. Like, as a man, bro, go your bitch ass back to sleep, because you got to get your scary ass up and go to work in the morning.
And don't let you try to vent none of your problems. If you don't be a man, if you don't man up, it's like, wow. And then again, what is a man in society eyes? What is a man? I need you to be a man. What is a man? Like, how you gonna tell me how to be a man? Like, and your father wasn't even in your life, so you can't tell me how to be a man.
Be a ghost.
Be a ghost, right? So it's the same way I can't tell you how to be a woman. I can't be like, be a woman and vacuum this floor or cook me something to eat. Be a woman. I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. You can't tell me how to be a man, because I am who I am. And it's like in certain instances when us men, when we decide to vent, us venting is used as ammunition for especially, you know what I'm saying, if you in like a relationship and then you and your girl get into it, then she says some shit to hurt your feelings. Because, man, we get our feelings hurt. We just don't say we get our feelings hurt.
Right now, bro, I'm so glad you brought up feelings, because when I say this next piece to women all the time, they argue with me at first, and then they be like, okay, I see what you're saying. For a man, bro, it seems like all of the best attributes that describe human character are attributed to being a man. And women are also attributed with their strength, but then everything that's bad about human emotion, it's perfectly fine for a woman to experience. For example, the house is on fire. Everybody afraid. Who's supposed to get the level head and be like, okay, I got it. We're going to get us out this way. The man. And if the woman should do such a great feat, then that's enough to be heralded, get wrote up in the paper. If the man do it, that's just what the fuck he was supposed to do. If he let his fear take over him, if he be human in that situation and be afraid, well, now he's a bitch ass. Now he bitched out.
Right, and all that stuff depend on your personality. Maybe that nigga wasn't no hero. Maybe you the hero. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to be a queen. Stop trying to be a queen all the time. Be an Amazon. Be a warrior. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if it's in your blood, then do it. Everybody, like, it's some women that beat up their man. You know what I'm saying? There's men out here that's scared.
Women can say, I'm just not in the mood. I'm just not feeling it. I'm just having a really bad day today. And that's perfect. That's a perfect logical explanation as to why they are underperforming. I'm just not feeling myself today. A man could never say that. Bro, you better snap the fuck out of it.
Right. You don't have no period.
What you say, Pat?
my last marriage, Black Ron knows this because, you know, he saw it firsthand. We went through the same things together. We went through, are you remodeling your house right now? All right. We went through the same
sub basement. I got better reception in the sub basement.
we went through the same trauma. We went through together. We had the same mental issues. We had the same depression issues. We had all these same things, but I have responsibilities because I'm married. So I don't get to lay in bed for weeks at a time and be depressed. I got to get up because I got responsibilities. I'm the man. So,
right.
You know, there were things I never really dealt with because, well, you have to take care of her. And so I would always push my pain and trauma and grief to the side because I had to take care of her. And it's kind of like, well, she beat me to it. So now, like, it was just like, oh, I want to be depressed. I want to be depressed, but we both can't lay here because we're going to be evicted. So you beat me to it. And it caused a lot of trauma because I was carrying all this stuff that I hadn't dealt with, but I couldn't deal with it. I could not deal with it because I had to take care of her. I had to deal with her. And well, you know, she was the patient. And I spent a lot of time just kind of helping her through those things and ignoring my own. And then it just snapped. It got to a point where I just fell apart for a while. And there was no putting me together because it hadn't been dealt with. And that vulnerability that, you know, let your wall down, let me in, be vulnerable. And then when it happened, it was all of a sudden,
and I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion saying that women don't have breakdowns, that they don't take a whole lot on themselves, and then they get to a point where they can't take no more, and they snap under the weight of all that pressure. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that when they snap under the pressure, society is much more forgiving for that break, for that breakdown, for that snap. You know what I'm saying? For a man to even admit that he has mental instability, insecurity, mental issues, for him to say that he's affected by any of that automatically makes him be looked at as
less of a man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the whole reason why we're in 2020 saying, no, it's okay, men, to go seek medical professional help for your mental issues. That it's okay for you to acknowledge the fact that men have feelings, and that those feelings are formulated when you are a young boy, and that everything that happens to you as you grow makes you into the man that you are now. And a lot of us have unresolved issues from our childhood that are repressed, that we need to unpack. And every time we get into a relationship with a woman, like you said earlier, Reggie, our vulnerability gets weaponized against us. You know what I'm saying? You pillow talk with your woman and tell her about some shit that happened in your childhood, some shit that happened in your youth, some shit that happened to create you into the person that you are now. And then all of a sudden when y'all break up, well, that's ammo.
Vindictive, bitterness, you know what I'm saying? And just like you said earlier, when you said when you talk about the college girls, at least eat all your food, wait till the food done before you know what I'm saying, you start all early and shit. Same thing like we say about like when you start getting in a relationship, like let me unpack when I'm ready to unpack. Don't rush me into like unpacking, like why you don't tell me this, why you I'm stealing myself to you, and I feel like, you know, you just a shell or a wall. It's like you gotta it gotta be gradual, it gotta be over time. I gotta know that you worth, you know what I'm saying, I gotta trust you with this information that I'm about to give you. You know what I'm saying? Because even then, even if I tell you later on down the road, you can still weaponize and use it against me. But you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure like a person who I tell like certain information to, I want to know that's someone I'm gonna be with for at least, you know what I'm saying, long term, and not just, you know what I'm saying, something that lasts like a few months down the line, and I didn't spill to you all my feelings and this, that, and the third, and now you using this to, you know what I'm saying, target me to be bitter and stuff like that. So
it's a double-edged sword, bro. Yes, we're raising more emotionally well-rounded individuals by allowing our young boys to express themselves emotionally. but we're also raising a generation of people that can't take anything. It's like, damn, y'all can't deal with shit, bro, because somebody has always been around to kiss your boo-boo and cry with you, bro. Like, whereas we came up in the rub some dirt on it generation. And the rub some dirt on it generation, you can't rub no dirt on a broken bone, but that shit is perfectly well for a superficial cut. And I believe that the problem is both of them are the extremes on the spectrum. You got motherfuckers trying to rub some dirt on a broken bone, and you also got some motherfuckers trying to go into 8 hours of surgery for a paper cut. It's like, bruh, somewhere in there exists a happy medium where you got to be able to cast that small shit to the side, rub some dirt on that small shit, but also be smart enough to seek medical help, when there's something big, when there's a big issue like a broken bone or a cut that won't stop bleeding. You know what I'm saying?
So would you agree that some issues that may be small to you may be big to others?
Well,
You feel like that's minimalized?
$100 is $100. It just is $100. But based off where you are in your life, that $100 means two totally different things. To a homeless man, that $100 means everything. Yeah. To a millionaire, that $100 means literally nothing.
Yeah.
Another like there was some to add to that point. There were some people that on a podcast app that I'm on that they had expressed the podcast they were struggling. They didn't need to feed their kids. They were working, and I threw them $20. Living in LA, $20 ain't shit. Living in LA, it cost me $100 to wake up in the morning. But I gave them $20, and they live in Georgia, and you would have thought I gave them $200. So it depends, that $100. It depends on where you are in life too. So sometimes $100 seems like it's more depending on where you are. In LA, $100 is nothing. That's not going to get you very far. But in Savannah, Georgia, that's a week's pay.
You know what I'm saying? So also, you got to look at what a person is going through and what a person is used to, what a person is accustomed to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if you ain't never been outside of your city before, a Greyhound trip is exciting. If you grew up living overseas or your family taking trips out of the country, you know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, a first class flight is impressive to a motherfucker that ain't flew nothing but Southwest and Spirit their whole life. A first class flight ain't shit to a motherfucker that has flown private their whole life. So you got to look at what a motherfucker is accustomed to versus what they're going through. All you have is a flight. You can't let a motherfucker that's used to flying private shit on your commercial airline ticket. Nor can you let a motherfucker who has only been on Greyhound their whole life make you feel like you somehow out of touch by having an airline ticket. You got to do what works best for you, bro. That's why I think even when I get money, I'm still gonna fly commercial and I'm gonna fly business class, because I've had the opportunity to fly first class. I've had the opportunity to fly coach. I've rode buses. I've rode trains. I've never flown private, but I can say this: the plane get there at the same motherfucking time, whether you first class or last class. And if the plane shit so happen to crash, the first class people gonna die first. You are at the front of the goddamn plane.
Nose dive. I mean, you still gonna die though, Black Ryan, nonetheless though.
No, hey, I watch plane crashes all the time. The safest places to sit on a plane are at the back of the motherfucking plane and on the wings, because when the fuselage, which is the middle part of the plane, breaks apart, the two parts that are still intact is the tail wing and that motherfucking emergency exit part.
Yeah.
Front be
when I get on, if I fly Southwest, I immediately go all the way to the back of the plane, because chances are I'll get that whole row to myself.
And you ain't never seen the plane fall in ass first. Planes always crash nose first or on their side. You ain't never seen a plane flying through the air, ass first, just come to the ground like
that motherfucker just run out of gas, Black Ron, and just start going.
it just motherfucker flying and just stop it, just ass first to the ground. Hell no.
Oh,
Plus,
how much?
I think a plane crash would be like the most epic way for me to go out, bro. But if the
but the
plane,
way, could you imagine the way to your death? On the way to your death, you just like, damn, I'm about to die in like 5 minutes.
because that's the thing, planes don't go down quick. That motherfucker be 36, 37,000 feet in the air. That's a 4-5
You got a
minute
nice.
drop.
You say how long is the drop?
That's a 4-5 minute drop. Because the pilot ain't like, oh shit, and just let go and just let that whole just,
right, like
what you gonna all the way down, like,
bruh, it's like you in your head, you gonna be like, damn, my time almost up. I'm about to die.
the only way
We about to die.
the only way I would be at peace with that shit is if I got some ass, like you know that road ass, like that 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right when you about to come, right before you hit the thing, you bust. That'll be amazing.
Fuck one time, cause I gotta be on this flight in 2.5 hours. Let me go and hit this ass and check out this hotel room real quick. And then on the way to the airport, I faced like a tree trunk of a blunt. And then I got to the airport, breezed smooth through TSA. And I happen to have something to smoke in my carry-on. Hey, Sky waitress, bring that goddamn liquor cart up here. Bitch, I'm finna take 4 shots of everything. I want a brown, a white, a cocktail, and a mixer, bitch.
Nigga, that shit gonna be all over the floor, nigga. You gonna have to scramble for that shit. Could you imagine taking this shit while the plane about to...
Bro, that's just the biggest place to be. Cause that room tight than a motherfucker. So all that.
look, the plane has been a crash. Look back around, the plane has been a crash. You open the door, you see everybody dead. Like, damn, what happened?
No, you open the door to outside like a motherfucker.
Look, you in Times Square.
You open that bitch up, there's plane parts everywhere. You in that bitch like, God damn.
Like, what the
fuck was I shit?
If I die in a plane crash, I hope I'm at that level of fame where they don't mention anybody else that died.
Oh, like, shit.
Bro, otherwise, like, it's just God, not like this. But what about
Black Ryan, man, did you even introduce me, man? You ain't even introduced me, man.
I didn't bring you in. God damn it.
Oh, man.
Okay, so if you haven't been watching for the last hour, the person on the bottom of the screen right now is my man, 50 Grand. You understand what I'm saying? This young man is a comic, a writer, a musician, a battle rapper. And when I say battle rapper, I'm not talking about your cousin and just be freestyling in the car. I'm talking about you can go on Caffeine, you can go on url.tv, you can go on what's the other one that you was on, cuz? That one. You can go on YouTube and catch this man's battles. Proven ground undefeated champion, soon to be top tier battle rap extraordinaire. But fuck all of that, because on the comedy side, he is equally talented. Originally from St. Louis, he's calling New York his home sometimes, and then sometimes he's back in the 314. Make some noise. Yeah. My little brother, Reggie Edwards,
man,
aka Reggie Kush.
Man, for one, I love that introduction, man. That introduction just motivated me, man. Appreciate that, man.
Hey, man, you got to give people flowers while they nose work. You know what I'm talking about, bro? And you are the only person that I said better than I did. Pat, I don't know if you're checking this shit out, bro, but like, the boy is actually talented. And then he fancies himself something of a ghetto gourmet. He be at the house coming up with
I saw the sandwich he made.
Bro, he be making these struggle recipes, and they look good for somebody who has never been on food.
Big culinary. Never did no type of culinary.
If motherfucker never been to school before, oh, he's showing out. He's showing out. Like if you a hood bitch, if you ain't never been nowhere, if you ain't never been nowhere where putting your elbows on the table is frowned upon, Reggie is showing the fuck out. So that lets me know that he like fat chicks. Cause no way can a man shape like me. We are the same size, same build.
Black Ryan, you cook too. Black Ryan. Come on now.
And I like fat chicks, nigga. That's why I'm saying this.
See,
I went to school for it.
I'm not opposed to big chicks, man. It's just it's not my preferred. If it is, you got to be proportionate. It can't be like everywhere. But
it's like saying who prefers a Benz. Everybody likes Benzes. But do you ride the bus also, motherfucker? That is motherfuckers be acting like they're too good to be on the bus, and then you be like, but what that bus pass doing in your wallet though? Every nigga be like, no, I don't fuck fat chicks, bro. And then you go through his DMs, you go through his phone history and shit. You got you a couple fat ass skeletons in your closet.
I ain't never said that, Black Ryan, but I'm not gonna act like that's the only thing I'm targeting. You know what I'm saying? Like you said with the bus, I like, hey, you know, I might mess with a BBW, but I ain't messing with no BMW. You can't be that big.
Oh no, what's a BMW?
Shit, it's slightly bigger than a BBW, not even slightly.
Oh,
big.
You mean like on the porn category where they be putting like extra B's or the SS in front of it, like SS?
Well, I mean like an actual BMW, the car, like the size of it.
I'm dying. And that girl built like a 325i. Goddamn. Like a 6.
Yeah, man.
She's 325 pounds. She's got a lazy eye.
Man, look, my hips ain't strong enough, man. My hips not strong enough.
Hey, man, I thought the first time I got with a certified big girl, talking about you, about a young 300 pounder.
That's 3 of you.
I was like, wait, first of all, don't try me like I'm small out here. I'm 190. But I was like maybe 19. And I'm like, man, I was scared for her to get on top. Because I heard all them jokes, you know what I'm saying? All them movies and shit where big girl gonna crush you and shit. And you gonna be breathing hard while she on top of you. Like,
I seen all the movies. You seen all them horror flicks.
All them stand-up specials, bro. All them stupid ass movies where they got a really, really skinny dude who take down a really, really big chick and she get on top of all things. And then it actually happened. Let me tell you something. Big girls light as fuck on their feet. Mm-hmm. I have never had a big girl get on top of me and be like, "Please get off of me. Like, you are crushing me." Like, that's a misnomer. You know who lay on you with all their weight?
I actually like a little weight on me, like rather than some petite when it comes to riding. Actually,
no, let me find out you got a smothering fetish. Let me find out you like feeling helpless.
Sit on your face, sit on your chest.
I had a chick sit on my chest one time, bro. She sat on my chest because we was doing something weird. You know, so I wanted an up close and personal view of her masturbatory techniques. She sat on my chest, and that shit was cute until she started to come, and that's when she gave all of her weight away, and she was just dead weight on my fucking chest.
Oh,
that's when I realized, like, yo, this is dangerous because
your heart was compressed.
Yeah, like I felt her sitting on my ribs. I felt myself trying to take air, and I couldn't. My chest couldn't rise, bro. I had to jab her in the side and roll her. And she wasn't even big. She was a moderate-sized woman, bro. And that's when I found that out. Them the women that be always laying on you with all their weight. Not the big girls. them average size girl, not the petite, just the normal mama body size girls, bro. Them the one with the heavy ass head, like to lay on your shoulder and put your shit to sleep.
Man, I can't. But look, what's even worse than that is the petite girls with the sharp bones. You ever had a petite girl and you hit from the back and that motherfucking, I don't even know what that bone called, the ass cheek bone.
Them booty divots. They be cut.
That motherfucker turned to a spear when she's bent over and it don't have no recoil. You just stabbing the fuck out your pelvis and belly button, all in that region. Like, god damn.
You cannot thrash a petite girl from the back. I know a petite girl right now, bro. She's a size 0. I'm talking about she is literally slender. You have to hit a skinny girl on her back, on her side, or with her on top. You put a skinny girl on her back and put her knees on her shoulders, you ain't gonna never hit the bottom of that pussy. Your ears are popping when you get to the bottom of that shit, bro. You hit it from the back, you gonna cut your bladder. You hit it from the back, you gonna put one of them bruises on the inside of your damn thigh.
You're gonna pierce something.
You're gonna hurt your damn self. Speaking of hurting your damn self, have you ever put yourself out there with a chick for the holiday season, did a little bit too much, maybe went overboard with the gift, only to find out she didn't fuck with you like that?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. You got something you want to share?
Pat, you said something first. Go, Pat.
I paid, so there was a girl that I believed she's an up and coming, not even a comedian. She was doing podcasting and stuff, and I believed I believed in her just as an artist, just as a friend. Like there was no real romantic, whatever. And then so I hear her on another podcast crying. She lives in a state where there's no 3-month grace period of rent. It's like if you don't pay on the first, in 10 days there's a sheriff on your door.
Right.
And so there was a sheriff at her door. She's got 2 small kids. She just beat this real bad disease, and my heart went out to her. So I paid her rent for that month. I had it to pay, so I paid her rent. But it wasn't like there were no strings attached. It was, I believe in you. I don't want to see your kids out in the cold. I got you. I have it to pay, so I got you. There were no strings, and I made it very clear. I'm not trying to buy my way into the pussy. There's no strings attached. You don't owe me shit. Somebody has blessed me before, so I'm going to bless you. So we strike up this kind of, friendship, and we're talking, and I'm kind of helping her and giving her some pointers and encouraging her. And I hear her on these other podcasts mentioning me, to where if you know, like like there's no way that it's not me.
Right.
I got butterflies for this guy. He lives on the other side of the country, but he's gonna be in my part of the country real soon for a while. But he's got some family issues. There was a family tragedy. I'm like, there's no way this is not me. And she's talking about how much she loves me. And I just it didn't start out that way, but I got these feelings for him. So I'm like, okay, I'll reciprocate. So when she starts in DMs, when she starts throwing it out there, I'm giving her the same rhythm back. Like, yes, I think you're beautiful too, whatever. So I'm supposed to go see her, and the weekend that I'm supposed to go visit her, as I was moving out to Florida, she cancels all of a sudden. She goes, hey, I got a family thing. I can't right now. And I was like, okay, no problem. No big deal. Then I hear her on another podcast all of a sudden say what a wonderful weekend she had by herself. And she goes, sometimes you just need to take a break from all these dudes trying to get in you. All these dudes trying to get up in you. You just got to get rid of them sometimes. And I had butterflies for this guy, but I had to use my logic to kill these butterflies because I don't need that kind of bullshit. I don't need some dude up under me right now. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. And I thought maybe she was talking about some other guy. but there was weeks where I would send her a message or hey, what's up, or comment on something she did and get no response. She wasn't taking calls, nothing. And I was like, wait a second, what the fuck is like, what the fuck? Like you started this. I didn't initiate this. You started this. Now it's weird. But that's happened before where I gave somebody a gift or I did something nice for somebody and they started kind of giving this kind of rhythm of, okay, like, I guess we're a thing. And then out of nowhere, I had somebody told me, hey, you're doing too much. I was like, what do you mean I'm doing too much? I'm listening to you talk about the guy that you want to be with, what he's like, what your dream guy is. I'm being that thing without you telling me to do it. I'm doing it on my own, and now I'm doing too much.
Bro,
So
you can never. Clint Coley dropped a video on Instagram either today or yesterday that says, hey man, for all you dudes out there that's following a chick, you feeling a chick, and you saw on her social media that she posted a picture talking about she want to do X, Y, and Z with me and somebody's son. You not the son, bro. You are not the son that she is talking about. You know what I'm saying? So there is nothing you can do to garner a woman's attention. She was already either looking at you or not. Yeah. I remember, I distinctly remember there was a young lady who told me that she fucking loved me like a brother when I was first trying to give her rhythm. Fast forward 6-7 years later and I'm on. It was like, I haven't seen you in a while. We need to link up and shit. She came over to the crib and we just chilling. So I'm thinking it's just some platonic shit. She laying all on my chest while we watching TV and shit. She cuddled up and shit. I say, well, shit, I'm getting ready to call it a night, goddamn me. She was like, you got some pajamas for me? You got something I can put on? So I'm like, wait, whoa, because that's a give me some pussy move right there, man. You acting like you trying to give me some pussy. And if you gonna give me some pussy, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna receive it wholeheartedly. Yes, please, have some. Please, sir. Another. So I'm like, hey, I mean, no, I was good at first. I'm like, yeah. Because we've been drinking, smoking, eating and shit. I think she just need to, rest for a while. So I'm like, yeah. So I give her, I come back, I got pajamas for her, t-shirt. I say, you can go in my daughter room if you need to change, or I can stay up here, you can go in the back, my bedroom and shit in the bathroom if you need to change. She was like, I'm not putting these pajamas on without taking no bath. And that's when I was like, oh, okay, all right.
It's about that time.
So I come back, I got towels for her, and I got a blanket up under the towel. She was like, what's this for? I was like, well, I mean, I didn't know if you were going to stay in the living room or if you was trying to come to the back or whatever. She was like, look at you trying to be a gentleman. I'm coming to the back, stupid. I was like, all right. You definitely finna give me some coochie, man. She get out the shower. Now, I don't know which women do this, but she opened up the bathroom door while she was still getting into pajama mode. You know what I'm saying? Now, she ain't brought no extra bra and panties out of no bag nowhere. So she opened the door. She was like, you got a hair tie, something I can tie my hair up with? It's still wet. Titties. She got the hooping shorts on that I gave her. Titties is out. So she put the lotion on and shit, t-shirt on. I give her a bandana, she tied her up. So I'm just sitting on the bed chilling, we watch TV. I'm rolling the blunt and shit. I cut my lights off in my room. I get under my top cover, but not under my sheets. I'm just under my blanket, you know what I'm saying? She was like, oh, I ain't gonna be able to sleep like this. It's too warm in here.
Oh
Put the
wow.
air on. I was like, "Hey, shorty, what we doing right now? What we doing
You
right
asked it straight up.
now?
Cause
I'm
it's
finna
like too many.
like you acting like. First of all, you hit me up today on a we need to link, we need to kick it, and because I wasn't doing anything because I was supposed to have my daughter that weekend, I was home. You know what I'm saying? But so I'm home. I'm in Dallas, and I don't have my daughter that weekend. And you hit me up like on some, hey, what you doing type shit. We need to link it. I'm like, hey, I'm home right now. Pull up right now. I ain't doing shit right now. And you come over and kick it with me all evening, and that turned into take a bath, give you some pajamas. You getting in the bed now. You getting comfortable. Like, what we doing right now? Is we chilling?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you chilling, I'm finna go to the front room. Cause I'm not finna lay here beside you for nothing. Like that ain't the plan that I had with my day this evening. I don't mind you being here, but it got to be good for me too. She sit up in bed like, I mean, what are you saying? What are you talking about? I was like, you giving off the behaviors that you trying to give a nigga some pussy. If you're trying to give me some pussy, thanks. I
Right.
appreciate that. If you're
Cause
not
those
trying to
the
give me some
vibes.
pussy, quit playing with me. And she was like, I mean, why would you even ask me a question? I was like, because, bitch, for our whole relationship before now,
Why would you ask me this question?
you ain't never tried to give me no pussy. You the same bitch that told me you love me like a brother. You saw me like a brother, whatever type shit that is. Now you in this motherfucker, you walking around with your titties out, you got your booty all on me and shit, talking about turn the air down and shit. You want
Right.
all night and shit. Like, what the fuck are we doing right now? She sat up and said I was reading too much into it. If I'd have just been cool, it could have been a great night. But here I go, always being.
Hold up. What does that mean? If I would have been cool, it could have been a great night. Does that mean you was gonna get some, but you asked
I
what we
spoke too
was doing?
soon. Like, what the fuck
You
is you
asked the
saying?
only logical. You asked the
Ooh,
only logical question it was at that moment, and that messed it up for you. Is that what you
I
telling me?
hate that.
It's like when your mama say, you like, Mom, we gonna go to the park. See, I was gonna take you, but you kept on asking me, and now we not gonna go. Like, no, motherfucker, you was looking for a reason not to go in the first goddamn place. Don't put
So,
it
so
on me because I kept asking.
long story short, you didn't have sex with her.
I did not have sex with her, but more so than that, she stood up in a fluff, got to putting her clothes back on. Like, see, I already knew that this was a mistake. That's what the fuck I get for thinking that. You know, I'm like, wait, whoa, what?
That's what
How am
I
I in
get.
the
I'm
motherfucking
hollering.
wrong?
She deserved it. She said, "That's what I get." She deserved that. She
How,
deserved whatever you
how am
did,
I in
Ron.
the
She
wrong,
deserved it.
bitch, for questioning your motives? Did
Like for
you didn't
one,
find shit attractive about me for years? Cause I've been funny, bitch. I've been smoking good gas. I've been having my own place and my own, you know what I'm saying, shit and everything like that. So you never once fucked with me. And now all of a sudden, thanks to good old coronavirus, and you can cut your TV on and see your boy. Now all of a sudden I'm no longer your brother, bitch.
my thing
Because you was
is
never my
like,
sister. I never told you I look at you like a sister. I would never say no incestuous ass shit like that.
right. I've
Don't
been wanting to
squeeze my
smash
sister
you
on the
since I
booty.
met you.
The
Don't
girls
flirt with
that
my
have
sister.
said, the girls that have said, I see you as a brother. Okay, cool. I start treating them like a sister. I start making fun of them. I talk the minute you go, okay, we're like some sibling type shit. Okay, cool. Now it's no more compliments and me being flirty and gentleman. Now I'm making fun of you. And you if you call me crying over some situation, I'm not gonna pull my punches. I'm gonna tell you what I think, even if it's rude, because you're my sister, right? So
They
you
can't
can't
handle
like,
that. They can't
yeah,
handle that. They can't wait. Don't be pointing out my flaws and my shortcomings and shitting on me and making me the butt of your little jokes. I'm not one of your little
yeah,
friends, Patrick.
right. Well, I mean, you're my sister, right? And so if you're my sister, presumably, you know,
Like on what was that scary movie? He's
Mhm.
like, so we like brother and sister, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, love tap and hit that bitch in her chest.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I made fun of a girl's Christmas card today that we're legit like brother sister, and I made fun of her Christmas card today she had with her kids. It was her Christmas card is so depressing. It's so for a Christmas card, it's so depressing.
He said for a Christmas card. They said,
So her
hey,
Christmas,
you made it. Merry
so
Christmas.
her Christmas card this year, it's her and her kids. They're all dressed in black, and they've all got their hands up. And over her son's head, it's I am Trayvon Martin. Over her daughter's head, it's I am Breonna Taylor. And then over her head, it says, and I made fun of her. I'm like, that's the most depressing ass Christmas card I've ever seen. She goes, that's not depressing. I'm like, all that Christmas card needs is a chalk outline and Christmas lights and some garland police tape. Like that's the most depressing Christmas card. I made fun of her Christmas
Black
card
Christmas
so hard.
matters. Hell no. Don't you send nobody that sad ass Christmas card, goddamn it. Sending you holiday cheer and political awareness on this holiday season.
Let me tell y'all what happened to me though. So I set up this little, you know what I'm saying?
But she knows I love her.
I wouldn't even really call it a date though. I just say we hung out at the park. Now, you know, if I take a walk in the park with any chick, you know what I'm saying, I obviously got some type of interest in you. It's a fucking walk in the park, you know what I'm saying? You don't do that with every girl, you know what I'm saying?
Who walks in the park?
Who walks in the park? And it was cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how you set up something with a girl and then you find out she invited her friend and it's like, it's almost like a little plot twist. Like, damn.
Who invites a friend to a walk in the park, bitch?
A walk in the park, you know what I'm saying? She's like, oh, my friend coming if that's okay. What if it's not okay then?
Bitch, we're not going jogging in the park. We going for a walk in the park, a romantic handheld stroll through this park.
And then look, it wasn't even just her friend. The girl, she was gay. So now it's competition at that. It's competition at that point now.
Friend with her, so
man,
and y'all having a gentleman competition and shit.
Man, I'm like, damn. Now I'm out here trying to outman my competition. So I mean, my
may the best man win.
Like, hey, look, Ryan, that ain't even what did it though, cause it was cool. I was eventually the last man standing, cause our friend was
the odd man out.
She was, man, I'm going home.
Yeah, you told her, man up. You was playing man on man defense.
Yeah, man. So look, she ended up going home, Ryan. That was cool. Me and the girl chilled, smoked. It was cool. She was like, I'm gonna come back over your crib and stuff like that. But first I gotta pick up my dog. Now I was like, huh? Now she stayed like 2 hours, like from where I'm at. But she said she had to pick up her dog, right? So in my head, I'm thinking like, okay. She's like, yeah, her dog at her friend's house. I was like, okay. She's like, I just sent her the address.
She stay in Memphis down there and got to come back to the loop.
Man, I don't know where she stayed. But nonetheless, an hour later, she come back to my door with a dog. Now, Ryan, this dog is about, in dog years, bro, what is multiplied by 7?
Loose.
Bro, the dog was there. The dog was about the same age as my grandma, bro. The dog was old, Ryan.
So you got like a 12, 13, 14-year-old dog.
Bro, the dog was old as a motherfucker. And if you gotta know anything about dogs, once dogs get old as fuck, they stop moving. They just be there. They just stay right there. They just they just lay there. You gotta put the food. You damn near gotta slide the food in their mouth and the water and stuff like that. So she's here with the disabled dog. So I'm like, I wasn't expecting this. So I have a cat, Ryan, a youthful cat, energetic, a little feisty, bruh. That dog seen that motherfucking cat. That dog couldn't even do nothing. The dog just and the cat up here smacking it, and I'm like, oh shit. The cat don't really like your dog like that, even though the dog wasn't moving and shit. The dog was just placed in like a little corner of my room on like a little mat or something like that. So I'm like, all right, it's gonna be all worth it for some pussy. So you know what I'm saying? She changed into her clothes and stuff like that. She switching to like some little pajamas. She's a little loose. I'm like, cool. So we laying down in the bed, and I decide to make my move, and then she hit me with that hand move. You know when they do their hand like this, Ron, and they move your hand. She's like, what you doing? And bro, I was like, bro, I looked at the dog looked at me. I'm like, bro, what? I'm like, what? I'm like, bitch, we was in the park together. Your motherfucking dog is in my room, handicapped. And bro, do you know I had to lay next to her, pussyless, bro?
No, her dog would have had to get the fuck.
Bruh. Took me through all that, Ron.
I had a young lady whose dog wouldn't stop jumping up in the bed with us. Like my dog has came and like jumped up.
That's a threesome.
On the side of the bed. Her dog was jumping up into the bed, like, and laying on the pillows because we was in the middle of the bed. And we look up, this nigga on the pillows, like,
I'm hollering up close and personal.
This is exciting. Boy, you better get in there. But I say, boy, you better get in there. Hey, you gonna get your dog? And she just talked to the dog. She was like, Princess, down. Princess was looking at her ass like, yeah, he getting down. He getting down all right.
I'm hollering.
Princess got down. She got off the dick and went and closed the door behind Princess, turned around and stepped into a fresh dog turd.
Oof.
Oh, man.
And she was like, oh my God, Princess, no. And I'm thinking Princess ate up something of mine. So I cut the light on. She picking her foot up out of warm dog shit. And you know, once you step on it, you release the scent capsules. So now that motherfucker was all over the room. We was like, shit, it's loud in here. God damn it, Princess. You did your thing. So she was like, let me clean this up. So she had to scoop the dog shit up, scrub and resolve her carpet and shit, then go wash her shit and feet. And now you gotta wash your whole body. You don't get in the shower and just wash your damn feet. And you know, like I know, once you get shit on your skin, you gotta scrub that like 4 or 5 times to get the shit smell off. After that, I ain't wanna fuck no more. She came back, me and Princess sitting on the couch. I'm smoking the blunt. I got my pajama pants back on and my shoes on, just in case Princess got some more surprises left around the goddamn crib.
He put his shoes on.
I'm low key out the mood, bitch. I might get that pussy in the middle of the night. I love getting the pussy in the middle of the night, but only when it's with a woman that I've already had sex with multiple times before. My first time getting your pussy can't be the on the side sneak slide in on the nighttime. Number one, that's rapey as fuck. Number two, I don't know, bro. I like cheerful participants. I don't like the man here. Well, come on in type pussy.
Man here.
Don't give me that your pussy, bro. Don't give me. I don't like that.
Look, I want that. I want that.
Yeah, that. Well, come on, like bitch, you suck your dick, so you suck my dick. There is a problem, bitch.
There was this.
What'd you say, Pat?
There was this girl I was with last year that I'd come over to her house a couple of times. She cooked for me, but she was giving me this whole, I'm not, I wanted to get to know each other before we have sex, blah blah blah. So she had this huge sectional couch and like this huge C-shaped sectional couch. Her daughter's asleep on the love seat part of it. Then there's the long couch. Then we're on the chase lounge part of it. And we start making out, and she starts like going down my pants, taking. I was like, let's. I knew like we're gonna have sex, so I'm like, hey, let's go in the bed. She goes, no, I don't. And this whole time she's been like, my daughter, this, and we have to set an example, and blah blah blah. And I was like, let's go get in the bed real quick. She goes, if my daughter wakes up and finds us in bed together, she's like real young and she'll get confused because her dad hadn't been around. And I don't want her thinking that you're her dad, whatever. And I was like, okay. So I started to pull back because I'm thinking anybody in their right mind isn't going to have sex in front of their...
Shut the sexual shit
right
down.
And so as soon as I started to pull back, she goes, so just fuck me here real quick. I'm like, so your daughter finding us in bed is not a good thing, but your daughter waking up while I'm pile driving you on the couch that she's sleeping on, that's okay? I was like, oh, okay, I'll try to be quiet. She goes, oh no, she's a heavy sleeper.
Oh wait,
hold
on. I misheard you this whole time. You said
yeah,
daughter was on the other side of the couch. I thought you said her dog.
Her daughter, her 3-year-old daughter.
Her daughter is asleep on the chase lounge while y'all are on the love seat part making out.
Oh, at least you was making out and you weren't smashing.
I tried to.
No, he said it was finna progress to the smash.
Bed.
So he like, hey, let's go in the room. And she like, no, because my daughter wake up on this couch and see you in the room, see you in the bed. I don't want her to misconstrue that as your daddy now in her life.
Right.
He was like, oh, okay, cool. So he tried to take the sex all the way off the table. She like, no, fuck me right beside my daughter on this couch right here. And he like, wait a minute. So her seeing me in the bed would warp her views.
Right.
But her seeing us on this couch, she just gonna count that as a dream. She gonna forget that part. She gonna file that away into her recessed memories. Get the fuck out of here. Repressed memories, rather. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
I had a chick.
So
she had just had her son. We
met
online, and her son was like maybe like a little over a year old type shit, like where he's like not big enough to be walking around by himself type shit. Like still need his pamper change, can't talk kind of baby, but not no brand new baby. You know what I mean? She came over with little buddy, and he was in the car seat. She never took this nigga out the car seat. Her whole visit, he spent like all 4-5 hours in that car seat. She took him out the car seat to change him, put him back in that fucking car seat. We fucking. She set the car seat on the floor and everything, you know what I'm saying? She got him in front of the TV and everything. We up in my bed, we fucking. This little nigga start crying while we fucking. She said, wait a minute, hold on. Reach down over the bed, pick the car seat up, put the car seat in the bed. And was like, okay. You think I stopped? No, sir, that's not my child.
Hey, you know what's fucked up? We all got stories like that. I damn near had my foot propped up on the baby head while I was stroking that thing. I needed a little leverage. I'm like, hold up, your baby head keep moving. Tell him be still.
Tell your baby tipping his neck up, goddamn. Tip.
Dog.
Bro, and
how much of this like weird female energy? This weird female energy that we all three have had. How much do you think being a comic has a part of that? Like if we were just regular dudes working regular jobs, do you think like, because just I've had where I was just hanging out after a show and a girl that I've never met just walks and sits on my lap. Like you know what I mean? Like if we were just regular dudes. Yeah.
If we was just regular dude just working at AutoZone type shit, we would never leave. We would never leave wherever the fuck we live. So you would only meet those 1 or 2 crazy bitches that live where you live. We travel, bro. So we get to meet all the crazy bitches that the whole country has to offer. We meet all the shit types.
I didn't really capitalize on all the bitches I met, and I really regret it just looking back on my life now. Cause I'm
Me too.
28, but I'd be like, it was so many signals I could have had early on that I was just oblivious to. I was just missing it. I was like, damn, I could have had like twice as much pussy as I was already getting. But it's like after a show, it's like you don't even need game sometimes, especially after a
No.
good set. All you gotta
You
do is
will.
post, oh, you were so
will.
funny.
Mm-hmm. That is her shooting her shot.
Easy segue.
Naeem
what
Lynn had this joke about.
You know what
what'd you say, Pat?
I said with my missed opportunity pussy regrets always kicked in when I got home off the road. Because I would like Ron knows I was a saint on the road. I wouldn't fuck nobody. And then go home to my loving wife thinking hey, it's about to go down. And then be like, no, I got a headache. And I was like, I could have had a V8.
Bro,
But it's just
first time me and Pat people together. Now keep in mind, I've been hanging around married men my whole life. I've been around men in marriages that when they are away from their wives, that motherfucking ring on their finger suddenly means less than nothing. Me and Pat, we on the road. First show, I killed. Pat killed. And the headliner was mad that I did incredibly well on the show. After the show, the headliner, let me tell the story right. The headliner had 2 chicks come to the beginning of the show. He didn't do well. So now all of a sudden he want to get rid of these 2 chicks that was at the show. The friend I'd already, laid down some groundwork with, but she rolled with a girl. So when I almost said his name. So when the comedian got rid of his first lady friend, her friend had to leave too, right?
mm-hmm.
So then he says, no, I got some mohos that live here. I'm going to call her up. They going to come hang out with us. So we stay at the venue where we did the show because it's one of the only bars in town. And it's a Tuesday night, so it's one of the only spots that's happening in town. All of everybody is at this one particular venue.
And the hotel that we were at was literally next door.
Literally next door. Like literally next door to the venue. So we ain't got nowhere to go. We might as well stay here. I strike up a conversation with another young lady who had a group of friends with her. Pat came over wingmanning for me, just facilitating the conversation. I started chopping it up with old girl. She like, it's whatever. I'm like, shit, my boy right here tell your girl, you know what I'm saying? It's a whatever, what have you. Shit, y'all can meet us back at the room. The room is literally next door, bitch. You ain't even got to move your car. You can just come to fuck. So then the headliner was like, by this time, his other 2 friends show up, right? So he over there big boss dogging because he headlining. Yeah, I got so coming and shit. We doing this and that and the third and shit. But it's taking him too long to close the deal.
Right.
I go back to the motherfucking room because mine already laid up already. I tell Pat, I say, Pat, she got a homegirl. Homegirl was already talking about it. Boy, what you gonna do, boy? Because I'm off in there, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking a quick whole bath. I'm about to get it right. Pat, what you in there doing? He like, oh, I'm chilling. Like, what you mean you chilling? Old girl was giving you mad rhythm. He was like, yeah, Ron, but I'm married, bro, so I'm just gonna chill. I'm like, oh, okay, so you just gonna sit over there and chill and watch. I'm gonna fuck both of these hoes, then you just gonna chill. He was like, nah, bro, I ain't on no weird shit. I'm gonna just go get my book and I'm just gonna go to the lobby and read. You know what I'm saying? I'll just give you like 2 hours and then I'll just be back, you know what I'm saying, in a couple of hours. I'm like, you gonna go read your book in the lobby? Yeah, bro, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get some reading in anyway. I just bought this book. I'm knee deep in it. I'll go read my book. This man grabs his new novel, his phone charger, goes to the lobby of the hotel and proceeds to read his book. That's cool. Baby girl and her friends show up to the room. Well, her friend see the Pat gone, so her friend go sit in the car and wait. So knock on the door. I come to the door. It's the headliner. I say, "What's up, bro?" Because we all sharing a room, which lets you know how much of a headliner he was not. All three of us.
Oh.
Be that as it may. He knocking on the door like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" I'm like, shit, I'm up in here handling a little business. You know what I'm talking about? He like, well, shit, I mean, I want to wrap that shit up then. I'm like, I bet. Give me 5 minutes. I'm like, the fuck, bro? Goddamn. I come back to the door. What's up, bro? Hey, bro. I mean, I told you to wrap that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, give me 5 minutes. He like, nah, bro, this is my room. I'm the headliner. I say, well, you want to come in? Cause you can damn sure come in, bro. Shit, I'm gonna continue doing what the fuck I'm doing though. You can go and come off in here. He like, nah. You need to go ahead and shut that shit down. I said, all right, bro. I'm finna let this dough go. So you can go and come in, or you can sit out there and wait. But I'm either finna finish doing what I'm doing and then put my company out, or you can come in now. So you're either gonna sit outside and wait till I'm done, or you can come in and I'll get done whenever the fuck I get done. Are you just gonna keep looking at me? All right, I'm letting go of the door now. And I let go of the door and walk the fuck off. Door closed. Ka-toom. I go ahead and Buzz gone put old girl out and shit. She like, damn, what's up with your boy? I'm like, man, you know what? I apologize for even having to go through that shit. You know what I'm saying? She was like, damn, we was having a good time. I was like, don't even worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, next time I'm in town, you know what I'm saying? Maybe tomorrow night we can link back up, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, hey. So I'm hot. I open the door. I let him come on in. I'm hot than the bitch. He drunk as fuck. Pat, you stop me when I start lying. He come in the room like, hey, you was in here fucking, bro? The fuck you mean, my nigga? I came to the door in a towel 2 times with a naked bitch that you can see naked behind me on the bed. What you mean is I'm in here fucking. Then it dawned on me. Oh, you drunk as fuck. You come in the room drunk as fuck. The girls that you, because the whole time we were on the way down there, he was big ball. He stunt. Oh man, I come down to this city a bunch of times. I got all kind of bitches down here. I got the one bitch, she fine. I got the other bitch, she kind of cute, but she really love me. I got the new bitch that I'm really trying to fuck with, but the old one, she always on me, bro. You know what I'm saying? My first bitch, she always be too clingy and shit. So I ain't even gonna tell her I'm in town yet. He doing all that. He big wolf cookie, tell him. So the chick that he was really chasing after, the one he really wanted, that's the one who 86'd his ass at the beginning of the show when he fucking bombed on stage.
And then he bombed.
Yeah, he bombed that first night. So then he get on the phone and calls up Old Faithful, the chick he really didn't want to be bothered with. But in the meantime, he get hollered at by another chick at the club. So he come into the room drunk as fuck. So the chicks he done had pull up on him, they done left. The chick that came with him, they done left. Pat finally come back to the room. Pat sitting there chilling like, hey, Ron, what's going on? I say, hey, man, this motherfucker here came knocking on the door, fucking it up for me and shit. Talking about he really need to get in the room right now. Like he had a bitch with him. He ain't got no bitch with him. Pat like, you tripping. So then the headliner say, bro, what's up? Where the hoes? You know what I'm saying? Let's get some hoes. I said, motherfucker, I had one already. Fuck is you talking about? Bro. Then he say, what about them other chicks you met, Ron? What about them other chicks you met that you was talking to earlier? The ones that was talking about coming through and partying. Because I had met somebody that was selling weed and selling coke and shit. They talking about coming over to the room to party. But I 86 then when I had to guarantee pussy.
Right, guaranteed.
I said, bro.
Well, when I got back in the room, before they I immediately grabbed a pillow, threw it on the floor, and laid down because I've been driving all day. I drove like
that's a 9.5 hour drive from Dallas to Rio Grande Valley.
And then when I got there, we had to do, was it 1 or 2 shows?
We did one show. We checked in at the wrong motherfucking hotel. Had to come back around, pulled up to the venue where nobody at that bitch. Then we got into the right hotel, and there was a whole bunch of bullshit. So we like, man, what the fuck? Cause we done drove all the way down here. So then we ate at Sonic that was next to the hotel and shit. We had no rest, and we went straight to the show after eating. So Pat was done. He's been up for 2 hours reading a book.
I threw a pillow on the floor, and I laid down to go to sleep. And the headliner's like, "Why are you on the floor?" I'm like, "I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed." And he goes, "Why don't you get in one of these beds?" And I was like, "Well, there's only 2 beds. They don't have a rollaway cot. You're sleeping in that one, and he was fucking in that one. So I'm going to go ahead and take a nap on this nice, clean, sanitary, unfucked floor.
I'm going to sleep on this sanitized motel floor. Take my
I'm good." And he threw a fit about it. He's like, he's the opener. He should sleep before. I'm like, well, you know, he's got his Pinot Grigio all over the sheets.
Pinot Grigio. That's Pinot Noir.
You gave her that wine dick.
Hey, so they having this whole conversation off to the side, right? Because he basically hot that I'm the youngest out of all the comedians in age and in comedy career years. And I had a really great fucking set. He had a really shitty fucking set. So I'm in this motherfucker big chiefing, like I'm the big dick on campus, and he's the headline.
I mean, you said you smashed and you
smashed.
Like, who won? I mean, come on now, you the MVP of the night. Come on now, baby.
It gets worse, Reggie. So he in that whole.
And he's still drunk, by the way.
He drunk than a motherfucker, bro. And he's the only one that drink like that. I'm a weed smoker, and Pat had been driving all goddamn day, so Pat wasn't drunk at all. So we in that whole, we talking this shit, and I finally, you know what I'm saying, I'm not mad no more about the pussy because I did at least smash it until I got my nut. But I was more so upset about the way he did it than anything else. He like, well, call them other girls, bro. Let's party. So I called the other girls like, hey, yeah, this Blaq Ron from 4 hours ago. Yeah, y'all still trying to link up and party? She like, yeah, we could do that. That's what's up. Where y'all at the motel right next to the club? Whoa. Yeah, that's where we at. She like, all right, cool, we on the way. So then he asked me to call the party favor guy. Hey man, you can get us a little bit of party favor. I say I sure can, because I can just call the dude that sold me some weed earlier. Meanwhile, when you go down to the Rio Grande Valley, like $50 get you this much weed. Like you be in this motherfucker with like, you got more weed than, I bought a 30 sack, bro, and dude gave me like a half zip.
Damn.
Yeah, because like, and then on top of that, when you ask for weed, they look at you like you asking for crack. Like, weed? Don't nobody smoke weed, motherfucker. We do this cocaine, nigga. This is cartel country. This cocaine.
Where was you at again?
We in Rio Grande Valley. We in McAllen, Mercedes, Harlingen, down in that part of Texas. We are 9 minutes from Mexico. 9.
The guy's house that we stayed in, they had actually found a head in a field right behind his house before we got there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The last show we did before we came home was a makeup show. There had been a really bad storm. We had to cancel, and we had to stay next night to make up for the show. So they told us, don't do crowd work in the first 3 rows because they're all cartel and they don't have a sense of humor like that. They're like, if you do crowd work.
Buddy system, 24 hours a day. If ever you leave to go get anything, do not do so by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That city is where I wrote the joke that went on laugh tracks. The salsa dancing joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real life story that happened down there at Havana nightclub.
That was funny as fuck, by the way, too. But
we went into this. It was a salsa club. They were doing comedy night, And coming
That,
back,
no, hold up, Ron. That you set that shit up perfectly, and like a lot of them was okay, but you had one of them ones. I ain't gonna lie, you definitely had one of them ones, and I ain't saying that just because you my man.
nah, man, I appreciate it, bro. But that one,
Yeah.
I gotta give credit where it's due. Like
I
Pat
gotta
said, Thursday night,
gotta tell you-
hurricane hit that bitch. Saturday,
What
what'd you say, Pat?
one of the funniest things one of the last times you were at the Comedy Store, you did Crack 'em Up Thursday, and you were in the middle of doing that bit, and people's Amber Alerts were going off in the whole room. Like it was one Amber Alert after another, and the girl that went on before you, she was a social media influencer that had a big following, and that's how she got booked. But she had no jokes, and the people's Amber Alerts wouldn't stop going off. And Black Ron stopped in the middle of that joke, and he goes, "All these Amber Alerts, are they for her punchlines? Because they're missing as fuck." And then went back into the joke. One of the biggest applause breaks I've ever seen. I remember that.
I be forgetting when I say beautiful shit like that off the cuff. I did say were those Amber Alerts for her missing joke.
Oh my God. That was spontaneous as fuck.
That room,
Because the hoes kept
that room
like
fell out.
they didn't all go off at the same time and everybody look at their phone. It was like and then keep going on, and then later on in the joke, I'm like, God damn, are all these Amber Alerts for her missing jokes?
So could I ask y'all something? So that cartel, so it was the actual cartel in the front of the audience.
No,
So
like the open, like all the characters of Narcos, nigga.
So were they laughing? Did they enjoy the show?
They
loved it.
One dude had on a purple and black shirt with one of them snakeskin ties and shit, the hat with the boots with the metal on the tips. Buddy sat in the front row with his goddamn arms folded this whole time. Which is again where I get all the setup on the joke. Let me go back and set the joke up. Set the story up. So Thursday, like Pat told you, tropical storm, category 2 tropical storm, baby hurricane hit. That's where Pat wrote the joke. Tropical storm sound delicious. Sound like it's gonna be pineapples and fruit punch and shit, oranges flying down the street. What it is a palm tree getting ran up your ass the wrong way. Because, bro, we literally were in this man's house and we watched his entire neighborhood get destroyed on one side of the street. He happened to be on the lucky side of the street, bro. We come out the next morning and every car down the street, except for the ones behind his car, beat to death with the hail, debris, all kind of post.
It literally rained sideways.
Sideways rain, bro. Like the rain was not falling this way. The rain was going across the window that way because
horizontal.
Because the wind was like 70 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? So they did a makeup show Saturday. Well, Thursday night is comedy night, not Saturday. Saturday night is live band night. It's one of the live band nights at this salsa club. So that's why I said we go off into this live salsa club. They got a live salsa band playing live salsa music. But when I say salsa club, I'm talking about like everything in that motherfucker is salsa related. When you go to the bathrooms, it says salseras, which is the men, the women that dance, and then bandoleros or whatever like that, which is the name for the dudes. Like they have a bandstand, no DJ, 8-piece band in that motherfucker playing. Big old posters of Tito Puente and the Latin All-Stars and Celia Cruz and shit like that all over the wall. Everything is red and purple and turquoise. It looked like Miami in that motherfucker. The club is called Havana. And I stepped foot in that bitch and the whole room turned and looked at me like, the fuck is he doing? And they was in there dancing. Then they stopped dancing and allowed us to do comedy night.
We had to do it on the dance floor because the band was still on stage.
Yes.
They didn't want to interrupt the band.
They didn't want to move their instrument.
We had to be on the dance floor, and it was this enormous dance floor. So they set up seats on all around the dance floor. So
hold up, but it wasn't comedy night.
No, it's a 2-story club, bro, with closed caption cameras and shit, so that whoever's performing on the stage is being broadcast across big ass jumbotrons in the corners and shit. It's a humongous fucking nightclub, bro, with 3 levels and an outdoor balcony and shit that's covered in shit. But Saturday night is one of their main dance nights. Thursday is a dead night. That's why they do comedy in that motherfucker. But on Saturday, motherfuckers that just survived this hurricane is off in this whole dancing like it's summertime, which it is. And they was like, no, we can't let y'all get on stage. We ain't gonna move these instruments. We'll just pull the spotlight down to the middle of the dance floor and have you motherfuckers come. We'll bring a stool and a mic stand into the middle of the dance floor, and that's where you're gonna do
that
your
dance floor
fucking
was
set.
huge. That dance floor was huge.
So when we got back to Raymond's house, and that Raymond,
Hold up, how was the show?
amazing.
That was great.
I
It was
killed
great.
them hoes. And that's
Okay, well don't skip that part, Ryan. You got me thinking somebody bombed or something.
Oh no, because that's the thing. Like the way that run is set up, bro. Every night is much better than the night before because the venues get nicer and nicer. The people get nicer and nicer. You know what I'm saying? So you go from dive bar on a Tuesday to really elegant nightclub on Thursday, but Wednesday you're at the big theater downtown.
Cine El Rey.
So you get the Cine El Rey. So you do Paradise, Cine El Rey, and then Havana. So you do these 3 venues Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But the hurricane hit Thursday night, so we had to spend Thursday and Friday in town. We did the makeup show Saturday. That's why we ended up spending a week down in that motherfucker. But it's a beautiful town, you know, murders and kidnappings aside. So we get back to Raymond's house because we had to move out of the comedy condo because we were only supposed to be there for 3 days. So once the storm hit, Raymond was like, fuck it, y'all just stay at my house. Him, his roommate Pollo at the time, they were like, they had this big ass, stupid ass mansion. Well, like a baby mansion, little Mac house.
Yeah.
First comedian I ever met that made mansion, Harley motorcycle, and brand new
Custom Harley.
foreign whip money, all off merch. Off merch sales, bro. The motherfucker said touring pays for my mortgage and shit. His mama came over to the crib to cook, and I cooked one day too, but his mama came over just to cook just because he said he had company over. Like he got a wife and a son now. They still live in that same house and shit. But my man,
No, they're in a different house.
They in another house now?
They're in a different house, like on the lake.
Oh wow.
Oh, Raymond's he's like a total Christian comic now.
I know. He switched his whole thing up. He went from being like the dirty Latin comic to being like pro-Trump, like really. I really love white people coming.
Really
now he's like a
evangelical Christian comic. He had some near-death experience that kind of shifted things. But you remember the first morning at Ray's house when his mom showed up with that girl that was looking kind of sad and those 2 cartel guys? There was a second fridge in Ray's kitchen that had a padlock on it. And his mom comes over and opens the padlock on that fridge and opens it up, and it's filled with nothing but top shelf expensive tequila. It's 8 a.m. and she's telling this girl looking sad, like basically loosely in Spanish, it's you owe us, pay your debt, clean this house. And then the 2 cartel guys that are with her start pulling out vodka or tequila, and they're like, come on, they're gonna make breakfast, you drink with us. And I'm like, it's 8 a.m.
It's
and
8
they're
in
like
the
going
morning,
through
and
bottles,
we ain't talking about no
bottles.
We ain't talking about no Patron, bro. We're talking about that tequila with the Spanish on the bottle and shit.
That blue bottle.
The real. So this actual people from the cartel.
We are 9 minutes from Mexico, bro. On the way back, you go through a checkpoint. You don't go through the checkpoint on the way there, but on the way back, you have to pull over, and it's like border patrol, like you coming back into the country. Everybody pulls over, officer come through and sweep your car with the mirror and shit. They walk the dog around your shit 2 times. They ask everybody for your papers. You can't have nothing, nigga. They were so mad at me that I brought weed back with me, bro. They made me pull over and throw the weed away.
No,
They made
I
me
bought your
promise
weed
that
from
I
you.
throw the weed away. He's like, I will buy you some more weed when you get to Dallas.
No,
and throw the weed away.
the weed you brought back, I paid you for that, if I remember correctly, because I
You
felt
paid
bad.
me to throw it away. You
we
paid
were
me
in
to
my
throw it away.
we were in my
Cause
wife's.
you weren't gonna throw it away.
No,
Throw that weed
I
away,
was like,
bro.
we'll even. I was like, I'll pay you back. Whatever you spent, I'll pay you back. I
I
cannot.
was like, no.
Bro, I got an ounce for $30, bro. I'm sitting here with $150 worth of weed, and you talking about throw it away, bro. I've been big smoking, big blunts, Reggie, trying to smoke all this weed up. I smoked like maybe, and then keep in mind, we hit a hurricane, forced us to stay 2 extra days, and I still couldn't smoke all this weed up.
Damn.
And I'm the only nigga in the crew that smoke weed. Everybody else like to drink and toot. I'm the only smoker.
Damn.
And
But
me and Pollo,
there's
me and Chicken was the
serious
only
about
ones
it.
that smoked. The Chicken hit the blunt like 2 times and he was through. I'm like, come on. So Raymond's roommate was a Grammy Award winning guitar player on the Spanish music charts. This motherfucker like platinum hits. He got a whole, we went upstairs. Motherfucker had a
He has a
whole recording studio in his house. I ain't talking about this shit like what I got right now with the green screen, a couple lights, sound mixer, computer, and a mic. No, whole recording studio, bro. Where like when you go in the room and the whole room is the mixing board,
Damn.
where the knobs move up on their own and shit when you play a track and shit. Yeah, bro. Like where motherfucker got guitars just laying around the house, and then you got to pick that guitar up to see that that's a $5,000 guitar. He just got laying on a goddamn chair. You go off in his room and he got his motherfucking plaques and awards and shit up. Them boys was down there getting to it, bro. And it's like they down there getting that money. So everybody got bread. That's why old buddy, come to find out, old buddy that was sitting there with his arms folded the whole fucking show. Big money, Sonny. Came up to me after the show and let me know I was very funny. I should come back.
Didn't laugh once.
Motherfucker ain't broke his face not one time. Sitting there.
Here's the thing about South Texas. There's all these little towns that are close together but have nothing to do with each other. So you can literally do a show every night in a new town. So you do a show, wake up, drive a couple hours, you're in a new city, new show. Get up, drive a few, like you're maybe 2-3 hours. So these guys that are in South Texas, they would do shows that they would book a month, and they would have like it was like a 9 to 5. It was like a Monday through Friday.
You do
like they would do
the whole
do
South
3 or 4
Texas
days, go home, 3 or 4 days, go home, 3 or 4 days, go home, and you're close enough that if they decide, fuck it, I'm gonna sleep in my own bed, they sleep in their own bed, and they're running rooms in their town. The great thing about CNL Ray is it doesn't matter if there's 2 or 200, they will pay you your full amount they owe you. Like they
ain't no such thing as the bread was short. Ain't no such thing.
Yeah, not even a little
Matter
bit.
of fact, rest in peace to my man Super Mario Salazar, man.
Wait. Did he die?
Is it Mario I'm thinking about, or was it the other guy?
It wasn't Mario. No.
What was baby boy's name? What was baby boy's name? He was a young comic. He passed away. He was overweight. He had the heart attack and died a couple years back, bro. You didn't hear?
That was Valley Vel.
No, motherfucker. I'm talking about down in the valley. I know Valley Vel passed away from a heart attack. But yeah, I want to say it was Mario. If it wasn't Mario, then it was the other guy that did every night with us. He was the really big guy, wore glasses.
No, it wasn't Big O. I talked to him like a week ago. If somebody died and I don't know about it.
Salazar and see if he ain't the one that passed away, bro. One of them passed away. One of the Rio Grande Valley guys passed away.
This must have been real recent.
No, man, this was a few years back.
It's not Big O because I talked to him like a month ago. And it wasn't Mario because I see him post up all the time.
It might not have been Mario because he do shows with Raymond a lot still.
See, I don't know how that works out now because I know that Ray's on this super Christian comic tip now.
Oh man, you know, like I know, like all the Black comics did that shit. They had a brush with death. They had a prison scare. They had a health scare.
Mm-hmm.
They come out. The comic view shit ain't jumping no more. They do Christian comedy for a while until they no longer relevant. And then they come back. And when they come back cussing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know what that shit is about, bro. But like
They be trying to go through a whole little reform.
yeah, with the exception of Sinbad, who has been clean for his whole fucking career, most of your cussing ass comics, like take Chris Tucker for example.
Mm-hmm.
He was hot shit, started acting, lost all his relevance, lost all his bread and shit in the income tax evasion case and shit. Now he a Christian comic now. Why is he a Christian comic now? Because when he tried to do that motherfucking special in 2015, that shit hit the water and sank.
Oh, was that 2015 when he did that motherfucker?
Yes, sir. Might have been 2016.
Yeah, I wasn't really jacking it. I was not jacking the special.
Either that or they become a motivational speaker.
That just come and show you, bro.
That's
like
Christian comedy. That's the same thing. That's being a Christian comic without putting Jesus all through your message, all through your set. You start
he just blew up in the acting industry before he got to fully sharpen his sword in the comedy industry. That's what I feel like. Because he was early on, like when he was started getting like casted in all the movies and stuff, but he wasn't even doing how long was he doing comedy before he got casted in his first movie? Because I know it went over 10 years.
Chris was doing comedy, shit, I want to say 10 years before he got Friday.
Was Friday his first movie, though? That wasn't his first movie?
I get my dates confused, but I want to say Friday was the first movie.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. If chronologically,
he was not 10 years in the game shooting Friday. He looked like he was. Was he still in his 20s?
But see, that's the thing, bro. Motherfuckers go back and add years and take years away from their comedy career. All the headliners.
No, you can't do that.
When I first started,
from the day you started,
all the headliners used to ask me, "How long you been doing this?" I'd be like, "A year, 18 months, 2 years." Motherfuckers be like, "Don't say that," because it's gonna make motherfuckers think that you're here on fluke. Tell people the smallest answer you should always give is 5 years. Motherfuckers told me that when I was a year into comedy was to tell people that I've been doing it for 5 years, because at the ear, when the ear hears 5, it says you're not an open micer, you're a professional comic.
Mm-hmm.
Which is some bullshit. But Chris's set back then was, "Man, I'm so broke if nigga rob me, he'll just be practicing. I live with my mama. She won't let me get my fuck on and shit. She be like, 'Come here, Chris.' I'm like, 'Mama, I'm coming.' Chris, I said, 'Come here, Mama, I'm coming.' And then he did the Michael Jackson and shit like that. After he hit success, he couldn't do none of that in his set anymore. You ain't broke no more. What you talking about? You don't live with your mama no more. What you talking about?" And after Eddie Griffin did his Michael Jackson set, nobody else can touch Michael Jackson on fucking Def Jam anymore, bro. So he burned his whole fucking set. And he never did any stand-up after that. Go find some Chris Tucker of him doing stand-up after that, bro.
My thing is, did he want to do stand-up after that?
Nope. He was using stand-up as a vehicle to get into the movie industry. You
or
know
did it
what a
just happen
motherfucker
that
was
way?
really in the game for, because they never returned to stand-up. Jamie Foxx never started telling jokes to be a comedian. He didn't even do the shit to act. He wanted to be a singer.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why after he dropped his second album, and that motherfucker went platinum, when Unpredictable went platinum, Jamie Foxx stopped even caring about telling jokes, bro. And Unpredictable came out 3 years after I Might Need Security.
Yeah.
Is that? But
I saw Chris Tucker in 2010. I'm sorry, him and George Wallace. So George Wallace goes up, does a set. It's a young crowd, and I don't think they really realize, oh my God, this is George fucking Wallace. So he does his set, and then Chris Tucker gets up, and he's trying to work out new material, but people keep catcalling movies, and he'll be like, yeah, and he'll tell a funny story about this movie, and then he'll try to go back to jokes, and then they'll shout out a name of another movie, and he'll tell a funny story, but the audience just took over and never really let him get back to like working on the material he was working on, which was all about him losing all his money. Like, I learned I didn't need 5 cars. I just, it was that kind of thing. But the audience didn't want to hear about that. They wanted to hear stories about movies he had done. And so he did his set and then left, and then, but me and one of my friends, we sat and talked to George Wallace all night until George hit on him and thought I was his manager. So.
Well, I heard George be hitting on these niggas out here, man. They said George Wallace aggressive with it too when he wanted to fuck on you. I was like, what? Because George Wallace ain't no small man. He like 6'5", 6'6", and he take up the whole doorway. So like,
yes,
that's a very large human that's being aggressive, talking about he want to fuck on you.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that about George quite a bit. I've heard that from a few reputable sources.
What did he what?
That George Wallace prefers the company of strong young black men.
Oh yeah, I heard that, man. I ain't believe it was true until you might have just confirmed it for me.
Yep, me and my friend, we were like everyone, wherever Chris Tucker ran off to, the audience either left, and all the young comics were like, hey, we're going to go to whatever party Chris is going to. They were just on Chris Tucker's nuts, as though he were just going to somehow like pick somebody to make famous. They were just all over.
Like he going to pick
they all left.
You. I'm discovering you tonight.
Yeah, I'm making a new franchise called Thursday, and you're going to be in it.
Thursday.
So after the comedy union closed, there was nobody standing outside but George Wallace. I don't know who was with him, if that was his manager or whatever guy was there, but it was George Wallace and then me and my friend. And I was amazed because there's nobody else talking to this comedy legend but us. And it's just me one-on-one with George. So my friend kind of looks like a nerdy Tyrese-ish. Real slender, kind of in shape. But like glasses and whatever. So we're talking and he's like, George Wallace seems to be really interested in my friend, and he keeps looking at me like, and then he finally goes, oh, you're his manager? And I'm like, no, I'm a comic. He goes, why are you wearing a suit? I was like, well, I was in the middle of explaining I have a day job where I have to wear a suit. So I just come straight from work to go to the club. So I wear a suit when I do stand up. I was in the middle of explaining that, and George was like, yeah, anyway. So tell me about, and he starts talking to my friend about like where he's from and growing up, and he goes, oh, I bet you get all the sex you want with that Caribbean accent. Like he starts throwing it at him, and I was like,
no, you fucking lying.
I don't feel like I need to be here right now. Like George I was like, I don't think he's trying to mentor you, Steve. I think
that man was hitting on you.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to using words like physique and chisel.
Hey, bro, when I met George Wallace, I had already heard these rumors, right? So, is George, Arnez J, some more, Earthquake, and Mark
Cheryl Underwood.
No. This particular show was Mark Curry, Quake, George Wallace, some more, and Arnez J. They on tour together. The tour hits Dallas. Quake hits me up like, yo, pull up on me. I say, bet. So we get to the show and everything. We backstage. I'm talking to all the comments and shit. Quake introduced me like, yo, this is my young gunner and shit. Now, when we got there, they had fucked up on my tickets. They had my tickets, but they didn't put the backstage passes with them. So they was fucking us in the hallway like they didn't know who the fuck I was and shit, right? Even though I had these tickets. So I say, man, fuck it, because we missing the show. Let's just go watch the show, bro. I'll link up with OG after the show. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew Quake didn't go on to last, so I was going to go kick it with him before he went on stage and shit. But they was trying this. So I say, fuck it. So by the time we go in, the show has started, and George is on stage. Quake put 3 front row middle section tickets in the wheel car. So now we got to come into this 10,000 seater theater and walk across the front of the fucking stage down into the front row into our seats. Who the fuck see us? George Wallace on stage.
Oh,
He say, now look at these 3 late motherfuckers right here looking like the Migos, because me, my brother, my cousin all got locks and shit. My brother, my cousin, they young cats, they dressed all flying fancy with their little flowery shirts on. Look at these 3 motherfuckers looking like the Migos. Y'all come here. I'm an actual comic. My brother is a writer. My cousin, student of the game, you know what I'm saying? So we not finna be like, fuck you, bro, do your show. We walk to the front of the stage where you can see us. He roasts us for about a solid minute and shit, and then was like, now go sit y'all punk ass down. So we all in good fun. We go sit down and everything like that. Everything is great. Everything is wonderful. After the show, George come over to us. He's like, man, I sure appreciate y'all letting me pick on y'all, man. I was like, oh, man, you know, it's all good fun, OG. You know what I'm saying? We ain't the kind of motherfuckers like that. Well, y'all look like y'all them kind of motherfuckers. We're like, no, man, we ain't no killers like that, OG. We ain't gonna do you like that. And then that's when Quake made the introductions and everything. So he's like, man, I thought I seen you before. I kept saying to myself, where do I know this young nigga from? I said, man, we met in LA when you did Chocolate Sundays. Now we shaking hands while we having this conversation. He ain't let my hand go.
oh snap! That's a sign.
He like, I'm saying
That
to
is an
myself, I
indicator.
know this motherfucker. And you know, Quake, I was saying when I was looking at him when I was on stage, where the fuck do I know this young nigga from? So you can meet him, huh? And he ain't let my hand go. Yeah, we still shaking hands. I said, yeah, man. We met at the Lab Factory, Chocolate Sunday. He say, with his other hand, surely it's good to see you again. He clapping on my hand. I was like, it's true. God damn it, it's true what they say. Because old school undercover DL men, they not flamboyant. They'll never come out and say, hey, would you like to go to my room and fuck something?
They will hold your hand for an extended amount of time. That is a fact. That is a fact, Black Ron. That is like one of the key indicators that, hey, this man might like men. When they hold your hand firm too long and they look you in your eyes, and then the double hand grab, that was new for me. The other hand, he must have been trying to secure you when he bought the other hand, because that's a new one.
Oh, bro, he was waiting on my body language to change. If my handshake would have melted, you know, because at first, like you see those muscles activated in my forearm.
Yeah.
At first, you're giving a man a grown man handshake, but then once it's love, you know, you relax the muscles in your arm. And if you relax the muscles in your arm, it's easy to manipulate your wrist after that. But then the motherfucker can pull you in and break the body language space, bro. This is all verbal judo. You learn these things. They actually write about these things in certain books, like How to Be Assertive, How to Win Friends and Influence People, you know, books on job interviews and shit. They teach you about assertive and alpha male body languages. You know what I'm saying? Ways to assert yourself in situations. Like, in other words, anybody ever shake your hand and turn your hand? They're dominating you, and they're going to dominate the conversation.
Or they shake your hand, they put their shoulder, they put their hand on one shoulder.
They shake your hand and put their hand on your shoulder. They a little boy in you. Because now they've taken your dominant hand and they've suppressed it with their dominant hand. And then with your dominant side, they put their hand on their shoulder. So you can't make no aggressive move without telegraphing it. Those little muscle twitches before you make an aggressive move, motherfucker can feel that. That's how you that's how you little boy a motherfucker, bro. Also standing over a motherfucker while everybody else is sitting. You sunning everybody in the room when you do shit like that. So old school little shit like that, little subtle nuances like that are how motherfuckers used to get themselves away, like going to the bathroom and accidentally tapping on a nigga's shoe with the top of your shoe. Well, if he tapped back,
oh man.
When I first moved to LA, and I was, I was new to town, I was meeting people, completely out of my element. There was this guy that I met that he worked for a very famous hairstylist, and he just seemed like a regular old Texas dude. He was like, yeah, I grew up in Euless. So we started talking about Texas, and at the end of the conversation, he goes, you hug it out, like you just, that bro hug where it's like one, the bro
one
hug
arm
is
one
arm
arm
under, one arm over,
a clenched fist and one arm. Only way I'm hugging you with both arms is if your mama just passed, you just got married, or like I fuck with you.
I'm howling.
But the bro hug is supposed to be one over the shoulder, one under, that 3-pat on the back, and then you're done.
Yeah, 3. So, that's exactly right.
One arm over, one arm under. He gives me that pat, but then at the third pat, he clenches my back. He goes, "Ooh, you're strong." And then the arm it's worse. And then the arm that's over the shoulder, he slides under. So now he's hugging me. He takes a step back. He goes, "We should wrestle sometime." And I was.
Hold up. What type of game is this sick motherfucker spitting? We should wrestle. Damn.
So now he's got his feet in a fighting stance.
At you in LA. Motherfucker asked me one time, because when you go to LA and do well, motherfucker want to know how long you gonna be there for one or two reasons. Number one, are you somebody that I can use to get myself back in the game or bolster my relevance? Or number two, are you gonna be somebody that's gonna be competition for me? So when motherfucker come to you and be like, so what's up, bro? You visiting or you moving here? Or after they seen you like 2 or 3 times, you done rip every time they done saw you, and they starting to see your name, they starting to see your ass a lot now in town. You're like, so you moved to LA now? What's up? I'm like, nah, bro, shit, LA really too expensive for me to be moving to. I just like to frequent, you know what I'm saying? I come through, I get on the road for 3 or 4 months, put me some bread to the side, stack it up. Then I come to LA for about a week or two, knock around town, you know what I'm saying? Hit all the rooms, shake all the hands, network. Then I get back out on the road and grind. Motherfucker was like, well, bro, if it's somewhere to stay, that's the problem. You can crash at my crib. Stay as long as you like, man. I believe in you, bro. I know you gonna make it. And I'm like, now see, 18-year-old Black Ron probably would have went for that shit because that sound good. 35-year-old Black Ron know that don't nobody believe in you that fucking much to let you live at their goddamn house for as long as you'd like. Especially not somewhere where the cost of living is as high as it is, like Los Angeles, California. Motherfucker, I got about maybe 2 weeks before I either got to get in your booty or you got to get in mine. And I'm not finna play now one of them games with you, bro. Now let me go to LA and it's a young, morbidly obese woman that says she needs somebody to come through there and cut grass and wax ass for somewhere to stay. Well, then I might relocate to Hollywood.
Yeah, well, Ron, you did it the right way. Most people, they get on in their city and they become a big deal in their city, and then they think, well, I'm a big deal in town. I've never really been on the road. I've never really worked anywhere. So, but I'm a big deal in town. I'm going to move to New York. I'm going to move to LA. And then they get there and they realize you're you're like the king of the prom, and now you've moved to a city where everyone is the king of the prom.
You were the king of the prom at a two-way school.
Yeah,
I use that analogy all the time, Pat.
And now it's like being the star quarterback of a high school football team, and you go to college. LA's like you go to college, and then you realize you're trying out with the star quarterback from every college team. And oh, hey, by the way, some old professional NFL dudes have decided to come out of retirement, and now they're trying to get on the squad.
Right. It's not even college. It's the pros, bro. And everybody was the captain of a squad back at home.
Right.
Everybody at this combine could have won the Heisman. Everybody at this motherfucker could have had, you know what I'm saying, all pro fucking season.
And so you
only 1% of us are gonna make it.
Yeah. Here's what I never understood about comedy. You start in Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta, St. Louis, the middle of the country. You get really good, you get really big, you get popular, you start to make a little money. Then and if you have a family, you move your family to New York and LA. And then when you become a star or you make it, guess where you spend most of your time? St. Louis, Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta. So you move to the and now your family, your wife, your kids, whatever, they've uprooted from their home life. They're in a town that they don't know, chasing a dream that they didn't have, and they're by themselves because you're out of town, 4 days out of the week?
And here's the cold part. That's the reason why you relocated everybody in the first place. Because if you'd have stayed your goofy ass at home, you'd have left your family at home where you already had a house, where you already had equity accruing, where your kids were already acclimated into that surrounding. They grew up in that fucking town. So nobody makes fun of the way they talk or what they eat or the restaurants or grocery stores and shit they are not exposed to because they don't have those, you know what I'm saying, in that part of the country and shit. Like, ain't no Ralph's down here. We got Kroger, same company, but we don't have Ralph's down here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no Fat Burger down here. We got In-N-Out, but y'all don't have Whataburger in LA. Y'all ain't got Bluebell ice cream in LA. You know what I'm saying?
There's one place in Hollywood that sells Bluebell ice cream.
I know you fucking lying. What? Where?
There's one place. There's a pizza place off of Hollywood and Highland. You know where the Chick-fil-A is?
Yes.
You know where the Chick-fil-A is?
Yes.
You walk
where
across
Hollywood
the street.
High School is.
Right. You walk across the street from Chick-fil-A and you walk south like 1 block. There's a pizza place right there on the corner. They have Bluebell.
Only your fat ass will find Bluebell ice cream. That's some fat shit.
Like a bat signal. Like a bat signal. It's
one last question.
Terrible.
Bro.
They got Bluebell.
And then I'm gonna let y'all close out. Now, Reggie, for most of the time I've known you to be a single man. I've never known you to be in any committed relationships, and as far as I know, you don't have any kids. Which is not to say that you haven't had any significant relationships, but not to the level that I'm talking about with Pat. Me and Pat also share the similarity that the woman that we were with when we started our comedy career is no longer here with us. Is that same thing true for you, Reg?
Yeah. We ain't together no more, even though we still cool. But to be honest, I talked to a girl early on in my comedy career, not directly at the beginning, but right before I moved to New York, which was, I've been doing comedy for almost 8 years. So I was doing comedy in St. Louis for 4 years until I moved. So the girl I was talking to, that was like towards the end of when I was moving from St. Louis to New York.
Right.
Did you come to a point where you feel like you had to pick?
Like, was y'all staying together? Was y'all?
Oh,
Talking about
it
getting
was me.
married.
I mean, it was like the relationship carried on a little bit to where I was in New York, but you know the long distance thing, that shit ain't, you know what I'm saying, work out for me too much. So it ain't the relationship went out probably about 2 months, maybe maybe three.
Y'all were only together for 3 months?
Yeah, we went together that long,
Oh no, well, I'm talking about a real relationship, like where y'all have celebrated at least one anniversary together.
and I ain't never had no anniversary.
That's crazy. You almost too old for that. Now Pat, have you
Mhm.
got to a place where you and your ex are amicable, if not cool?
That's why we got divorced. The last time I was in town, there was no. It was so awkward. It was like two strangers. Um, I had been in LA for about a year by myself, and we didn't really officially call it quits because I was thinking maybe, even though
Yeah,
when I moved, I thought this was it, but I just didn't want to.
pull the trigger. I remember that.
I
I
didn't want
remember
to
when you
pull the
came
trigger,
over
and I
here
was like,
talking about it in front of Mickey.
and I was like, okay, when I this is either going to be um, either we're done or absence will make the heart grow fonder, or this shakes her into like wake up, like I'm trying to build something here and I'm gonna build it with you or without you, right? So there were all these things going in my head. So I'd been gone a year. I came home for a visit, and there was just no real. It was just so awkward. Just the first night, um, her mom was dead set against me staying. She was living with her mom. Her mom was dead set against me staying against the house. He bailed out on you. He abandoned you. Fuck that guy, whatever. So the hotel we stayed at, I get in bed and she puts her pillow at the foot of the bed, and she's like, "I'm gonna sleep like this." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So I moved my pillow, and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I was like, you were sleeping like this, so I figured I would." And she goes, "No, no, no. You put," like, she made some weird thing that was about her back, and so there was just no sexual chemistry at all. There was no. She introduced me to somebody as, "Oh, this is my friend Pat." Like, she didn't. It was just awkward.
This is my friend
So
Pat, not my husband of 8 years.
right. So it was just this tension the whole time. So one of the last 2 days that I was there, I did I did LT's talk show. I did Mental Speak.
Yeah.
So Latanya Davidson. So I did her show, and I was feeling kind of good, and I was her show's a lot of mental health, and so I talked about a bunch of things. I was the whole time I was trying to figure out, how do I ask the question, like, how do I say it's over without crushing her, because I've known her since '93. We've been best friends since '93, and so I get back to the hotel and we're chatting, and I was like, "I have a question for you." And she goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "Is our marriage over?" And she goes, Why do you think that?" I was like, "I'm asking a question. I want to know what you think." She goes, "Well, what do you think?" And I'm like, "I think that everything that I'm about in life is LA, and everything that you're about is Dallas. And it wouldn't be right for me to make you give that up and be miserable in LA. And I'm damn sure not going to move back to Dallas and start going to church and family functions. You're all about your family. I'm all about my career. We're in two different places. And personally, I would rather salvage a 30-year best friendship than try to work on a 7-year shit marriage." I was like, you're more to, like, just our history together is worth saving, not this bad marriage. So I would rather just have you as a member of family, and because I'm like, there's not been one single romantic moment. Like, I
This
walked
whole
out of the
trip,
shower
right?
naked. I walked out of the shower naked and walked across the hotel room one night, and the look she gave me, she gave just this just look
That's
on
what
her
we doing
face.
now. Put some
Right,
goddamn clothes on.
right, just that sort of like
The nerve, sir.
right. And I've never caught her looking at me like that. So I was like, I would rather save a great friendship instead of a bad marriage. And so that and her first reaction after all that, my reasoning, she thought for a minute and she goes, well, I get the dog, right?
Wow.
And I was like, of course you do. Like, I can't, I'm in a small apartment in LA. I'm either working or grinding or doing something. I don't have time to spend with him. He's got a house with a yard and 2 people, her and her mom, that they don't do shit. They're at home all day. So he's good here. Why would I take him out of that? And she goes, okay. And then that was that. The next day, after that conversation, all the tension left. And we sat in bed next to each other and watched movies and talked shit. And it was fun again being with her. The next day, we went to her best friend's wedding. And, you know, weddings are very romantic and a lot of love gushing, and married couples have a tendency at weddings to sort of reminisce when they were married, whatever. So I was going back to LA right after the wedding. So we go to the wedding, we go to the reception, and then we have a great time. We're driving to the airport. She goes, that wedding was kind of romantic. Does that make you change your mind? And I was like, no. You? She goes, not even a little bit. And I was like, okay, cool.
I think that answer was not quite true, because I think that she only brought it up because her mind was changing a little bit.
There was a moment about 6 months ago that somebody had, there was a friend of mine who's a medium, and she does these Facebook Lives where she'll do readings and she'll do meditations and she'll do words of encouragement and stuff like that. So Dinah was going through kind of a rough patch, and she was, you know, thinking about her dad was on her mind a lot. Her dad died when she was real young, and he committed suicide. And I was like, well, chime into this live and ask a question, and if, you know, she can contact him, or maybe she has something encouraging, or I don't know, just, I'm like, it kind of makes me feel better sometimes, so just chime in. So she chimed in, and the lady's like, I see your last name is Puckett. Are you related to Patrick? And she commented, I'm a, you know, ex-wife. And she goes, well, I don't think you guys are done yet. I think you guys are connected in some way. I think you guys are always going to be in each other's lives. So afterwards, she called me and she goes, yeah, I think we should get back together. I've been thinking about it. I've been going to church praying. I think we should get back together. And I was like, okay, cool. Come to LA. And I'm like, we have, she goes, what do you think? And I was like, well, I think we have to have a lot of arguments before we get back to that. And she goes, why does it got to be an argument? I'm like, because we don't see eye to eye.
It's got to be an argument.
I was like, it's going to be an argument because there are things that I feel that I don't think you give a shit about. And it's not going to be a conversation. You have a grudge against me because I left, but I have a grudge against you for the reasons that I left. So it's going to be arguments. And I was like, but if this is something you feel happening, come to LA. I'll pay for the ticket. You can stay with me, and we'll talk it out. And she was like, well, COVID and this, and it was like always a reason. I have to ask my doctor. I have to check with my mom. I have to see if my brother. And I was like, okay. And it just, like, I gave her the opportunity, and mostly just LA could be.
She was looking for. Oh, don't you want to be back with me? Don't you want to move back to Dallas? Don't you
right.
want to? So
right. And most of, I mean, I was kind of LA can be a very lonely city. And I think just me entertaining the thought was, I kind of miss having, you know, a wife and a dog. And I figured, fuck it, I'll just, you know, I like her, so I like my dog. There was that moment in life where, like, I was on the road a lot and I would just come home and be with her and the dog. Like, I liked that part of life. And I think I'd made some sacrifices for my career that maybe didn't pan out, and I was kind of second guessing it. So I was like, yeah, I'll give you another shot, but I'm not going to, you know, I moved there initially. You got to come to me. I came to you before, you got to come to me. So we've kind of gotten to a place where we're like, it's not going to happen. We're like, as best friends, we're cool, but as spouse, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all.
Two opposing viewpoints, and both people feel
right.
like they're losing by coming off of their point, by coming off of their story. I'm losing.
Yeah.
I'm not
Now,
gaining
we'll say
you.
this.
I'm losing every position that I want. And that's where
Right,
me and my
right.
ex fell apart, was where we were headed. We had two total different visions for what we saw in each other, and how that fit into our lives. The way that we saw our lives as kids, and then the life that we see with each other, don't match up. I think, hindsight is 2020, but you know, a year and a half prior to us breaking up, she made the statement that, you know, there's more to life for her than being Black Ron's wife. And she used the term Black Ron's wife. She didn't say your wife. She said Black Ron's wife. So I'm like, well,
Mm-hmm.
she has her own aspirations and her own, uh, dreams and stuff for her career and everything like that. And I'm like, well, you do understand that as I gain success, that only yields me capital and respect and pull and leverage in the industry to where I can make things happen for you. And she was like, nah, I want to make things happen for my fucking self. I don't want you doing things for me and everything like that. And I can't do the things that I need to do to make things happen for myself and be the woman that you need at the same goddamn time.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a whole lot of arguments, a whole lot of fights, and a whole lot of conversations over this subject. And I can put it as succinctly as that, and then wrap it up in a sentence all nice and neat like that. But that encompasses damn near 2 years of fighting, you know what I'm saying, leading up
Mm-hmm.
to the demise of our relationship. And now we've been uh, out of that relationship for the last 2 years. So
Mm-hmm.
we talking about the last 4 years now. She broke up. She moved out while I was in LA. I come back home, all her shit is gone from the crib. That was December 2018. By the time New Year's 2019 rolled around, we are officially apart. I spent all of 2019
Mm-hmm.
basically trying to get us back together, only to find out in 2020 that she had moved on, got into a whole new relationship and everything like that. So then go through the depression of that because I'm holding on to hope that just maybe we can salvage our relationship, reconcile, get things back together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going through that whole process, don't see her, don't speak to her for months. Her birthday rolls around. I know it's her birthday, so of course she's on my mind all that day and shit. But I didn't reach out to her and say happy birthday or nothing like that. We blocked each other on all social media. She had changed her phone number and everything. I'm doing a show in Dallas. One of the only shows I've done in Dallas all year long. My partner is doing a show at the Improv. I come through. I'm headlining the show, so I'm not sitting in the showroom for the whole show. I go into the showroom like maybe 5 minutes before I go on stage and shit. I've just been in the hallway backstage kicking in the shit. So I go on stage, I'm in my set, I'm kicking, I'm killing. And then I look through the set and I'm like, wow, that girl kind of looks like my ex. And then this is when you start, like, my mind playing tricks on my, I see her face everywhere type shit, right? So then about 5 minutes
Mm-hmm.
later, I look back over. No, I'm not tripping. That's really fucking her. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here at my show on your birthday? So now I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so where's your new guy? And she was like, well, I wouldn't bring him to your show or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He's out of town right now. And you know what I'm saying? I didn't have nothing else to do. I saw that you were doing the show. That led to us, you know what I'm saying, exchanging numbers and stuff, got a new number and everything. It led to us having conversations that have brought about so much closure to what went wrong in our relationship that now we back on speaking terms. Now we back on, hey, I saw this funny meme online and I share it with
Right,
you. You know
right.
what I'm saying? We able to bullshit with each other back and forth, because if anything that I miss, it's that part of our relationship. You know what I'm saying? The fact
Mm-hmm.
that, like, when you can really truly be friends with your woman, women want you to be their best friend. It's like, nah, you can't be my best friend because you're a girl. Like my
Yeah.
best friend has to know all of my good, my bad, and my ugly. As a girl, and then more specifically as my girl, you can't know all of that about me and still be my friend in it. Because
Shit, damn near your only friend, goddamn.
you know what I'm saying? Like, my friends were my friends before I started having sex.
Yeah.
And I ain't fucked none of my friends. You feel what I'm talking about? So like, and that goes for my female friends and especially my male friends. So for you to say that you my best friend, no, You can't be because we're romantically involved.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I can say that we are cool. We are most definitely, if you had to ask me, we are on the verge and on the path of being friends again. You know what I'm saying? Where we able to, I'm finding myself being genuinely happy
Yeah.
for her when she gets successes and when she gains new things and shit. And that's how you know that you're maturing as a person. Because even though our relationship broke my heart and shit, and that shit crushed me, I thought it destroyed me. I can
Mm-hmm.
legitimately be happy for you if you're happy with the way your life is going.
Yeah.
Because if you ever truly loved a person, you don't want to see them suffer. That's some vindictive ass, hurtful ass shit. You ain't let that hurt go. If you want to see a person that you swear to God you loved, a person that you
Yeah.
once thought you were gonna spend your life with, somebody you was kissing in the mouth and fucking raw, you done smelled they stanky breath. You know what I'm saying? Like you done been around them at your worst and at your best.
Yeah.
That's a motherfucker that it's not just about the sex with, but at the same time, if there's no romantic connotation to that, and there always has been from the start, well then it's dead.
Yeah.
And let's just be friends.
Yeah, we're back to being friends. Like we, through my mother's passing, she was there for me the last serious bout of depression. She would sit on the phone with me and just like get out of bed. I'm not getting off this phone till you get the fuck out of bed. Get up. Like she was there for me. And we'll text each other. She loves college football, so we'll text each other about football the whole time. We'll talk shit. I'll call and like, hey, how's the dog? How are you doing? It's like she's living with her mom and her mom's not doing well. And I was like, okay, so you need to figure out what's going to happen if your mom passes and she's got this weird house mortgage, reverse mortgage situation. I'm like, you need to figure out.
She gonna
I'm
lose
like,
that house.
you need to figure out what you're going to do, where you're going to live. I was like, hey, fly to LA, come hang out. We will figure out a plan for you. Like we're on good terms like that. She definitely saw herself being Patrick Puckett's wife, but like she saw the big house and the matching Range Rovers and like she saw all that, but she didn't see us building it. She saw me building it and her just having access to it, which was a problem for me. So, but yeah, we're
Cut off
back
a
to
piece of the net unless you were shooting in the gym. Just being on the
right.
team ain't enough.
So, but we're back to being really good friends where we'll have conversations. And part of it is, even though there was a lot of us splitting up where I was in the right, she wasn't doing whatever, I had to apologize for my part because my part, there are things that I did. And so before if I would have just sat and waited for her to come to this realization that I was a good husband and come to whatever, the only part of it where I really put my foot down was and I even told her when we split up, I'm like, look, I don't give a fuck what people say about me. So if somebody asks what happened, tell them it was my fault and we'll keep it pushing. But the fact that, there's this narrative in her family that she's believed, like it got into her head to where she started to believe it, that the reason I left was because of some medical thing. And I was like, that was the easiest thing about you. Dealing with that medical stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, he left because he couldn't handle that. And that really, really is where I really kind of lost my shit, because that was not true. It was not about that. That was her medical issue was the easiest thing about her. It was
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
It was all this other stuff.
I still get pissed off when people be like, oh man, or like, some people just assume that y'all together. They saw y'all together for so long and shit, and then people would just be like, oh, well, how's, and then they'll ask about it. I'm like, well, she's doing good so far as I know. So far as you know. I'm like, yeah, we broke up in 2018. What you do? First of all, fuck you, motherfucker, because that's a very sexist ass question to ask. Because now because people just assume that because the relationship ended, it had to be through some fault of the guy.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, the narrative around her circle is that I couldn't handle her illness and that I bailed out to go be famous, that I abandoned her because I wanted to be famous.
It's easier to get famous at home where the cost of living is a third of what the fuck it is in LA.
Right.
Man,
So
sometimes women tell themselves certain things to help them sleep at night.
True,
right,
true.
but
I'm not a
it's when
loser. He
everyone else
just couldn't
starts
handle
believing
a
it.
woman like me. I'm not abrasive. I'm not aggressive. He just
Yep,
can't handle a strong woman.
I gotta tell you
exactly.
I'm not a loser. I'm just in between jobs right now.
I gotta
Yep.
tell you what's really grinding my gears. There are comics in Dallas that instead of that they met her through me through comedy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That instead of coming to me going, "Hey, what's up?" they're going to her. "Hey, are you and Pat still together? How come we don't see him around anymore? Is he moving in LA?" They won't talk to me.
Motherfuckers want some info and a slice of pussy. And if they can kill two birds
Right.
with
Just
one
slice.
stone,
So
They definitely want a slice of pussy.
here's my beef
bro.
that she doesn't get that. So there's this bro code where if me and my best friend, if I break up with a girl and he wants to date her, bro code dictates, "Hey man, I know you're not together. Do you mind if I shoot my shot?" Right? In my world, it's comedy. If you're a comedian, that's as good as bro code. So
If I
even though
met you
she's
through the fact that you were fucking another comedian,
right,
I'm going to at least bring it to that comedian's attention that we're fucking.
right. So there are people that are shooting their shot, some of them married. There are people that you and I know that are shooting their shot with her, either as a "let me smoke you out, let's go on a date, come be my side chick, don't tell my wife," that uh, they don't have the courtesy to go, "Hey, I know you're not together. Can I get a like she's grown, she can do whatever she wants to do. She's 40, whatever she is."
Hey
But
Pat, I'm trying to smoke and fuck with your ex-wife.
right,
Cool. Hey man,
okay,
she grown.
I
yeah,
don't know,
but
Pat, man. That's a
but
tough one, Pat, because
flipping,
that's not easy telling another person, especially if you don't know how that person gonna react.
but just be a man about it and go, "Hey."
Yeah, man.
Be a man about it and go, "Hey, I know. Are you what is your because of there are certain people that were a part of our lives that uh, were very gossipy, that said things like, "Hey," that they were gossiping and it got back to her. "Hey, Pat should stop bringing his wife to shows because he's funnier when she's not around." There were people that we were friends with, that we were very, very close to, that behind her back was talking crazy shit about her and her effect on me and my career, that because of how nosy and gossipy they were, we decided to keep our separation and our divorce private. Fuck these guys, they don't need to know. So if it's not public knowledge that we're divorced, shouldn't you go, "Hey, let me talk comic to comic. Let me ask Patrick, here, y'all together?" "No, man, that's ended."
uh,
"Oh, okay. Well, do you mind if I shoot my shot?" "Hey, man, you're grown, she's grown, do
You had
whatever."
any type
But
of
to slip
scruples or
behind,
morals, you would be like, hey bro, am I tripping? Or did you and your ex-wife break up?
right.
Did you and
But they're
your wife
not doing
break
that.
up?
They're going directly to her. "Hey, how come we don't see Pat anymore? By the way, come over, let me smoke you out. Hey, come down to where I'm at and come stay with me. By the way,
and
don't
they
tell my
met
wife."
her through you.
They met her through me. If she,
And
her,
his ex-wife is not industry at all, bro. So she not no
not even a
booker,
little
not
bit.
no manager. She don't make flyers. She don't print T-shirts. They have no reason to be associated with her outside of personal
Right.
attachment
Her
alone.
her
There's
her
no
brother
professional
knows some.
reason to fuck with D.
Her brother knows some people who are starting to. They're still new. I don't even know who they are, but they're still new in the Dallas comedy scene. So her brother's been going to the shows a lot, and she's like, "Oh well, the headliner here and the guy that's running the show here, me and Pat are friends, so I'll go with you." And they're like, "Oh hey, good to see you. Hey, what's Pat up to? Oh, by the way, you want to come by? Let me smoke you out. Hey." There was a guy that from uh, from South Texas, a comic magician guy that you know who I'm talking about, a Booker guy that was like, "Hey, come down and hang out. Uh, you know, we haven't seen you in a while. Come down and hang out. And then Diana was like, why did you reach out to me? I was like, I don't know. You're still in tech. I don't know. And then
you got pussy in between your legs,
right.
And I'm no longer standing guard over it.
I was like, well, you know, shake his tree and see what falls out. And he goes, she goes, you really want me to come down for the weekend to see you and your wife? Yeah, but don't tell my wife. I'm going to put you in a hotel up the street. And he was just simply like, oh, Pat's gone and I want to hit. That's all it is. And that I feel so disrespected by these fucking dirty dogs that are like, oh, Pat's not here. I'm not like, oh, I'm sorry.
Because you thought motherfuckers was your friend. Now, see, here, the only difference between me and you, Pat, is I knew motherfuckers weren't my friend when I first started doing comedy. That's why motherfuckers always called me cocky and arrogant. Although motherfuckers proved themselves right, because no sooner than me and my ex broke up, there were so many different people in her inbox, as I come to later find out, questioning how our relationship came to end, whose fault it was, what her next move is gonna be. And then it was like, I guess she was telling them shit like, you know, but I love him, but you know, or something like that. Because then all of a sudden motherfuckers start putting out this a lot of fake news, putting together like, oh, because I remember one time we was on the road, he fucked 6 bitches in the Burger King bathroom. I remember I was there because I was the one on the camera and shit like that. Like all of a sudden now you want to start bringing my ex all of these stories about I'm fucking this person, I've been seen with that person and stuff like that as a means to drive a wedge between me and her. But I've always been the type where if you got to throw salt on me in order to get yourself in the game, you not winning by making me no loser, bro.
That is crazy, bro. I don't get how people still do this to this day.
I don't understand it, bro.
There's a comedy groupie, a very well-known comedy groupie. She's not even a comedian anymore, I don't think, but she's definitely a comedy groupie that went crazy and lost her temper at somebody and published a list of all the DFW comics that she had fucked. And
I didn't know that.
This was years ago, and when I tell you that list looked like the Hyenas open mic list, like it was like everybody got 5 minutes.
Hold up, you say she went crazy?
She
was already battling with some mental instabilities.
Is she from Chicago?
No, he ain't talking about Ramona Lopez.
Oh,
no, she's from Dallas. And some guy that was dealing with her kind of pushed a wrong nerve and was acting funny because she got into it.
One day she was gonna fuck herself onto a tour, onto some stage time.
Right.
And she used to hold like writing sessions at her house and smoke
writing sessions. I've been to a few writing sessions.
Yeah.
Orgies.
Yeah. They started off as writing sessions because she had a mic and an amp and a speaker and everything like that. But then
sure niggas got amp and put their mic in her mouth and she wasn't able to speak.
Motherfuckers be like, well, you know, I know if I hang around and if I'm one of the last motherfuckers here, I can go ahead and get a shot of that wop. You know what I'm talking about? So,
I've been to writing groups that there was no group. It was me, and I was like, okay, we'll write. Why are you lighting candles? What writing session is this? But she put out a list. I like to do that pants off style writing. So there was I think it was David Arnold was in town, and so I took some people to go see him. So I'm sitting at the table with do you know John Bragg?
Yeah, I know DJ John Bragg. I don't call him comedian John Bragg no more.
No. So John Bragg was there, Gary Brewster was there, and there was somebody else. So we're sitting at the table. I got my wife, they got their dates, and John Bragg goes, "Hey, you hear so-and-so released a list of all the people she fucked?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he goes, and then I'm trying to like nudge him, like, you know, I'm probably on that list.
Shut the fuck up, boy.
And he goes, yeah. And Diana's like, who's this? Oh, this is some open micer that'd be fucking all these comics. And Danny goes, well, how do you know her? And I was like, you know, open mics, you get to know people.
Oh, baby,
And I was sitting here kicking
everywhere, baby. It's people.
Yeah, and she goes, ooh, I want to see it. And I was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I was like, probably half the list is not even like, you know. I had to really make this girl sound crazy in case like she goes, hey, why is your name on that list?
Man, when it first came out that I hit, I guess people were expecting me to be like everybody else and lie about it. I was like, hell yeah, I hit. Because here's the thing, bro. At the time when I hit, she wasn't a bad looking woman at all. And,
gorgeous.
And when she got naked, you found out she looked way nicer than you would think, because she didn't dress cool. She wasn't a snazzy dresser, you know what I'm saying? But when she got naked,
her hair always looked like a thrift store wicker basket. But her body was amazing.
Body was fucking banging with the surprise booty. Like, she take the jeans off and a whole bunch of ass jump out of there. You be like, damn, okay. And she, you know what I'm saying, she was very hospitable. You come over, can I make you a drink? You hungry? You know what I'm saying? I got this weed, I got that weed, I got that kind, I got that kind. It's snacks and stuff over there, candy. Help yourself to whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Her dog was a nice dog and everything. Her crib was very cool, laid back. I went over there a bunch of times and kicked it, bro. Like, from the time when my daughter was a small child up until she was a toddler, until she got into a real relationship with a dude that used to frequent the comedy club a lot. And they got into a real relationship even though he was married. But like, they were going together. He had a key to her crib and everything. And one day they had a fight and an argument, and she let it out that she had hit me and a couple of other well-known comics around town and shit. That drove his ass up a motherfucking tree. The next week he want to have a man-to-man conversation and shit. I'm
with
like,
who?
Yeah.
With me and a couple of other comics. I'm like, bro, we hit before y'all got together.
Wow. This nigga wants to have a conversation.
He wanted to have a conversation about the fact that we were still trying to go over there and smash occasionally. Like, once you hit that pussy, bro, everybody know crazy bitches got the best.
Look, he tried to say it stops here.
Yeah. I don't care what y'all used to be. She's not like that anymore.
He called me.
Bro, I got
one of them. Y'all shouldn't even be the one he talking to though. Like, y'all, you be talking to her.
My nigga, I can't take nothing that you saying seriously, bro. Stop talking to me before I call your wife and tell on you. Like, and I'm not even the type of nigga to do that. But like, don't have no, hey man, just out of respect, if you could not call her unless it's about comedy, or not call her after a certain amount of time at night. Man, shut up before I call your wife, bro. Who you talk to?
I'm hollering.
Don't give me no goddamn rules, bro. I'll come over there and fuck her tomorrow, nigga, because what hurt his feelings is he was laying in bed, pillow talking, and like, yeah, baby, do I be putting it down? She was like, yeah, you be putting it down. He was like, I'm the best you ever had. She was like, nigga, you're not the best I done had this year. What are you saying?
I'm hollering.
He's like, well, who the best?
You want to be gas like that?
Then he want to start having, well, who dig bigger than mine? Who dig better than mine? And when she started dropping, he wanted to jump off a short bridge on a long line.
The crazy thing was, the names that she was dropping, this guy couldn't follow them in bed or on stage. So
then when she started dating the last comic that she started dating, I didn't even know they was dating until she called me one day and was like, yeah, he put his hands on me. And I was like, what? I'm all set to go have a conversation with dude like, bro, what is you beating on her for? You know what I'm saying? Like, out of all the bitches to be jumping on, bro, what is you jumping on her for, bro? Like, be for real. And then before I could even have that conversation with him, he pulled me to the side and had another conversation with me and told me his side of the story. And I'm like, oh, okay. I see what this is. Let me moonwalk the fuck away from this situation right now. And when I moonwalked away from the situation, all of a sudden she snapped on me because it had always been all love. She had never gave me the other side of the coin. But when that motherfucking coin flipped and she gave me the other side of the coin, I was like, oh, this what everybody been saying
It
this
all
whole time.
makes sense now.
You crazy for real. And then after that, her health started going into decline. So she stopped, she lost that banging ass body. So after that, I was like, then I started getting famous and shit. Now you want to offer me the pussy again. I'm like, no, you ain't as tight as you used to be.
I think we got a common one that we hit in New York, Black Ryan. We ain't gonna say no names.
Is it a woodland creature?
It is. It definitely is a woodland creature. It definitely is, Ryan.
Mm-hmm. I'm really good friends with her family now, bro.
What?
Yep, she has a family member that I'm really, really good friends with.
She got family in Florida. Let me not get too much info.
Yeah, before you be the snitch. Her family that lives up there with her. They start following me because she follows me, and I think she reposted something that I shared, or she tagged her family in something that I posted. Her family started following me. We had a conversation. I'm like, I recognize that last name. She was like, yeah, I'm Woodland Creature's sister. I'm like, oh, that's what's up. So then
say Woodland Creature.
Yeah, because if we say her nickname, bro, like it's a wrap.
I was gonna say another animal that's like similar to the woodland creature, but that would have been even a damn near a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway, my boy. You can't say
woodland creature is perfect.
We know what we talking about. Hey, that's some all right stuff too, my boy. That stuff is all right.
It ain't bad. That little head ain't bad either, huh?
Hey, man, let me tell you something. Somebody that should take real good care of herself. You hear me? Smell good and all that. The
booty a little tough for my taste, but hey, nonetheless, it was great.
Hey, it's got weight. It's got a lot of muscle in it for it to be that big. For it to have that size that it's got a lot of muscle on it. But that monkey is 2 times bigger than her whole body. That shit tripped me out.
The monkey is good.
I ain't gonna tell you that I ran through a whole box of them golden tickets and was about to hit that thing raw. I ain't gonna lie, I was about to jump off in there. And what made me not jump off in there was the fact that you told me you had just was over there before when we was where I saw you right before. And you was like, boy, I just got out of there. I was like, you just got out of there? And you was like, I just got out of there. And I was like, well, I'm about to get in there. And you was like, get in there. And I was like, yeah.
Hey, Black Ryan. Hey, we too many, dude.
This is what I heard. No. This is what I saw for myself, because when we were where I saw you,
yeah,
you know, we went around the corner to the other hand. When we went around the corner to the other hand,
she was
somebody else walked off in the room that we know. She was all over that dude.
Yep.
To the point where I'm like, hey, shorty, I'm finna leave. I'm not finna stand here and watch you juggle nuts. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm somebody. I ain't no regular at this room that we at right now.
Right.
I'm somebody.
Right.
She let me get to the train station, blowing my phone up. Blowing my spot up. So I'm riding with my boy Chris. Did you know, Pat, that Uber, well, they have this app where like you know how people be renting the scooters? You can go up and scan the scooter or scan the bicycle. They got an app in New York, bro, where you can go up and scan a smart car. That motherfucker unlock. And they have the keys like in the car. Wow. You start the motherfucker up and you drive the bitch. You rent the car, you drive it wherever the fuck you gonna drive it to. They charge you by the minute. You know what I'm saying? You drive to wherever you drive and you park, you put the keys in the cup holder, you get out, you lock the bitch, and you scan it to show that that motherfucker is parked. They got like a car rental app like that, like a like the scooters or the city bikes and shit, right? So Chris
Mhm.
rent one of them joints. He's like, hey, the nearest vehicle is 3 blocks up. We walk over there to the car. I say, who car is this? That whole, he scanned the bitch. The lights flick, that whole unlock. I say, nigga, this your car? He was like, no, this the app. He teach me about the app. So I'm on
Yeah,
the phone.
zip.
I'm on the phone with the woodland creature. And she
You
was like,
already said. I just want to let you know you already said the city. I just want to let you know that.
did I? When did I say that?
You say I don't know if you know, but in New York City.
Oh, but I didn't say the borough. I didn't say the borough. So she say, hey, where are you at? I say, hey, we leaving the village. We on the way to this borough. She say, I live in that borough. I'm on the express train. I say, hey, man, what station is closest to your house? He tell me the station. I say, hey, meet me at such and thus station. That station is like 2 blocks from his crib up the street. I walk to the train station. I meet her there. Walk back to my partner crib. I'm talking about for the better part of the day, bro. Like, that's some all right wopski-dooski right there.
Definitely is. Man.
Now, she ain't gonna, I don't think she ever gonna be much of nothing on stage. But
No, let's keep it 100. She's ass.
see, I said what she
Mhm.
gonna be. I didn't say what she currently is. Cause it's another young lady that lives up there, Kush, that I met my first year that I went to New York. Matter of fact, I got to say the name, but I'm gonna put it in the chat so you can know who the fuck I'm talking about. Pat, you ever been to New York?
Not in a minute.
I don't know if you know that name.
Definitely not as a
Uh-uh.
comic.
I don't know that.
Man, when I tell you this girl here is fine, bro. She got like the Vanessa from the Huxtables kind of fineness about her.
Just a comic.
Nice.
She's a comic.
Just a sec.
She good?
No,
Okay.
she all right. To be honest with you, bro, all of the female comics that are really, really, really good on stage,
Mhm.
I have no sexual attraction for. We're just friends.
Me too.
And it's not
Me
because they're
too.
not beautiful. Ty Davis, fucking gorgeous. Kelly Kells, beautiful.
Mhm.
Ashima Franklin, beautiful. Um, 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 I'm blanking on names. Rita Brent, fucking beautiful. Like, it's not because they not pretty girls.
Right.
Damn. I'm look. All right. I see what you talking about. Damn.
Hey
What
man,
about?
hey man, when I tell you body soft, booty fat, cool ass, kick it ass person, bro. I'm talking about nigga. We went on a date. We went on a date. We went to lunch. We went to the Guggenheim together. We went on a walk around Central Park. Nigga, we got drunk. We got high because we went to the liquor store and I bought a fifth. We was just taking shots at the fifth all afternoon on our way to the museum. We smoking, we chilling. She took me to somewhere and we ate. We got some Caribbean food and shit. Then I was staying with Davian Velez in the Bronx. And to let you know how long ago this was, because shit, I ain't stayed with Davian in a long goddamn time.
Right.
I don't think I could ever live with Davian Velez ever again. That is
You
my
was there
boy,
with
but
his
he will
dog.
make
You
you
was there
choke
with his
him.
dog.
This was before he got Snoopy, bro. This
Oh,
was
okay.
like 2015, 2016. This is like a long time ago.
Okay.
Bro, we go out, we get caught in the rain on the way back from the date. Like, it was a really good date, bro. Like, because to be honest, I didn't go on a real date until I was like maybe 28, 29 years old.
Damn.
Like, to where I leave the house with the explicit mission to go to a place and I'm going to meet a woman there and we're going to have an evening together. We're going to eat. We're going to go do one or two things. You know what I'm saying? And don't end up getting no coochie. Like a date. Bro, she dropped me off back off in the Bronx. We smoking, we chilling. We started making out in her car and shit. And she was like, this is the wrong week to be doing this that we doing right now.
Does that mean she was on?
Yeah. And I'm like, man,
Shark Week.
come on, don't do the game like that, coach. She's like, yeah, man, it's Shark Week, bro. I'm like, fuck.
Shark Week.
So I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna do nothing then. But the next time I'm in town, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? She's like, oh yeah, hurry up and come back. Bro, I don't know what happened in between, but straight smooth ghosted me. Like, stop fucking with me for no reason at all. Stop talking to me for no reason at all. Like, and I didn't tell nobody that we was seeing each other, that we was talking, or none of that. Just smooth, quit answering text messages, stop answering the calls, wouldn't respond back on IG, nothing. I said that to say, when I did Apollo, I guess she must have been in Harlem one goddamn day and drove past the Apollo, saw my motherfucking name on the marquee. I get a hey you out of nowhere. So I didn't respond. I'm like, man, bitch, fuck you. So the last time I was in New York was when I was up there with Leonard and shit. Last time I saw you, when I linked up with Woodland Creature.
Right, I remember.
I guess you know how the algorithm got it set up, bro, that when you in the city by a person, all of a sudden they all on your timeline.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there are certain people I follow in LA that I don't see none of their content until I'm in LA.
Out in that area and the algorithm changed.
So apparently I jumped on her algorithm and she saw that I had been moving and shaking and doing and dipping and here and there, and
without
all
you.
of a sudden I had like 8 or 9 likes from her in a row from old shit on my timeline. Like, oh, bitch, you deep diving all on my goddamn page.
Mm-hmm.
And you hit me out of nowhere. Hey, congratulations on all your success, so and everything like that, and blah, 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 blah. I said all that to say, would I be wrong for revenge fucking her?
Hey, man. That's the thing, bro. You gonna want to fuck anyway, bro. What you out in that city, bro? Nightfall hit. First thing you gonna think about is some pussy, bro. All that ghosting she did and went out the window. I am horny. You might as well, bro.
I might not never reach out to her, but I'm telling you this, she stay looking good. You see how she look?
All it takes is for y'all to be at a location and the vibes just to align. Once the vibes and the stars align, bro, that's
she
it.
She used to have a flat stomach too with it, with all the thickness, and then the stomach was like flat. Like I be in the gym and I'm vegan a little bit flat. I don't know what she built like these days, because the fall off do be real, but
from what I seen, she seemed like she's still intact for the most part. And plus, even if she was, man, you say you like big girls, so
I do, but I don't like big girls that used to be fine. I like big girls that's been big since 3rd grade. I like big, man. Ain't nothing worse than running into the Devin the Dude type chick, you know what I'm saying? She used to be so fine to me. But now she
big
since the motherfucker. Big, I'm talking about.
I just had a big girl. I had a big cougar.
Ooh, say what
one of my mom's friends was giving me a little, hey, what's happening? And the thing that kicked it off was she was like, I miss your mom, and she was like flirting with me. And there was this moment where I was over at her house. She's like, I just miss your mom, and I said, I can't believe this worked. I said, well,
you got some grief, pussy.
I said, the best way to get over my mom is to get under her son.
You just shot that out there. And she was like, that went right in.
And she was like, well, come on with it.
Off the glass. Yes, Mrs. Robinson. I'm in that ass.
Pat, I'm going to use that line, but I don't know none of my mama friends that shit'll work on. But that line was clutch. I like that line.
If you whispered in the good ear.
in the hearing aid ear or the other one?
Whisper in the good ear.
I'll
Tickle the ear a
that
little
goddamn
bit.
the pen down and put it on her ass.
But she be like, "What you say, baby?"
I said
the best way to get close to my mom is to get under her son.
Oh, get under her. Well, you managed. All right now, being fresh. Actually, I took that goddamn hearing aid out. You heard that whole feedback when you took it out?
So Pat, you smashed?
Yep.
No,
How was it?
No, when she that old, you don't smash.
What she say after though? What she say after? Like,
she had a boyfriend at the time, so she's been playing a little hard to get, but she's like, anything you need. Any like, you know, if you need weed, my son will get you weed. If you need, you know, powder, like, she's like, anything you need while you're here, just come, like, you want me to cook for you? Like, she's been kind of whatever, but I'll go over and just kind of flirt with her a little bit. She's like, no, I can't. I don't. She's been kind of coy about it.
Feeling guilty.
Like in recent days.
damn, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
See, when that coochie get old, it takes longer for it to go back to its shape. So you can't be in there pounding it out with young meat, and then Sylvester come over there with the old meat. He gonna feel that the fit ain't right.
Now, Black Ryan, why is this nigga named Sylvester, bro?
I don't know, man. He's staying in a retirement community. He tan with his shirt off. He don't go to the booth.
When Sylvester come over, Sylvester come in with the Nike pumps.
Hey, Sylvester got on them, what's them dad shoes? He got on them Monarchs. Sylvester got on them Monarchs with some khakis. Goddamn me, Hawaiian shirt open to the 5th button, showing
that little golden cross, the little golden cross, straight down the middle.
There ain't no cross. It's a Star of David. Sylvester, an old Jewish man.
I'm on a big girl streak. I had a big girl before I left LA. This girl we've been kind of like flirting with me, we've been kind of teasing each other for almost 2 or 3 years. And finally, you know, I was like, all right, it's either something's got to happen or nothing at all, because I'm leaving.
Now
and she was so right. So it should have been never. It
wasn't
had
good?
some recent. First of all, it wasn't shaved, and I don't mean like on the top. I mean like down the sides. Like I go down. I go down
God.
to a.
Oh
I go down to
my God!
Yeah, the thigh.
He said that.
Yeah, the thigh now. And I got to tell you something about Pat.
You can't be a big girl.
Pat normally like
hairy.
women that are melanated, so she was probably mixed at the very least, if not black.
Oh, she was black. Full on, 100%. Yeah, like Compton.
That coochie look like my beard.
You can't be fat and hairy. Like, I go down and I'm face to face with Snatch Squatch, and she was fat. I thought I was gonna have to use chip clips just to keep it.
Big moose foot.
2 hands wasn't enough.
I could do that all day. She was a wedding.
Two.
You went down there with Chewbacca.
I'm like, do I gotta have chip clips to keep these fat rolls pulled back while I can get in here?
Clip. The yellow ones are the one with that you squeeze in it.
So she goes, I wanna suck your dick. I was like, all right. So she goes down on me, and she had dental work, so there was like a temporary that fell out while she was. It fell out while she was going down on me.
Oh, so you got a little velveteen rub.
And so but like a champ, she just sort of picked it up and put it on the nightstand and kept going.
I mean, it's out now. Like, shit, you don't want your dick sucked no more? That these front teeth fell out. Hey girl, put them teeth in that glass and get back to doing what you were doing.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
and who's gonna say no, Ryan? Who's gonna be like, nah?
My dick was already. My dick knocked your teeth out.
Right.
I would be remiss to tell you not to suck my dick still.
You can't unsuck his dick
Dick so hard it knocked the bitch teeth out. Here you talking about? I'm in here bragging. Yeah, bitch, I'll move the
Shit.
bridge. I'll knock your dinner order loose.
And then she ghosted me. Like right before I left LA, she just after that just ghosted.
I
I
remember one
got
time a girl with braces gave me some head, and one of them rubber bands popped while I was in her mouth. That shit popped on my dickhead. I thought that bitch had bit me.
How the fuck did she take that out? That sound like that'll automatically close her teeth onto your dick while she's sucking it.
Now, because the rubber bands be on the outside of their teeth.
I
It's in the
know,
back.
but it like
Yeah,
it's
it
connected
causes
to the top and the bottom, right?
bite down with bear trap pressure.
I
Goddamn.
ain't gonna lie. I got some of the best head I ever got in my life from a fat girl in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And
I got me a chubby one out there in LA. She's
listen, Black Ryan. I was so deep in her mouth. I'm talking about the back of my kneecaps was behind her teeth. That's how far I was in her mouth.
I got my booty on her chest. I'm in her
talking
mouth.
ass cheeks and back of her teeth, Ryan. I was like whole pelvis devoured,
She was
bro.
chewing on your back. Goddamn it, that's how deep you was in her mouth.
And you know the secret key to getting head is all you gotta do is fake moan or cheer the bitch on a little bit, and she gonna go a little harder. Man, I let out a little, bruh. I'm talking about. You would have thought, nigga, I had a paintball gun, and I just with white paint, and I just shot that bitch across her motherfucking chest, Black Ryan. I'm talking about, whoa,
Hey,
life changer.
I was 34 years old before a woman ever removed my soul with her mouth. I've been getting dynamite head.
Was it by the woodland creature?
No.
Really?
No, bro. It was by a young lady down here in Dallas that I wasn't even really fucking with like that. She really hit me up on some fangirl shit. Like, oh my God, you so funny. I've been watching your videos all day. I'm like, oh man, I appreciate that. She was like, you was wrong about what you said the other day. I was like, what you talking about? She was like, when you was on such and such and such and such show, and you was like, women over 45 get tired when they be fucking and shit like that. She was like, shit, I don't even really be tired like that. I'm finna turn
shit.
And I was like, you don't be tired like that, huh? So I was really on some Starboy shit right then. I'm like, yeah, well, come over. You know what I'm saying? When she came over, I wasn't even really in the mood to be fucking. I had like a headache and I had a boil on my leg. Yeah, so like when she came over, I'm sitting over here like hot toweling this knot on my fucking leg and shit. So I run myself a big old tub of water. I roll myself a couple blunts, pour myself a glass of Jameson, and I'm just sitting soaking in the tub. And I'm talking to her. She's like in my living room, right? So she was saying something. I'm like, man, I can't hear you. Come here. So she came into my bathroom. So at first she's sitting on the toilet while she's talking to me and shit, but she's sitting on the toilet and she ain't got to use the bathroom. I guess she felt weird about that. So she got on the floor. So she's sitting on the floor with her back up against the wall while I'm sitting in the tub and I'm chilling, I'm talking and shit. So she was like, oh, you just laying in the water looking all good and everything? I'm like, oh yeah, I appreciate that. What you looking like? She stripped down and shit right there in the bathroom and everything. So I'm just playing in the pussy while I'm in the tub. Didn't want to do nothing. I'm not even in the mood. And I've had big girls with an hourglass shape. This was not one. This was just a straight up big girl. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't even really like gung ho to hit. I'm chilling. Next time she came over there, we having a conversation, and she heard me say something about getting head to completion, and she was like, everybody always say they ain't never came out here before.
Oh shit. Why is she playing these little games though? Like come on now.
Birthday had just passed. She say, I didn't get you nothing for your birthday. You need to come let me suck that dick until you come.
Oh, okay. She just straight out came out with it.
Man, I'm not gonna have you come over here and waste your time like that, bro, because then you're gonna feel.
You said that? Hold up. You said that?
Yeah.
Oh, that boy. Hey.
I'm cold with it.
Oh, hey, you know what? Look, I've been reading this book, bro, The 48 Laws of Power, and you definitely just pulled one of those moves with that trump card.
She say, I'm not wasting my time to come over and spend time with you anyway. Besides, I didn't get to spend no time with you for your birthday. Even if all we do is chill, that would be good enough for me. Boy, when I tell you she came over, and again, I'm on some Starboy shit, so I ain't even gonna take you in the room and shit. We sitting on the couch, we chilling, my dog running around the living room and shit. She was like, well, what do you want? I was like, man, I could really use a good pampering session. Bro, she gave a nigga foot rub. Like, clip my toenail, rub my back, rub my neck and shoulders, rub my temples, grease me down with the shea butter and shit. Then I sit back on the couch. She take two of my pillows off the couch, throw them hoes on the floor, put her knees on the pillows.
Oh shit.
Draped her arms around my motherfucking lap. I'm like, I'm just gonna chill and watch Narcos like a G. Boy, I knew that head was good when I didn't even need the subtitles, and I started understanding everything Pablo and them were talking about, boy. Boy, she sucked me until my language changed. Nigga, I'm talking about I'm in that motherfucker like, you right, Pablo. Profits is down, and motherfuckers is gonna stop trying you. Like, I don't need these subtitles. Bitch, you gave me the Rosetta Stone head, goddamn me. Bro.
Yeah.
Now, because been meat beating since I was a youngster, been getting coochie since I was a youngster, I know what an approaching nut feels like. You know when you like T-10 from the nut, right?
When them legs get straight.
Yeah, everything tighten up, your ankles pop because your feet
Right.
go down a little bit. You
Get
start
that
pointing your
potential
toes.
Charlie horse.
Your foot was like this and shit. All of a sudden now you pointing your toes out and shit.
And your legs crossed and shit.
My breathing got heavy. I say, man, if she keep this up, I'm gonna nut. But I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to shift my body or nothing like that. Because I might be like a girl in the way that if you don't fixate and concentrate,
Right, you will mess it up.
You'll mess it up. I ain't never nutted before, and I always got amazing head. Man, she kept on going, bro, and then she, with her fingers, like while the meat still in her mouth, she reached into her own mouth and got like some spit off her fingers, like the spit with the line in it that connect.
Yeah.
Boy, started adjusting the radio on my man titty.
Oh, on the nipples.
Started dialing in on that one radio station. I was in my bro, like you remember on Alien when the monster came out that nigga chest?
Hey, it'd be a rap. It'd be a rap once she get to playing with the nipples, bro. It'd be a rap. It'd be like, oh, baby, you hitting all my points.
Bro, she was hitting me with the up, down, left, right, AB, start. I'm talking about R1, R2, up, down, kick, punch. I'm talking about she hit me with all the special moves, my boy. Because I done had girls hit me with the pepper grinder. I done had girls hit me with the stroke and tickle. I done had girls hit me with the no hands and the tickle. She was hitting me with the no hands, tickle, radio. And I'm talking about she was no handing from tip to hair. Like a full
headbutt.
Headbutt my bladder with it, boy. All while giving me the under tickle and on the nipple dialing in the radio station. Bitch, take my soul. I don't even need this goddamn soul. I've been holding it this whole time to give to you. Take the precious lady and leave. Go with God as you leave. Sucked me so good I had to give her some dick. She was like, well, I'm finna go. I'm like, nah, you ain't gotta leave. You know what I'm saying? Stay chill, kick with me for a little bit. I want to get some of that pussy. She was like, you do? I was like, hell yeah, let me get back right. And then I'm gonna
let me recharge.
Man, I fucked that girl like I liked her.
I fuck all girls like I love them.
You know what? I have to. Because getting the pussy is for me. And if I don't fuck you to the best of my ability, it's not enjoyable for me.
Right.
I don't know but one way to do it. Like girls be like, I had a woman tell me, you don't need to be fucking me like that if we ain't gonna be together. Hey, lady, I don't know how else to do it.
Like, bitch, I put all women toes in my mouth, and I put all thumbs in booty holes. I love kissing you in the mouth.
This ain't about you right now, lady. This is really about me. But because I'm a narcissist, if I'm not tearing your ass down, my ego ain't satisfied. Don't nothing make me feel like I did my job like a squirter. Bro, girls that squirt, wear natural hair, like to burn incense and meditate and shit.
100%. I agree. Cause my first girl I ever made squirt had all of the above. And she said that was the first time she ever squirted. Way to make me feel like a fucking king. I was like, cause that was my first time ever making a girl squirt. And bruh, it was a West Indian Jamaican. And I don't know if you ever fucked a girl from the West Indies, bro, but they be fucking you. It is, bruh. They get to throwing that motherfucker on your ass. They want you to pound. They
Bro,
want you to thrust they
she
shit
gripped my back with one hand and one of my ass cheeks and
and
was
was pushing
pulling
you
me
in.
into her body. Like, drill this shit, boy.
Mhm.
I was like,
Yeah, she fucked
Simone
you.
girls are like that.
I like when a girl get on top and put both her hands in your chest in the diamond
And-
formation, like she
oh
trying to
yeah.
give you CPR.
Uh-huh.
I can't look at you. I don't
I
like making
actually,
eye contact. It make me blood spaz.
I actually
Can't look.
like that, and I actually like the little grinding motion motherfuckers don't really fuck with.
You talking about the new dance move everybody doing on that little baby song?
The scooch is it
Yeah,
this,
with the bounce, 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 and scooch.
but I
Scooch.
like, yeah, I actually fuck with the scooch.
Man, don't scooch fuck me, bro. Don't fuck me like you trying to scoot your chair up to the table.
But it gotta be like some rhythm to the scooch, man. You gotta at least elevate a little bit. You ain't gotta come all the way up, but it could be like, you know what I'm saying? Some shit almost like
Seesaw.
that.
If you can't scooch, bitch, seesaw. What I don't like, and this is why I don't like dime pieces, because I have yet to meet a girl. Well, I'm lying. I met one. Well, I met one who was like proactive in the bed, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? She was fully participatory in the bed, but she still didn't like the West Indian. But them ugly chicks, them big chicks, them average looking chicks, they gonna fuck you back. Them dime pieces, they just lay there like life size.
Bro, motherfuckers will really be surprised how many girls actually don't know how to have sex, don't know how to fuck, just inexperienced because they get caught up with these fuck boys early on in their life. And these been niggas they been talking to since high school. And whole time you never knew you haven't been getting fucked correctly. You
No,
ain't
you
never
been
came
getting nutted
before.
in. That's
You ain't
all.
never squirted before. And when you have some real dick, you be like, damn, this what I've been missing out on.
So just
And like,
imagine all the badass bitches that fucked with lame, fuck boy, little dick, baller with the short nuts,
yeah,
cocaine head that can't come.
can't
Be
get
like,
on hard.
yeah, can't get it up. I ain't never nutted before, I ain't never came before, I ain't never squirted before. Then you get down with this one little chick and she blow your goddamn motherboard out your computer. Now you like, oh, see, niggas can't do it for me. Nope. See, problem is you fine. And most of the time when the woman is fine, the dude feels so blessed to have this fine woman in his bed that he be like, you ain't gotta do nothing, baby. Just take your clothes off and lay down. I got it. I'm gonna eat your pussy. You ain't gotta give me no head. I'm just gonna get on top and fuck. You ain't gotta hold your legs. I'm gonna hold your legs. You ain't gotta, even if I hit it from the back, you ain't gotta throw that, you ain't gotta throw it back. If you throw it back, gonna make me come faster
See,
than I was
one
gonna
thing I
come.
hate is a bitch with heavy legs that don't even want to help you assist. I hate bitches that don't help you. They for one, I just hate lazy bitches, period. Like if you see me trying to pull off your motherfucking panties and shit, at least lift the fuck up a little bit, or you know what I'm saying, help with some, because you already not finna do nothing while we fucking. But
Help
if
me
you
help you. Help me
right,
fuck you.
if you lazy, that shit, I don't like lazy women in bed, bro. It's
Yeah.
big. It's big girls that motherfucking that'll get on and do some tricks and
Flex
give
them
you a
up.
run for your motherfucking money. Don't blame it. It ain't got nothing to do with weight or nothing like that. Some women just lazy like that because they
So the
used to
first
that.
woman to tell me put my legs down, they hurt, was a skinny woman. The first woman to put her head behind her head, put her leg behind her head, was a chick that was like a size 16 with a bona fide gut and fupa. I'm talking about I had them motherfucking feet like she was getting her pamper changed. I was like, God damn. That shit has nothing to do with nothing. But the one man, I met a young lady when I was down in Houston who is absolutely gorgeous. App with a P, absolutely gorgeous. The girl so fine, I didn't think she was talking to me when she first said something. He's like, who me? Type fine. Went through her page, found out she was a former fatty.
Oh, so she still had the fat confidence.
So she got all this thickness from being used to be big. But now because she's a gym rat now, she live her life healthy and shit. So she got the fineness with the residual soft gooiness from used to be being fat. But she got all the bad bitch swag with the new outfits and because you know she had a sense of fashion and sense of style when she was a big girl, but now she got the size that can fit anything in the store and shit. You know what I'm saying? But she's so down to earth because she used to be a big girl. So she real relatable. You know what I'm saying? She ain't one of them chicks that's been fine since 7th grade. So her head been big than a motherfucker her whole adult life. She came from the bottom. She started at the bottom. Now she here. Bro, I'm telling you, man, it is a blessing to meet genuine ass women who have more to offer than their physical appearance.
Hey, and that low key, that be what I be more attracted to, man. Cause it just like it's like, okay, I know you fine, but what else do you have to offer besides look? How's your energy? Like, cause most fine women, bro, they be boring as fuck, Ron. It's like you may be cool for a fuck if anything, but like I can't even see myself being friends with you. Like,
You don't
what
even like the same TV shows.
exactly?
And when I say
Exactly.
boring, bro, I don't mean like, because a lot of women assume boring means you sit at the house every day and don't go nowhere. That's not
Right.
boring. Because I can sit at the house and have the most exhilarating fucking one of the most intensive conversations I've never had. I can have a wonderful fucking time right here in my own goddamn house. I've set my house up to have all of the accoutrements and creature comforts that I like. You know what I'm saying? You come over my house, you're gonna drink premium liquor, you're gonna smoke premium weed, we're gonna eat premium food, you know what I'm saying? I got Wi-Fi, streaming, Fire Sticks, everything that I like to do, I can do it in my motherfucking crib. Why go to this restaurant when the food is gonna be high priced? I probably cook better than that, and I can't smoke my weed or my cigarettes indoors.
Right.
So I gotta pay all this money and then walk outside like my food ain't in there getting cold. No, when I can do all of that right here at the crib, I'd rather do that shit here at the crib, and I ain't gotta put no clothes on. Why not do that shit here? But
Save
motherfuckers,
money and some more shit.
you hear me? But when I say that these women are boring, I mean have nothing to talk about other than the current gossip blogs and shit that's on social media.
Yes, bro.
If they ain't talking about their job, they can't talk for 10 to 20 minutes in a row without losing their train of thought. And when I say talk about their job, I mean vent about their job. Because a motherfucker can describe what they do in one sentence. If you can't, you don't know what it is that you do. If you can't describe that shit to a kid, you don't understand what it is that you do. I'm talking about you talk to a chick about politics, she has no idea what you're talking about. You talk to her about sports, she has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You talk to her about old movies, she has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You ever talk to a chick your age and you make a reference from some shit that happened at the same time both of y'all were kids? She is lost on her. Like you sitting in the bed with her and you tickling her and shit, and you be like, you go, Mufasa, 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 Mufasa. And she don't know what the fuck that is. She's like, what are you talking about, Mufasa?
Right. Like, girl, like, damn, where's your experience at? Like, where you been at?
All you do your whole life was be fine?
Yeah. They spoil, bro.
I was talking to this girl. I just started a conversation with this girl at a bar this afternoon. And I was like, yeah, it's my first day, my first time in Key West. And I was like, the first thing I did was I went to the Ernest Hemingway's house. And I was like, it's so cool. Like someone who, wants to write and is creative like that, to be in his house was amazing. And she goes, who's Ernest Hemingway? And I was like, he's an author. He wrote Old Man and the Sea and For Whom the Bell Tolls. Like he's an author.
Let's Travel.
Yeah. And she goes, yeah, I don't know who Ernest Hemingway was. I was like, it's not your fault. You're beautiful. And she goes, what does that mean? I'm like, well, you're beautiful. No one's held you accountable for knowing shit. And she's like, what? She's like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm like, well, if you weren't hot, you would have to know some shit. But, no one's held you accountable for that. So it's not your fault.
Nobody's saying fine women aren't smart. We're saying you're not cultured. God damn it. There's one thing. There's a difference between intelligence and intellect. Just because the motherfuckers, there are motherfuckers that can't complete a sentence, that can pop the hood on your car and tell you everything under that motherfucker and what's wrong and can get it fixed. When it comes to cars, they are highly intelligent. You have to have intelligence to know how to fix a fucking car. But they're not intellectual.
Right. So for case in point, my ex, she's one of the best people I've ever watched a football game with. Mm-hmm. Like she knows more about the game of football than most guy friends I know, right? She's one of the best people to have a philosophical debate with.
You feel like Cam Newton? It's just weird to hear a girl talking about routes. That's just
right. She'll be like, she'll call penalties before the ref throws a flag. Like she knows the game. If you want to have a philosophical debate, she can go all day. But there have been moments where I get where the University of Phoenix degree fits her. We were talking once about going on a vacation. We'd never really been on a big road trip together. And I had remembered my senior trip, we went to Washington, D.C., and we got to go through museums and we got to go through the White House and all this kind of stuff. I was like, we should go to Washington, D.C. You'll get to visit the Obama White House. It was Obama at the time. And, we'll go through the museums. We'll go through this. We'll go to a play at Ford's Theater. The Hard Rock Cafe is right around the corner from there. It's one of the best ones they have. Maybe we'll go to a Nationals game. Like I think Washington, D.C. would be a great trip for us. And she goes, okay, let's do that. And I was like, now we can fly to Washington or we can drive. If we drive, we get to go through Nashville. We get to go through Memphis. We can see Graceland.
Mountains. Yeah.
And I was like, and I said, and we get to cross the Mississippi River. And she goes, I'm going to stop you right there. She goes, we're not going to Mississippi. They don't like interracial marriages and they'll kill us. And I was like, no. The route doesn't go through Mississippi. And then she goes, so how are we going to cross the Mississippi River? And I was like, you know what? I think you're right. I think we should fly.
God damn. Shit. Come here, baby. Give me some sugar. Don't worry about it. That's when you just drop the subject completely. Like, no, don't even worry about it.
That joke I have, I used to do about her not knowing Black history. So every February, I have to explain it to her and apologize.
That's where that came from.
That's where that came from, because she.
Okay, wait. I got Reggie. I got to set up for Reggie. So
she thought
Pat's ex-wife is Black, right? So Pat said, I'm dating a Black woman who knows very little about Black history. So every February, I have to explain it to her and then apologize. Like, he's like, I gotta tell you everything black people have been through. In
I
this
gotta tell
country.
you what my ancestors did, then I gotta apologize for it.
Because we would watch. I'm a history buff. I love history, so we would watch TV together, and she's watching the same thing I'm watching. But like most women, like, what does that mean? So I would explain stuff to her, and then go, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm real sorry about that." She
Well,
thought
back. You remember back when
Yeah.
they fucked up? Yeah, y'all couldn't drink out that water fountain. And again,
yeah. Until we got together, she wasn't really into baseball. But being around me, she got really into baseball. We would go to Ranger games all the time. We'd watch it on TV, all that kind of stuff. And so I'm watching some documentary, and she goes, I think it's amazing that Babe Ruth hit all those home runs and achieved all those things he achieved, considering how much people hated him for being black. And I was like, wait, what? She goes,
yeah, Babe Ruth was black, but he wasn't recognized as such. He was
right. She goes, I was like, wait, what? She goes, yeah. She goes, you know, he was able to do all those things. Like that's why every year all the players were 24, right? And I was like, oh, you're uninformed and dyslexic.
No, baby, that's a 42 they be wearing, and it's not for her. It's not for Herman at all. It's for Jack. Goddamn.
She's like, oh, I just got confused. I'm sorry.
This lady asked
But if you want to have,
lady asked me, was the Cleveland Browns named after Jim Brown? And I said, yeah. I told her, yeah. I said, yeah. They were first called the Cleveland Cavalry. She was like, oh, like the Cavaliers. I said, hell yeah, I did. When he went and played, that was around the time the NFL was real racist, and they ran him out the league. So, you know, when they realized what they had did, he no longer was able to play football at the same level and shit. So he wasn't able to compete no more. So the team, instead of retiring his jersey, they retired his name, and that's why they called it the Cleveland Browns. And she was like, "That's dope."
Wow.
I was like, come on, let's fuck before my dick gets off. Cause stupid make my dick soft. You ever pull a woman? I'm talking about like you didn't even think you was gonna get her, cause she didn't watch you perform, but your natural charisma and personality, cause you're a comic, you was able to pop, 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 and you get the number and shit. You like, oh, she fine. I can't wait to knock her off. And then y'all talk, or y'all go out, or she come over. And the most she open her mouth, the less you want to fuck her.
I got a girl interested. I have no idea why this worked. I told the girl once, I bet you taste like lavender. And I have no idea.
Lavender isn't palatable at all, goddamn it.
I have no idea why that worked, but she goes, oh. And I was like, wait, that worked? That shouldn't have worked. But if you don't respect you, I don't either. And she was just like, nah. So we're talking, and I noticed that she kind of like, she was trying to keep up, but she had that deer in the headlights look.
Oh, I hate when a motherfucker not following you, but they nod.
Yeah.
They go, oh, yeah. Like, no, yo.
Or if a woman goes, already, I know you don't know what the fuck I just said. Already. I know you're stupid. That's like a dumb Dallas girl thing. Already. Okay, you don't know what the fuck I just said. So I was like, all right, I'm going for big air. I'm gonna amuse myself at her expense. So I told her, I said, you know, she goes, I love historicals. And I was like, okay, I got one for you. Did you know that in the early days of the NFL, when cities were trying to place bids for teams, the Packers, there was a bidding war between the cheese industry in Wisconsin and the chocolate industry in Hershey, Pennsylvania over the Packers. She goes, really? I'm like, yes. It was all like Hershey, Pennsylvania was going to take the Packers, but the cheese industry got involved. I was like, the Packers were almost called the Pennsylvania Fudge Packers because the chocolate industry was trying to outbid the cheese industry for who got the Packers. And she was like, really? I was like, yeah. It was almost the Fudge Packers of Hershey, Pennsylvania instead of the cheese Packers.
That reminds me of that Michael Sam joke. When
That
Michael
reminds me of the
Sam
South
first
Park
got drafted
episode.
into the NFL, I was like, motherfucker got drafted to the Rams. Nobody got that joke other than me. It was like the first openly gay player gets drafted to the Rams. Shit would have only been sweeter if he'd have got drafted to the Packers or the Browns. And then
Oh yeah,
motherfucker,
I remember that. I heard that.
I was like, nigga, if Michael Sam would have played for the Packers, nigga, you can't write jokes like that.
Right.
And Michael Sam's with another vicious tackle for the Packers defense. Sam's is taking those Packers all the way. Right?
Yeah, from the backfield.
He could go. Oh, look. Whoop.
Well, I was talking to a girl so dumb, boy. We was sitting in the car, and she was like, "I like you." She was like, "Do you like me?" I'm like, "No, not really, not like that." She was like, "I thought the feeling was neutral." And I'm like, "What?" I say, "Bitch, I'm about to put this in reverse. What the fuck is you talking about? You thought the feeling was neutral?" I was like, "What?"
The feeling is neutral.
It ain't going forward at all. It's feeling neutral as hell.
Not. You ain't got no drive, bitch.
No drive, bitch. I'm about to park it because you are stalling, bitch. Man, I had a chick one time ask me with a straight face. She said, I mean, I know they say when we drinking bottled water that we supposed to have alkaline water or spring water. I said, yeah, because the alkaline water is false. They put artificial ions in the water, and by the time they let it sit, those ions go away. So you're basically just buying fancy water in a fancy bottle. If you're gonna drink water, you should drink spring water. And this heifer said, so they only bottle the water during springtime?
Oh my God.
I was like, nah, this is some summer water right here. You drink some of this summer water, bitch. I had some winter waters last week.
Ice Mountain. This is winter.
Yeah, you can taste how cold it is if that's winter water, bitch. Don't drop that. That'll make it fall water. Like
this lady I knew, she asked me, she goes, "Pat, you smoke cigars?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "I'm planning this real sexy evening for me and my man, and there's gonna be wine and whatever, and we're gonna smoke some cigars after dinner. How long should I put them in the freezer?" And I was like, "You don't put cigars in the freezer. That will fuck them up." And then she goes, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "I bought these real expensive cigars. I put them in the freezer. You're not supposed to put them in the freezer." I'm like, "Do not put cigars in the freezer." And she goes, "Well, what's Beyonce talking about cigars on ice then?"
cigars on ice.
Can I tell you how hard it was to not laugh in her face?
Bitch, that is not what she said. Cigars on ice.
That's verbatim. She goes, she like hand on her hip, like, "What you talking about cigars on ice then?" And I was like, That's not what that means. That's not what that means." And she goes, "Oh, okay."
Oh, so I guess you think that a person that's really good at making friends is a phrenologist.
A phrenologist.
Man, you know what? I said a long time ago that stupid is a learned behavior. And just like you said earlier, Pat, when a person is cute, their stupidity is almost seen as an adorable quality, especially when they're young and stupid and cute. It's like, oh, you don't know shit with your pretty ass. Oh my God, come here before you fucking fall through an elevator shaft and die. Bring your little sexy stupid ass over here. Which is where that just sit there and look pretty baby comes from. Only problem is you got a lot of fine ass women that refuse to accept or admit that they got where they are in life, in part, in whole, or mostly because of how fine they are. No, I'm smart. I earned everything that I got. You probably did. You might not have fucked your way to the top, But don't you never think you didn't get to the top because motherfuckers wanted to fuck. Just because you didn't fuck your way there, don't mean that the motherfucker that hired you didn't hire you because he wanted to fuck. That's probably why he fired you, because you never let him fuck. Like, the Me Too was very important because it took the power out of a lot of these motherfuckers' hands, because you had a lot of these fat, slovenly, uncouth, no swag having, no talent having motherfuckers, fucking all of the baddest women that come to LA bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with all their hopes and dreams in front of them, 19 years old, no drug habit yet, her body ain't fell off, she ain't had no plastic surgery, she still got her original teeth, you know what I'm saying? That type of chick. Then somebody say, go get your teeth done, go get your titties lifted, cut your hair, change your last name, come back, I'm gonna make you a fucking star. Now he made her a fucking star or not. And then once she either has that power or doesn't, now she feels it's okay to oust that man that fucked her to get to that position. But if you tell the truth on your end, you know for a fact, looking like you looking and having the talent that you had was not enough for you to be a star. You had to fuck a couple of key people at a couple of key times in order for your name to be tossed into the consideration bin when they casting, when they booking for shit, when they doing callbacks and shit like that. That's the reason why fucking your way to the top is as old as Hollywood is. When that show came out on Netflix, Hollywood, I was so glad that they showed how many dudes had to take their clothes off and get fucked for a role, just like these women did, because that shit is still going on to this day. You got a whole lot of comedians that go out to LA and find out, man, the only way I'm gonna get famous is if I let somebody fuck, or if I fuck somebody that I'm not sexually attracted to. That's not even in my sexual orientation.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question.
Oh, bro, I told Pat and them this shit before I left Dallas, bro. Before I even left to go to LA and to New York and Atlanta, I told motherfuckers, I'm funnier than all y'all. They was like, man, fuck you, Blaq Ron. I'm like, nah, bro, like, I'm funnier than all you niggas. And by the time y'all get this funny, I'm gonna be funnier than that. So if y'all ever hear that Blaq Ron didn't make it, know that it's because I wouldn't put the dress on. I told motherfucker this shit before I even had a manager, before I had a website, before I was getting more than $200 a show. I told motherfuckers, bro, if ever you hear that I went all the way 10, 15 years from now, y'all look up and I'm like some of these old heads that's in Dallas that almost made it, and y'all be like, hey, Blaq Ron, why it never happened for you, bro? Funny as you is, talented as you is, ain't no need in asking. The answer is, I wouldn't put the dress on. Now here it is, 2020. When I first got to LA, it was 2018. I saw so many motherfuckers that used to be hot, used to be famous, used to be funny, all at the open mic for 5 minutes so they could do somebody else's material or the same set that they've been doing since the last time they was on TV. And you like, why does that motherfucker, you live in LA, but you drive Uber, but you've been living in LA for 15 years. So you can brag and shit on everybody back home, be like, yeah, I live in LA, blase, blase, whoop-de-woo. You didn't change your phone number, so now you got a 213-818-323 area code, you know what I'm saying? Now you Mr. Big LA, you big shit. When the truth of the matter is, your ass living 4 deep to a 1-bedroom. You got roommates out the wazoo. You live in a motherfucking closet with a bathroom in it. You live in a motherfucking neighborhood so goddamn bad, in an apartment complex so fucking run down that you can't explain to nobody why your rent is so fucking high. How the fuck you paying $2,800 a rent? Oh, because I got a refrigerator and a gate, so that make these luxury apartments?
Mm-hmm.
When you was already at the house with that same $2,800, nigga, you had a whole house. But that wasn't good enough for you. You rather go out to LA and fucking struggle. You rather go out to LA and be fucking nobody. You rather go out to LA and be fucking homeless. Do you know why LA has the largest homeless population out of any other city in the country? That's a whole bunch of motherfuckers with too much pride to go home.
Have you heard Sidney Castillo's joke about that?
Uh-uh.
Sidney Castillo's got a joke. He goes, LA's full of homeless people who are afraid to go home because they had a going away party.
Real talk. Real talk. Once motherfucker made your going away party, you can't come back home nothing less than a fucking champion. How you gonna come home and they ain't seen you on the movies and the TV yet? How you gonna come home and go back to working wherever the fuck you used to work before you left? Because here's the thing, my daddy used to tell me as a youngster, you can always come home if you leave right.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a going away party. It was the fact that you threw a gigantic finger to everybody on your way out. Man, fuck y'all. I'm gonna go be a star. Fuck all y'all. And when you came home, you didn't call motherfuckers because it was going good for you that first year. Then shit stopped happening for you. That development deal fell through. That TV show you got casted on, the pilot didn't get picked up.
Man.
The agent dropped you.
Man. You know how many shows and I've shot that no one will ever see?
Who you talking to?
Man,
I shot a show this year during coronavirus, bro. 3-episode pilot, my nigga, and this shit will never air. Got to check for everything.
I fucking got casted on a show on BET, bro. They had to call me back the few days later, told me they couldn't even do it because due to the coronavirus, anybody flying into New York got a quarantine for 14 days, and that'll cut in to the day we had to record.
I did last November. I did a sketch show. I was supposed to be in one sketch, and I ended up being in a bunch of them and writing them. And we were set to pitch to Joey Wells, and like he something came up, and he was like, "Let me do it the next week." And we're like, "Okay, cool." And then the next week, LA shut down for Corona.
Damn.
And it was one of those deals where there was a lot of names behind it, but it was one of those, we're gonna pay you on deferment. When we sell it, we'll cut you a check.
Right, back end deal.
So I still haven't been paid from that one.
I did Wildin' Out, the final season 15. Got hired on as a writer, worked my way up to warm-ups. Murdered fucking warm-ups. So cold that the producers sent me the sides and shit, the confirmation letters and everything for season 16 and 17. Sent me a letter at the beginning of March, full documented email. We need you to confirm. We'll be providing your lodging this season, so you'll be staying with the cast at 12 Midtown Hotel. We'll be shooting in Atlanta again. So we want to make sure that you're available to shoot. We're going to be shooting the entire month of May, season 16. I think we left town. I think we had to arrive town on the 2nd, and we were leaving on the 20th. That's pretty much the whole month of May. And then we were shooting season 17 in November. I'm talking about I done already blacked out my calendar. Oh, that's all wilding out. Because me, you know, Pat, you know my drive, Reggie, you know my drive. If I came in as a writer, worked my way to warm-ups, I'm going to get on an episode this season. So by the time 17 rolls around, I'll be a recurring cast member at the very least. Because every time that I do warm-ups, I'm officially on camera. Even though they don't air that part, the cameras are rolling. So all of that shit went towards my SAG credits and shit, bro. I had to fill out SAG paperwork just for doing warm-ups. I'm like, oh, this is the year. And then right after May, June the 7th, supposed to start the 2020 85 South Show summer tour. Supposed to tour with them all throughout the summer from June.
I seen that. You posted it, didn't you?
Shit. Because it was already booked. It was already inked.
Yeah, you posted it. You had a bunch of dates and shit on there.
Bro, so look at that calendar. We talking about March when Corona hit. I'm basically 9 weeks out from my whole year turning around. Starting in May, back to Atlanta for a month to shoot Wildin' Out. With 2 checks this time. Warm up and writer. Boom. Leave Atlanta, get on the tour with 85 South Show, which is the reason why I'm like, okay, perfect. They already based in Atlanta. I can shoot an episode or two of their podcast and get my numbers up, my social media numbers up before we even go on the tour. Motherfuckers will be looking for me once we get on the tour. I'm gonna build my motherfucking social media following up. When we do the tour, June, July, and August, take a month off, come back home for September, spend some time with my daughter, get her straight for school, all that shit, you know, pay up all my bills for the rest of the year, ball out real hard for my birthday, October the 2nd, and then come November, back in Atlanta for motherfucking Wildin' Out season 17. And on top of that, I was touring with Ricky Smiley when the year first started. 2020 was supposed to be the takeoff.
Man, my 2020 got fucked up too, bro. Like, nigga, I was scheduled to do the Apollo 2, and you know I couldn't wait to take my motherfucking picture right on top of that motherfucking marquee, nigga, and post that motherfucker and get some "Hey you" text just like your motherfucking
Hey,
ass.
big head.
And bruh, once Bob Sumner hit me up, bro, he was like, shit got canceled, bro. I was like, bro, it just started going downhill from there, bro.
Bro, the cancellations, because a person like me, even though I had 2 TV shows and 2 tours already in the books, I'm a grinder. I've been grinding. I've been getting on the road to get it for myself. So every week that wasn't a tour week, I had already went in there and was making phone calls. Hey, bro, what's up on so-and-so? Because you got to remember, I'm also the motherfucker that go to LA every time I got 2 nickels to rub together. So I had 3 trips to LA planned, because every time I go to LA, I get another TV show, bro. I go to LA and it's like a fishing hole for me. I go out that bitch, hit them stages, tear them rooms up. Monday night at D-Ray's, chocolate Sundays.
Oh my, chocolate Sundays,
Tuesday at motherfucking Ha. Wednesdays at the Comedy Union. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or at the Savoy.
And not being from LA works to your advantage.
Because every time I get there, motherfuckers are happy to see me because I ain't there every week. So they like, oh,
you're exotic.
Blaq Ron, he finna tear that hoe up. So I made it my business to do a new set every time I went. Number one, I'm not gonna keep doing the same set over and over again and give you motherfuckers the opportunity to steal my jokes. Because I fight.
Ryan, that's what I like about you, bro. Because I fight too.
Like I'm not finna drag you on the internet. I'm not finna call a whole bunch of comedians and start no click war. I'm on your bumper and at your door. I'm pulling up, bro. Like, and we gotta talk man to man, face to face, away from the crowd. Cause see, niggas get bucked when there's a whole bunch of people around.
Oh yeah.
And you'll make me do some shit to you just cause you bucking in this hoe. Like, I'm from a pistol-toting ass part of the country, bro. Like, talking tough ain't never scared me. I'm from where everybody tough. Like,
right.
Like niggas be like, bro, you better be careful in Chicago. You better be careful in New York. Them niggas better be careful of me. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
Bro, niggas get.
My daddy is the only grown man that scare me.
Bro, I'd rather die than let somebody bitch me. But people pretty much read the vibes, you know what I'm saying, off energy. They could tell, like, okay, although we from 2 different parts of the world, we come from like a similar, you know what I'm saying, environment. So people just ain't gonna up and try you, bro. But like the comedy industry, bro, a lot of motherfuckers never been punched in the face before, bro, and it shows.
True.
And it shows.
It shows by how they talk greasy to other grown men. I've seen so many grown men disrespect each other and laugh it off like that whole ass shit is funny. I'm like, bro, you niggas ain't from down south, because that's why y'all don't have the right you don't have the right training on how to approach a grown man nor how to approach a grown woman. You'll be sitting around with a group of women, everybody having a great conversation, and then here come this one asshole comedian to come say some crass ass, out of the way ass shit to these women, and then try to laugh it off like, well, I'm a comedian. I should be able to say egregious shit and it'd be all right. It's like, no, bro, be an adult, be a grown ass man. Because number one, only place I haven't seen this happen is in LA. Like in LA, motherfuckers know, bro, after the show is when you really need to be worried about who the fuck you were talking to. Like in New York, motherfuckers talk to the audience greasy as hell. This lady was laughing too loud in New York one time, and she repeated the punchline that the comic had just said. And he was like, hey, bitch, shut the fuck up and let me work, goddamn. You out there on the corner snatching dicks out your mouth? And I was like, yo, whoa. You could never talk to a woman down south like that. And in LA, you don't know who bitch that is you talking to. That could be the mother of the East Side Bloods, nigga. And her baby boy got all the respect in the hood, nigga. Nigga, do you dirty before even calling him and letting him know that you disrespected his mom.
And you'll walk out that motherfucking venue and be surrounded.
Get your whole shit spent around on accident. Ain't no apologies then.
And you won't
and I done seen a lot of niggas talk shit on stage, be tough on stage, and get their whole ass humbled on that parking lot. Get their whole ass humbled on that motherfucking curb outside. Nigga walk up, hey, my nigga, that shit you was talking about though. Oh man, I'm sorry, bro. You know, it's all jokes, it's all love, family. I ain't mean nothing by it, you know what I'm saying? I'm just having fun, you know what I'm saying? They like, yeah, watch that shit.
My thing is, bro, we all human, bro. We all equal. You know what I'm saying? And it's like some people they think they better than you just because they may have accomplished more in life or something like that. So it feel like they could talk down or it comes off as condescending when it's like, bro, everyone deserves respect off tops. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to do anything out the ordinary of being human in order to get your respect. I deserve respect off top. Just GP. But you got people out here that'll talk down to you like you less than nothing, and they won't even know who you are. You know what I'm saying? We all artists. You know what I'm saying? We all out here trying to perform and get it in, but it's like it's people that used to be in the same position you was in, like grinding. We elevate. You know what I'm saying? I'm building I got my foundation. I'm building. I'm growing. And you got people that are like really like talk down to you like you less than nothing, bro. And they feel like since they accomplished more than you, like you gonna sit there and take that. Like, hold up, nigga. I don't give a fuck who you is, bro. I'll beat your motherfucking ass.
I have had comedians, big name comedians, that didn't want to show me no love and no respect because they didn't know who the fuck I was. Even though they just watched me rip on stage, even though they saw me talking to somebody else that they know. But those same comedians, when they watch me rip at an important show where everybody's supposed to be Hollywood as fuck.
Yeah.
And then you see me being the same motherfucker I always been. Motherfuckers who have intentionally ignored me at an event just a few months prior, just a few weeks prior, just the last time I was in town, are the same motherfuckers breaking their neck to come over and dap me up and let's exchange information. Do you write? How long you been doing this? I'm like, nah, man, miss me with all that fake ass love, bro. Because when I came up to you and shook your hand and told you how much I admire your work and shit, you was like, yeah, appreciate it. You don't even remember that, nigga. But you remember because I came and did D-Ray's room and got a standing O, and you couldn't get on the show that night, or you got on and you bombed. That's one thing I see in LA, bro. A lot of motherfuckers that used to be are now the Doug Williams.
Dallas is bad about that though. Dallas is bad about that. When Tone Bell first moved to LA, people were like, fuck Tone Bell. He's not that funny. And then it was one sitcom after another. And now it's like, man, I'm so proud of Tone Bell. That's my dude. Every time he's back home, we go to lunch. They do that with Black Ron too.
Pat, do you remember what was said about me before I left town?
Yep. They dogged him out because he wouldn't. Dallas comedy is full of mostly like the white comics, is full of beta male little dick energy. My favorite occurrence in Dallas comedy was when the Bricks was happening, and
shout out Steve
all of these people who were passed at the club, all these white comics who were passed at the club, didn't want to do it because of the venue it was and the neighborhood it was in and the type of comic that was doing it. But then they heard, oh, Pat's a white comic and he does the bricks, so I'm going to do it. And every one of them got bricked in their first 10 seconds.
Hold up, what is brick?
Okay, so
there was a show.
Tell them.
There was a show called The Bricks where the audience was given a foam brick that looked like a regular Acme brick.
It's like a regular burgundy brick, but it's a piece of foam. Squandered.
But it wasn't like super soft foam either. And they were encouraged that if this comic doesn't bring it, start chucking bricks at their head.
They put like 2 bricks on everybody's table and shit.
And they were super close too.
So man, then this the cold part. Some motherfuckers weren't just gingerly tossing the brick from their table. No, some motherfuckers were standing up, packing that bitch, like kicking out, throwing their arm up and shit, following through with the goddamn toss. Like, nah,
and
get your goddamn ass off stage.
If the bricks started raining in your first 3 minutes, you didn't get paid.
Mm-mm.
And I was the only white comic to do it and not ever get bricked. And I did it 5 times. And other white comics were like, well, if Pat can do it, we can do it. And all of these people that were getting guest spots at Hyenas that were thumbing their nose at the urban comedy scene, they all went through, and it was like 17 seconds, bricked. 2 seconds, bricked. 10 seconds, bricked.
Then they all start saying, well, I'll go on stage to get all the black folks on my side. So let me go up there and do a herky-jerky dance or pat my hair like it itches or go,
brick.
Okay.
Brick. Bricked. And then their God, there's this one guy there that he's got 1 TV credit to his name and he teaches class. He and I had a serious run-in after that. And I apologized to him privately. I didn't realize I'd offended him. And I was like, look, I have nothing but respect for veteran comics. You've been where I'm trying to go. So if I have offended you, I apologize. And he told me, fuck your apology. You're just trying to cover your ass because you know I could wreck you in this town. So I cut another video of me apologizing. And as the camera pans out, I'm looking at a big box that says disposable douche.
Oh, wow.
And I posted that because fuck you. I got a reputation in LA. I got a reputation across, what's Dallas to me?
I remember when the motherfucker that's a mover and shaker here in Dallas threatened me by saying they'll never book me on another show. I was like, first of all, motherfucker, you act like I do your show every week or some shit like that. Like I've done your show 3 times over the course of 3 years, bro. You're not doing enough to help my career to do anything to hurt it. But motherfucker, same thing with Hyenas. There's this white lady there that was running the open mic and shit, originally from Boston. Nobody has seen her or heard
bartender.
Her. She's a bartender now?
She was a bartender there.
Oh.
I know who you're talking about. She was a comic.
Yeah, her name sounds a lot like yours.
Yeah, she wasn't good. She was a comic. She was from Boston, so I guess she thought she could say the N-word because I'm a Boston comic and I can.
Right. So that's what caused the whole beef. I went up there one night. They was like, "Hey, you got to be here by 7:30. Show up, go up." In other words, if you get there by 7:30 and you sign the open mic list, and there's an open space on the list where you wrote your name, you're guaranteed to go up. But you're supposed to go in the order in which you signed. So you will get there, and some asshole had already put his name on like spot 17 or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you're just trying to get in where you fit in. Now, when I first got there, I'm signing up on the 8 o'clock block. I've been at the club since 7 p.m. I came straight from work. You know what I'm saying? Caught a train and came straight to the fucking comedy club. But because I'm not in a clique, because I'm not one of the black comics that's gonna get on stage and talk shit about black folks to a room full of white folks, because I'm not okay with these white comics getting on stage and saying nigga, I got seen as a problem. Now you're gonna put me on the last block. You're gonna put me after midnight and shit when the whole club is empty, when the only people in the club are other comics. And if you're not in their clique, they go out of the showroom and all hang out around the bar while you on stage doing your 5 minutes. So you performing in front of an empty room, basically. How the hell can you get better when there's only 4 people in the fucking room? You don't even know if that shit funny or not. You don't even know if that shit hit or not, bro.
Right. Let me tell you how I use that, because I'm not going to wait around all night. I maybe get 3 minutes and I got to sit here and let you know my time. I used to tell her I want to go last. And the way I used that was, I knew when I got to LA and started fucking with these clubs, especially like the Comedy Store, they're gonna put you up at 2 a.m. when there's nobody in the room. And so I use it as, this is how I learned to get comfortable doing my set the way I would full with nobody in the room.
I'm finna go ahead and sign off. I just realized we've been talking for 5 hours.
We really have.
Great ass conversation. It happens every week on We Be Talking. I try to make this show a 2-hour program. It never happens because the conversation gets good. Motherfuckers start talking their real talk. And I'm only glad that the chat room and the viewers stay tuned in for the whole show. Before we get out of here, man, let me show some love to my girl Ernestine Hamilton, Atlanta's finest, Michelle Santiago, Davy Lee, Jazzy P, um, and of course, all of the ear hustlers that tune in every week. Man, thank the fuck out of y'all. Y'all are the only reason why I do this. Coronavirus forced me to make a podcast. I've been playing with the idea for years, and shit, I had no idea what kind of show I would do. So this is the result of having no idea what to talk about, but wanting to talk. You get a show like We Be Talking, man. So Pat, Kush,
Thank
tell
you.
the people where they can follow you, and if you got anything coming up you want to plug, be sure you go ahead and plug your shit.
Patrick L. Puckett on all social media. And then I'm going to be in Florida for a while. And then I think I might base myself out of Atlanta. That city looks real interesting to me.
I'll be in West Palm, bro. First week of January.
Okay, I'll come
Ooh,
through.
I might meet you out there, bro. Because I was thinking about headed out there too.
I was supposed to do Miami for New Year's, but that fell through. So I'll be doing New Year's Eve here in Dallas with Ryan Davis. But January 7th through the 10th.
This club in Key West that I'm doing this weekend just kind of fell in my lap. They're really good. It's a new venue, but it's great.
I need their
So,
info, bro, because I can damn
Of course,
sure run through while I'm, you know what I'm saying, while I'm down there. Shit, I need
100%.
all the bookings.
So I'm still trying to figure out what's what and how the scene works here and who to talk to. But as soon as I figure it out, I will slide it to you.
Kush, what you on?
Follow me on Instagram, Reggie_Kush. I got that album coming out soon. Music and comedy, 10 tracks a piece. I'm a 20 tracks total. It's gonna be amazing. I don't even think this has been done before. So be on the lookout on that. You know what I'm saying? Check out my Instagram. I got all the cooking recipes or whatnot. Battle raps dropping, everything. Website reggiethegoat.com. Bye.
As always, y'all be sure that y'all follow me on all my social media, subscribe, like, and share this program. Click your notification bell so that you can always know when Black Run is dropping other content. But you can always catch We Be Talking every Thursday night. Oh yeah, Epics, Unprotected Sets, Season 2, Episode 9, starring myself, February 19th is the official air date. And
Nice.
that's my daughter's birthday. So I can't think of any other day for my first half-hour special to drop. Be sure y'all go watch that. I'm in talks right now for the hour special. We're not gonna wait on the two networks that originally had me under development to make another move. Ain't gonna keep waiting on them sitting on the shelf. So yeah, we got some shit cooking, man. We got some shit jumping. New scripts being written. Be sure that you go to billysroast.com and download the Roast of Billy Sorrells. I got the MVP that night.
Yeah, he was
Voted
cold.
best roaster by all of the roasters that were there that weekend. So as soon as that's ready to consume, be sure you download that. Be sure you support my girl Ty Davis with the Yam Fam merchandise. I got merchandise coming for all my Cougars next year. Unapologetically Black stuff as always. And yeah, as always, we'll be talking, man. So thank y'all for ear hustling. Thank y'all for
Thanks
tuning in to
for
this
having me on.
conversation.
Hey Patrick, what's your IG again?
Patrick L. Puckett.
Yeah, he got his whole name on there. Like he ain't Pat 2 Live or none of that shit. He got his whole regular
Pat you on the
ass.
back.
Yeah, he could have had Pat Your Weave or any of that. You know what I'm saying? But you better not change your shit to Pat Your Weave. I swear I'm gonna follow you. But yeah, man.
Hey, I gotta tell you, man, I am so proud of you, Ron. Watching you grow over the last few years. I was watching Dave Chappelle's Kennedy Center Honor.
Yeah.
And listening to the old comics talk about what it was like to see Dave for the first time and to see his career and how special they knew he was. I feel that watching you. Like I feel like something special, like there's something special with your career. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of it and to watch you. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You did it the right way.
I'm glad that I'm not gonna die of an overdose. But I know that I was meant for a legendary existence, and I'm probably gonna have an equally legendary death. Right now, can't nobody top Kobe. Helicopter crash on a Sunday is about the most legendary way one can go out right now. I think I'm gonna have to die at Hugh Hefner's house.
A plane crash wearing a Medea dress.
No, because then they're gonna say that was foul play. They're gonna that's fake news. That couldn't have been Black Ron. But like freak accident, doing the Tootsie Roll competition, slip, fell, hit my head on the concrete, died of a hematoma. Yeah, that sounds like me like a motherfucker, man. But do know this, and this goes for every comedian that I associate with, but I don't have on my program or I don't keep in constant contact with. I'm cool with the entire comedy industry. There is no place that I go that I meet strangers. There's no hand that I don't shake that I don't do so in friendship and brotherhood. But in order to be somebody that I consider a friend of mine, you gotta be a dog on that stage. And how do I know you're a dog? Because you made me laugh. Now, I'm not the end all, be all, last ruling authority on what's funny or what's comedy. However, I am a comedy snob. And if you can make me laugh, that means that your joke was not only funny, it was well thought out, had a misdirect that I didn't see coming, and it was some shit that I wish I would have thought of and said on stage my damn self. So that's why I have cats like Pat. That's why I have cats like Kush and everybody else that you've seen on my program. Because these are people that no matter when we see each other, no matter how long it's been since we've seen each other, bond is always strong, brotherhood is always real, the friendship is always concrete, and you can guarantee that they will bust your ass on that microphone. Hell, they've been making you laugh all night long. So anytime they're in your town, go see these guys. And come see me too. And come catch us next week, where I'm sure we'll be talking again. I'll see y'all then. Later.